Chapter 76. Huo Yuhao exited the cultivation state, and the golden domain disappeared. After a night of cultivation, his cultivation level was not much different from that after absorbing the fourth soul ring. Because Huo Yuhao did not choose to absorb the 500,000-year soul bones that the Red King used to exchange for the Emperor's auspicious beast. Remember yesterday, after Mu Lao announced that Huo Yuhao would be listed as a candidate for the Elder, he gave him two suggestions in front of all the Shrek seniors. The first one is to choose to absorb a 100,000-year soul bone first, improve physical strength, speed up soul power cultivation, and let the fifth soul ring directly choose a 100,000-year soul beast as the fifth soul to absorb. But in this case, it is very likely that a 100,000-year soul bone matching the soul ring will be lost. So, Huo Yuhao chose the second option. Don't take these soul bones first. When he is sure that the fifth soul ring will be attached with a 100,000-year soul ring, at least two elders will take him to hunt souls together, and ensure that each soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring afterwards. With the addition of a 100,000-year soul bone, Huo Yuhao was completely built to be the strongest man in the world. Of course, there is also a difficulty here. Because normal soul masters, even Moon and others, start to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring from the seventh soul ring. Even so, it can only be achieved by various natural treasures such as high-quality whale glue and high-quality spiritual ginseng to improve physical fitness, plus their own talents. And Huo Yuhao wants to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring with the fifth soul ring. If it were normal, the elders would only think that the person who proposed this idea was crazy. But if it were Huo Yuhao, it didn't seem so difficult to understand. The fourth soul ring is a 50,000-year soul ring. According to common sense, Huo Yuhao should first choose a soul beast of about 80,000 years for the fifth soul ring, but Huo Yuhao obviously can't calculate it according to common sense. If he is so outstanding without a lot of cultivation resources, then he will be even more outstanding with sufficient resources. In this way, it is not impossible to create this record that has never been seen before and may never be seen again. With Moon's support, this proposal was put on the agenda. Yuhao, get up and have breakfast. Ma Xiaotao's voice came from outside the door. Huo Yuhao also got up directly. After opening the door, he saw Ma Xiaotao holding a big bowl of soup in her hand. Ma Xiaotao was still wearing the fiery red dress, as if she only had this one dress. Anyway, Huo Yuhao had only seen her wearing this dress. But what attracted Huo Yuhao's attention was not Ma Xiaotao, but the breakfast in her hand. After yesterday's proposal, the entire Shrek's resources were tilted. That was no joke. Not only did they specially make a room for him in the Sea God Pavilion, but they also provided him with 3 meals a day and various supplements for cultivation. For example, the bowl of soup in Ma Xiaotao's hand. It was made of various medicinal herbs and a piece of 1,000-year-old whale glue. According to the old man's estimate, just by taking this quality of whale glue all the time, Huo Yuhao could increase the number of years he would get soul rings by at least 5,000 years next year. At the same time, he will practice outside the golden ancient tree in the future. This will make his training more effective. Adding other resources, just by improving step by step, he will be almost there by the time he reaches level 50. Well, thank you, Sister Xiaotao. After thanking her casually, Ma Xiaotao didn't reply but looked at Huo Yuhao, her face flushed. This is because she hasn't practiced so wantonly for a long time, and coupled with the effect of whale glue, Ma Xiaotao couldn't hold it back. Huo Yuhao naturally understood what Ma Xiaotao meant. Let's go, let's practice first. Huo Yuhao said, and walked into the room behind him with Ma Xiaotao. Yesterday, Yan Shaiji and Qian Duoduo had discussed that it would be a waste if those resources were used by Huo Yuhao alone. Because Huo Yuhao couldn't finish the resources that were mobilized now. For example, this bowl of whale glue soup was just the most essential one. Ma Xiaotao ate part of the rest, and the rest was distributed by the academy to the inner courtyard members as a snack. After the resources of the academy were fully allocated, this situation would become more obvious. Most of them were used by Huo Yuhao, and some of the extra resources were digested by Ma Xiaotao. The extra resources would be allocated to the inner courtyard. At the same time, the elders also discussed a plan. Huo Yuhao only knew a little about the plan through Qian Duoduo's mouth, which seemed to be to imitate the original 7 monsters to create gods. But Huo Yuhao thought it was difficult enough. You should know that the original 7 monsters did not become gods just by relying on talent and resources, but by cheating. Both the god test and the fairy grass are indispensable. Those resources that are almost impossible to replicate cannot be compared with the resource allocation of Shrek Academy and the improvement of Huo Yuhao's soul system. And now Huo Yuhao does not plan to go to the fairy grass too soon. At least he has to wait until he has the invincible strength on Douluo Star. Otherwise, even if the sect master cannot do it himself, the strength of the two licking dogs in Haoshan sect is not weak. After practicing with Ma Xiaotao, Ma Xiaotao walked out of the room with a rosy face. Her face was full of pleasure after venting, and her mood also improved a lot. However, Huo Yuhao also gained a lot. When his soul power melted with the evil fire, it not only promoted his own soul power, but also improved the quality of soul power and strengthened physical fitness. After finishing his meal, Huo Yuhao did not rest, and followed Duo to start learning soul guides today. Different from previous studies, Huo Yuhao's energy was more focused on the depiction of the array, but today, his focus is more on the forging of paid soul guides. It's not that he has any special ideas. After all, he is only a third-level soul guide now. It is impossible to build those airplanes and cannons on Earth. Now tell Duo that they can't build them because they have no knowledge of modern weapons. The most basic reason why he chose this direction is that it is big enough and the difficulty of forging is greater, which can improve physical fitness. At the same time, it can also promote soul power and help him consume the medicine stored in his body. This kills two birds with one stone and saves a lot of time. Then an afternoon passed. Huo Yuhao practiced with Ma Xiaotao for another 2 hours, and then practiced alone, and did not go to the One Piece world until 12 o'clock in the evening. Huo Yuhao entered the One Piece world without any precautions, and he was not even cautious in the One Piece world. Because he didn't care. Now, if he appropriately revealed a little of his secrets to Mu Lao, it would not only not arouse vigilance, but would enhance the relationship between the two sides. Sensing that Huo Yuhao's breath suddenly disappeared, Mu En in the Sea God Pavilion suddenly opened his eyes, and then slowly closed them again. As Huo Yuhao expected, Mu Lao not only did not have a gap because of Huo Yuhao's secret, but also gladly accepted the goodwill released by Huo Yuhao. Now Huo Yuhao is deeply bound to Shrek Academy. Especially for the 7 monsters plan that they are still in the preparation stage recently, they are not afraid that Huo Yuhao has secrets. Without affecting both parties, the bigger Huo Yuhao's secrets are, the better it is. That means the higher the success rate of the plan. Recalling the records in the ancient books of Shrek Academy, even with his aging body, he was excited after the possibility of witnessing the birth of the new god. In the end, Moon suppressed this enthusiasm in his heart and began to think about Huo Yuhao's future soul ring configuration. It is not difficult to find a 100,000-year soul beast with the 5th soul ring. Although there are few 100,000-year spirit beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, there are still many. The 100,000-year soul beast with the 6th soul ring can also be found in the Star Do Great Forest. Only the last 7, 8, and 9 soul rings are difficult to find. The beast in the Sunset Forest can be counted as one, and the spirit beast in the Star Do Great Forest is not impossible, but the last soul ring is really hard to find. There is also the configuration of Huo Yuhao's second martial soul. Even if the far north is turned upside down, it is still impossible to gather 10 soul beasts with 100,000-year cultivation. There are also candidates for the other 7 monsters in the plan. If they want to keep up with Huo Yuhao's pace, 100,000-year soul rings are also necessary. Moon was now in deep distress. Sometimes it was a problem that the heir was too talented, and there were not enough resources to share. This was a twin spirit. If it was a triple spirit, it would be enough to slaughter all of Douluo continent, and it would be hard to get a full set. Just as Moon was thinking about Huo Yuhao's future, on the other side, Huo Yuhao, who had just returned to the pirate world, was dragged away by Nami, who had been waiting in Huo Yuhao's room. Because Huo Yuhao had promised her that the second spirit would find an opportunity to tell her yesterday. Originally, she wanted to finish today's training first, but Nami obviously couldn't wait. Relying on Huo Yuhao's one day off, she also took a day off and waited for Huo Yuhao to appear in Huo Yuhao's room early. The moment Huo Yuhao appeared, she dragged him away. Coming to a corner of the edge of Marineford, Huo Yuhao took out a bird spirit beast that had been stunned until now. This soul beast is yellow all over, with lightning marks on its tail feathers and wings, and electric current flashing on them. It is obvious that it is an electric soul beast. Zapdos, 1,100 years of cultivation. This is the soul beast that Huo Yuhao carefully selected for Nami. And it is easy for Huo Yuhao to subdue a 1,100-year-old soul beast. So after Huo Yuhao found it, he froze it and placed it in the room of the pirate world until the end. Speaking of which, the vitality of this soul beast is really tenacious. It has been frozen for so many days, but it is still so energetic. Don't look at it, Huo Yuhao, hurry up. Nami said impatiently. God knows how long she has been waiting for this day. Now, Nami can't wait to have her own second soul, and at the same time, she also wants to find a companion for Artie Kuno. Huo Yuhao unfolded the magic circle with an inexplicable smile. Well, until now, Nami still didn't know what she would face after getting the second soul. As the magic circle unfolded, the lightning bird turned into liquid and merged into Nami's body, and the second purple soul ring appeared. Obviously, this second soul of 1,100 years was easy for Nami to merge. Not long after, Nami opened her eyes, and then summoned her martial soul with joy on her face. One blue, one yellow, two birds stood on Nami's shoulders. The blue frozen bird was okay and had no reaction when seeing Huo Yuhao. The yellow lightning bird wanted to rush in front of Huo Yuhao the moment it saw him. Obviously, it recognized its enemy. Xiao Huang, what are you doing? When Nami reacted, Huo Yuhao had already caught the little yellow in her mouth. Huo Yuhao couldn't help laughing after placing his right hand holding the lightning bird in front of him and flicking it away with a snap of his left hand. Your little Huang still holds a grudge. Just as he said this, Xiao Huang, who had been bounced away, flew back again, with electric current flashing on it. Even the humid climate around it became the medium for the electric current to spread, making Huo Yuhao's body feel numb. Xiao Huang. Huo Yuhao was okay, but Nami's physical fitness was obviously not as strong as his, and her orange hair tended to explode under the stimulation of the electric current. After shouting, seeing that Xiao Huang was still indifferent, Nami waved the weather stick angrily, and a white cloud appeared above Xiao Huang. In just the blink of an eye, the white clouds condensed into shape, and an electric current paralyzed Xiao Huang, unable to move. After controlling Xiao Huang, Nami lost her temper, so she put Xiao Huang away and planned to take advantage of the vacation to visit Marine Land with Huo Yuhao. Not far from here, a one-armed old man came here after the two left. Looking at the marks on the ground, I felt a little distracted. Thunder fruit? It doesn't look like this, does it? The thunder and lightning on it made Zifa think that he had met a natural student like the three Navy generals in his later years, but this feeling did not feel like a natural student with the thunder fruit ability. Looking towards the direction where the two left with somewhat cloudy eyes, Zifa had heard that there were many geniuses appearing in the academy this term. Among them were the introductions of these two people. Martial spirit fruit owners and weather stick fruit ability owners. Are these two children brought by Garp? With this in mind, Zifa returned the same way and planned to talk to Garp. Huo Yuhao on the other side went to visit Marine Land with Nami. As the headquarters of this huge organization of the Navy. Its island does not look like a military base, but like a small country. There is a town next to the Navy headquarters. The happiness of residents here is obviously different from that of residents on other islands. Unlike ordinary people in other countries who are often attacked by the Navy, they are protected by the Navy, and most of the young people and their families have joined the Navy. The only chance to see pirates is on the news and every time the Navy escorts pirates to impel down. Nami, today is your last rest time. Chapter 77. According to the current progress, he can upgrade to level 50 in 1 year at most. Especially the improvement in physical fitness. According to Huo Yuhao's own estimation, it is more than enough to obtain a 100,000 year soul ring now. There are two reasons for this. On the one hand, a large number of resources are tilted in the Douluo world. Even the usual training is no longer a simple weight training, but a titled Douluo who can control gravity helps to train. Under the pressure of gravity, the training effect soars. The second aspect is the reason in the pirate world. Huo Yuhao and Nami, Ace, Luffy, Bins, and other talented people were specially recruited into Zifa's elite training camp. In it, they learned the 6 Navy styles, which is also very helpful for improving physical fitness. Among them, the strongest Huo Yuhao has even begun to practice domineering. The next one is Ace. It was just because his physical strength was a little weak that he only had this awareness, and he had not officially started practicing. But Huo Yuhao was really practicing. Moreover, the observation haki among the 3 colors of haki had already begun to show results. Fuck, Teacher Zifa, are you going to kill me? In the training room of the warship, Huo Yuhao leaned sideways, looking at the pure iron dummy next to him that was hit and broken into two halves, and Huo Yuhao's eyelids twitched wildly. If he had not dodged in time just now, this blow would have hit him. Huo Yuhao didn't think that he, who was not prepared at all, would have ended up much better than this dummy. Okay, if I don't let you feel some pressure, where will the motivation come from? Zifa reached out and helped Huo Yuhao up, and a little smile appeared on his serious face. In his later years, he accepted Huo Yuhao, a disciple whose talent was higher than the three admirals, and with the other three Nami, Ace and Luffy whose talents were comparable to the three admirals, it was hard not to feel gratified. Especially since he has not been completely disappointed with the Navy yet. That's true, but this is too scary. Huo Yuhao still felt a little uncomfortable. Because when he was training his observation haki just now, he really blocked all the external forces that might interfere. For example, the mental power that senses the outside world. For example, the existence in the sea of consciousness. He completely relied on his own practice of observation haki to avoid Zifa's attack. It was okay before, because Zifa's training was basically some attacks that would hurt, but not seriously. But the last one suddenly increased the force, which was the reason for Huo Yuhao's criticism. Especially Zifa's legs are still wrapped in black armament haki. This is not training. It's obviously going to take his life. But the training effect is not bad. In just 2 months in the pirate world, he successfully practiced observation haki. As for armament haki, because the physical strength is still a little lacking, it cannot be practiced for the time being. Okay, don't worry about these details. We're going to get there soon. Don't embarrass the Navy later. If you get captured by pirates because of carelessness, don't blame me for being rude. Zephyr said, and Huo Yuhao put away the funny expression on his face. Don't worry, they are just a group of small pirates with a total bounty of just over 100 million. It's easy. Although he said it seriously, Huo Yuhao obviously didn't take the task of the elite training camp seriously. It's not that he underestimated the enemy, but the enemy was too weak. Because of Huo Yuhao's current strength, if he doesn't cheat, he can fight with the Soul Saint in the Douluo world, and he can also say that there is no pressure for a bounty below 100 million in the pirate world. Not to mention that the highest bounty of the target this time is only more than 20 million Baileys. Isn't that easy to deal with? Of course, those abnormal people with low bounties and strong combat power are exceptions. You kid. Looking at Huo Yuhao's departing back, Zifa shook his head helplessly. He didn't take this action seriously. Because this was Huo Yuhao's first mission after joining the elite training camp, the pirates he selected were not very strong, in order to let Huo Yuhao and his team see blood first. In fact, let alone Huo Yuhao, who was only slightly weaker than the Brigadier General of the headquarters, even if Ace and his team were careful, they would not be in danger of life. Not to mention that there were seniors from the elite training camp who were much older than them this time. With them in the front, only some small fish and shrimp would leak out. It was really bloody, and the effect of sharpening could only be said to be there, but not great. At this moment, the warship suddenly shook, and Zifa hurriedly walked onto the deck. The scene in front made him frown. Especially the pirate flags of the two ships in front with different flags. One of them was their target this time, the mullet pirates, and he also knew the other pirate group. The captain is an animal with a bounty of 110 million Baileys, an ancient species, and a saber-toothed tiger fruit ability user. The total bounty under his command is nearly 100 million. Judging from the appearance of the island in front of us, it is obvious that the mullet pirates encountered the saber-toothed tiger pirates during the robbery and were robbed. At this moment, another shell was hit on the warship in the distance. Humph, lawless pirates, let me teach you a lesson. With an angry curse, Zifa put his foot down hard and actually flew into the air. With a slash of his right foot, a slash passed by, and the flying cannonball immediately split into two halves and exploded in mid-air. The saber-toothed tiger on the pirate ship suddenly became furious when he saw that the warship not only refused to escape, but dared to rush towards him. Captain, these Navy scum actually dare to resist. Let me bring people to kill them. His deputy, a pirate with a bounty of 13 million Baileys, said that they had just entered the New World and had not yet seen the strength of a truly strong man. They had mysterious confidence in the Captain Saber-toothed Tiger who had eaten the devil fruit. At the same time, this proactive attack on the warship was also done with the purpose of increasing the bounty. Well, this reason can only be said to be very piratey. Hearing the deputy's words, a cruel smile appeared on saber-toothed tiger's face. Little ones, big life is coming. Just when saber-toothed tiger was about to turn the pirate ship around, there was no need for them to look for the navy on the warship, because the people on the warship had already taken the initiative to rush towards them. Change the combat mission. This time the target is changed to the saber-toothed tiger pirates. The leader is saber-toothed tiger. The bounty is 110 million and I will solve it myself. Zifa finished speaking, but someone rushed over before him. Teacher Zifa, leave this to me. Just go and watch Luffy and Nami. A figure with crimson wings flew past him. Hey, Huo Yuhao, you bastard, don't stand out alone. I am the future pirate king. Rubber cannonballs. As soon as Huo Yuhao flew out of the deck, a slender arm grabbed the mast and flew to the other side faster than him. The actions of these two men made Zifa shake his head, but he did not stop them. Instead, he moved the warship to the side step by step and prepared for battle. He stared intently at Huo Yuhao and Luffy who had rushed to the island, lest they encounter danger but have no time to rescue them. Ouch! Luffy turned into a rubber cannonball and hit the group of pirates, splashing dust all over the ground. Straw hat, my straw hat! Lying on the ground in embarrassment, Luffy's first thing after standing up was not to fight the pirates, but to find his straw hat. This idiot! Huo Yuhao was speechless at Luffy's recklessness, but he didn't have time to pay attention now. The pirate in front of him, with a bounty of more than 100 million, is a powerful enemy for Huo Yuhao now and must be taken seriously. On the other side, Luffy put on his straw hat and chuckled twice before a shadow enveloped him. Fire ring finger gun. The second soul skill, lightning cloud. A flame and lightning struck behind him, and Luffy turned his head, just in time to see a charred pirate falling to the ground. Luffy, you daredevil! Oh, it's so shameless to be a younger brother. You have to have me as your older brother to support you. Two voices sounded in succession, and Luffy figured out what was going on. Ha 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 ha, let's fight side by side this time. A hearty laugh came from Luffy's mouth, attracting the attention of the surrounding pirates. Dozens of pirates rushed towards the three of them. Yanji Lan leg. Rubber overlord gun. The second soul skill, lightning cloud. While the three of them were fighting, Huo Yuhao also collided with the saber-toothed tiger. The ice crystal sword embodied by spiritual power was held in Huo Yuhao's hand and collided with the claws of the beast-shaped saber-toothed tiger, and a string of sparks actually erupted. Hey, brats, your navy is depleted, why would you let a few of you brats die? The saber-toothed tiger looked at the weird kid in front of him, his eyes full of fear, but his mouth was full of ridicule. Haha, I hope your head can be as hard as your mouth. Huo Yuhao ignored the provocation of the saber-toothed tiger. A set of ice blue armor appeared on his body, and the crimson wings behind him were also covered with a layer of ice crystals. This is considered the normal combat mode studied by Huo Yuhao. Using only the Snow Emperor's torso bone soul skill, he covered his body with ice crystal armor. With the increase of the ice crystal armor, he can increase his physical fitness by 1/3, but the consumption is almost negligible, and it can be used normally in combat. The saber-toothed tiger looked at Huo Yuhao, who was covered in ice crystal armor, with even more fear in his eyes. In the collision just now, he only had a slight upper hand. Now that Huo Yuhao has entered a fighting state, he has already threatened his strength. The beast's instinct told him that if he didn't take it seriously, he would die. Thinking this way, the saber-toothed tiger entered a full state of animal transformation. Golden fur covered the body, and the head transformed into that of a saber-toothed tiger, but the biggest change was in the hands, which were actually covered with a layer of bone claws. The ice crystal sword and bone claws passed each other, and neither side was injured. After several more confrontations, Huo Yuhao also roughly knew the strength of the saber-toothed tiger. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. Because according to what Zifa said, his current strength is not even close to that of the Commodore of the Navy headquarters, and the 100 million belly pirates are targeting the Commodore of the headquarters. Just right to be Huo Yuhao's whetstone. But the saber-toothed tiger in front of him was obviously much weaker than Huo Yuhao. This means that a large part of saber-toothed tiger's bounty of up to 110 million is not due to strength, but to the degree of evil deeds. Facing the saber-toothed tiger who had lost the meaning of the whetstone, Huo Yuhao did not intend to continue to struggle with it. Xiao Bai, Xiao Hei, come out and work. After saying that, a snow-white fox and black spider appeared in front of the saber-toothed tiger. The two summoned beasts quickly entered a fighting state. The surrounding area was completely classified into the spiritual realm by Xiao He. Countless ice crystals fell from the sky and hit the saber-toothed tiger. It was not itchy, but it also served the purpose of harassing it. At this time, Huo Yuhao also seized the opportunity to swing his sword behind the saber-toothed tiger. Relying on animal instinct, the saber-toothed tiger quickly dodged, but Xiao Bai's attack was also coming. The claws covered with metal sharp blades hit the saber-toothed tiger, and 5 blood marks deep into the bone appeared. The severely injured saber-toothed tiger also entered a state of rage. "You damn Marines!" After roaring angrily, the signs of animal transformation on the saber-toothed tiger became more obvious. But just as he finished speaking, a figure flashed past. Huo Yuhao's figure disappeared for a moment, and then when he reappeared, there was a little blood on the ice crystal sword in his hand. "It's silly, don't you know that villains die because they talk too much? Who has time to spend time with you? I'm waiting for you to have sex." Huo Yuhao complained, and then joined other navies on the battlefield to help clean up the remaining pirate forces. The soul skill that just flashed away was the effect of the soul bone attached to the Northwind Demon Wolf that Huo Yuhao absorbed last time. The original soul bone only had a passive soul skill that increased reaction ability and speed. But after using the power of luck to advance for 100,000 years, he gained the ability to travel through space. Currently, it allows Huo Yuhao to travel freely within a range of 10 meters. And Huo Yuhao, the spiritual skull of the golden dragon ape, also used the power of luck to upgrade to 100,000 years. The effect of the golden field has been slightly enhanced, and more importantly, there is an additional passive soul skill. It can reduce the mental attacks Huo Yuhao receives. The next battle was to fade away from the one-sided massacre. After losing Saber-Tooth Tiger as their captain, the pirates were unable to even put up any decent resistance and simply surrendered on the spot. Looking at the bound pirate in front of him, Zifa's face was gloomy and he called all the members of the elite training camp together. Looking at Zifa, whose face was gloomy as if he was about to drip water, and looking at the group of pirates kneeling in front of him, Huo Yuhao vaguely seemed to know what was going to happen next. "Today, I will teach you the core lesson of the elite training camp, that is, all pirates are untrustworthy, and any pirate is the scum of the world, a waste of food. They don't deserve to surrender, and you shouldn't accept their surrender. Just kill them when you encounter them." Chapter 78. Zeph's words hit everyone's head like a heavy hammer. But most people in the elite training camp didn't react to this. They were all old members who had trained with Zephyr for several years, so they naturally had enough understanding of this strict instructor. Even Nami hated the pirate group when she was in Kokozia village because of the appearance of the Arlong pirates. Only Luffy and Ace found it difficult to accept. Because this is completely different from the pirates they know. In their cognition, pirates should be the freest profession in the world, and becoming the pirate king is their dream, nothing else. In their hearts, the pirate group has the fearless spirit of bravely venturing into the sea, but they never thought that in the eyes of the navy, pirates would be such an image. "Old man Zephyr, instructor, you are joking, right?" Zeph was a little surprised by the questions asked by Ace and Luffy one after another. Because Luffy, Ace, and Nami all entered the elite training camp later than Huo Yuhao, and Huo Yuhao deliberately did not let these two guys say something, so Zifa only knew that these two guys' ideas were a little different from ordinary people. It was not clear that Luffy and Ace had always wanted to be the pirate king. Just when he was about to ask, a shocking cold air hit him. Above the sky, a huge ice-blue sword fell from the sky and hit the middle of the pirates. All the pirates died, and there was no limbs or blood splashed, because they were all frozen by Huo Yuhao. This move alone is enough to show Huo Yuhao's current attainments in the ice system. But even so, a large amount of ice crystal fragments splashed on everyone's faces with wind pressure, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Only Zifa, who had only one arm, was not affected at all, and still looked at Luffy and Ace with a serious face. "What were you two brats talking about just now?" "Instructor Zifa, they didn't say anything just now." Before the two of them spoke, Huo Yuhao spoke up, and quietly used cold air to make Luffy and Ace's minds stiff, unable to reply immediately. Zephyr naturally saw through his trick. Glancing at him, he suddenly said, "You two come with me, the others clean up the battlefield." Zephyr said, picked up Luffy and Ace and flew up, and no one knew where they went. When things got to this point, Huo Yuhao had no choice but to look at the backs of Ace and Luffy in silence. These two guys with brain bags said that there are good people in the pirates in front of Zifa, How could Zifa accept it? You know, Zifa is not far from turning evil at this time. Luffy is now 12 years old and has 6 years to go to sea, and the implementation of the 7 warlords of the sea system is in the last few years. Before this, Zifa's family had been killed by pirates, and even his students were killed and injured in sneak attacks because of the no-killing policy. Now, the only thing left for Zifa to collapse is the 7 warlords of the sea. How will Luffy and Ace be okay? Just as the few of them flew away, Nami looked at How with some concern. After such a long time of getting along and training together, although she said she disliked these 2 strong-limbed but simple-minded guys. But she still didn't want anything to happen to them. It's okay, Instructor Zifa will just teach these 2 guys a lesson, just to make them remember. In fact, facing Zifa, who is not as strong as before, if How is cheating, he doesn't need Alex to take action, and Shwedi and Bing Di can suppress Zifa alone. But How didn't choose to do so. Because no matter what, Ace and Luffy are both Garp's grandsons, and Zifa can't really kill them. At most, he will teach them a lesson. And being taught a lesson is still a good thing for them. If he corrects himself, Ace probably has some hope, and Luffy, who is stubborn, probably will still go all the way to the end. Maybe, after they return to the Navy tomorrow, they will quit the boot camp and follow Garp. It was not until the evening that How saw Zifa abandon Luffy and Ace on the warship, and he walked back to the cabin. There was no joy or anger on his face. But Ace and Luffy were different. Compared to when they first came, the expressions of the 2 were a little depressed, as if they had suffered a heavy blow, but there were no signs of being beaten on their bodies. How estimated that it should be because Zifa gave them a lesson on ideology and morality, that is, he took them to the looted village for a look. Hey, you 2 guys, are you stupid? Nami walked up to the 2 and patted their heads. Nami, do you think pirates are really a bad profession? Luffy's expression was a little confused. All along, the 2 brothers have been raised by the bandit Dodon, and the only outsider they have contact with is the 4 emperors, Red Hair. Even Luffy's straw hat and rubber fruit were given by Red Hair. And he has always longed to be a free pirate like Red Hair, not bound by Windmill Village. Listening to Luffy's question, the smile on Nami's face disappeared. Looking at the 2 depressed guys seriously. Where do you think the pirates get their food from? Before Nami could speak, How came over. Food is bought with money. Where does the money come from? You earn your own money. A series of questions made How look at Luffy speechlessly. He was really infected by these 2 guys, why would he want to guide him slowly? Taking a deep breath, he resisted the urge to beat up Luffy, gave up on the idea of slowly guiding him, and spoke out all he understood. How to make money. Pirates don't care about production. They only want money and food by robbing. So who do you think they should rob? Is it the Navy? Robbing nobles? Rob a pirate? Or will they choose the helpless poor? Strong pirates rob nobles, while weak ones only rob poor people. Some bad pirates even commit crimes by burning, killing, and looting. But whether it is a powerful pirate or a weak pirate, the targets are always civilians. After finishing the words in one breath, the 2 people had different reactions. Among them, Ace was silent the whole time, while Luffy's eyes became brighter and more excited as he listened. So, wouldn't it be great if I became the Pirate King to restrain them? How? You're invincible, kid. After finishing speaking, How and Nami walked back to the cabin and started today's practice. It is undeniable that his words are laced with private affairs, and the victim nobles he calls are also pirates who oppress the people, but no matter how chaotic order is, it is better than no order. What's more, Hou's future goal is definitely to let the Navy go independent. Let the Navy be a true Navy. All this is not far away. In a few years at most, after he graduates from the elite training camp, he will take the initiative to apply for transfer to the branch and start his plan. In the days that followed, Luffy and Ace rarely said anything about wanting to become the Pirate King. Hou also gradually shifted his focus from training in the Douluo world to training in the One Piece world. Even when training in the Douluo world, he did not forget to practice domineering. After the level increase, the maximum time flow rate in the 2 worlds has changed from 2 to 1 to 4 to 1. Half a year has passed in Douluo world, and 2 years have passed in Pirate world. In a total of 2.5 years, Hou had already broken through to level 50, and his domineering power had changed from being ineffective when it malfunctioned to becoming as he pleased. Armed color haki has also entered the door. Not to mention other improvements. In this Kun year, Huo Yuhao's soul bone attached to his wings and the secret soul left arm bone were both upgraded to the 100,000 year level. Phoenix Tail Wings has an additional passive soul skill called Phoenix Tail, which can make him immune to 9 attacks that would cause damage to him in a day. The left arm bone of the soul of secret magic doesn't have many soul skills. What it provides is still a pure increase in soul power. A 50% increase in soul power after 10,000 years will be a doubled increase in soul power after 100,000 years, plus the special characteristics of twin martial spirits and ultimate martial spirits. His soul power is now not much weaker than that of ordinary Contra. His physique is comparable to Contra. Even though its normal combat power is slightly weaker than that of Contra, it is no weaker than Contra when all its methods are used. Especially since Huo Yuhao has reached level 50, and according to Yan Shaiji, he will go hunting for souls in a week at the latest, after the selection of this generation of Shrek 7 monsters. At that time, Yan Shaiji, Song Lao, and Suanzi, the 3 super Douluo, will take Huo Yuhao to the Star Do forest to hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast as a soul. A 100,000-year-old soul beast will definitely produce soul bones, even if it is a soul, it will even be more suitable. Huo Yuhao, walk faster. At the edge of the teaching building, Xiao Xiao pulled Huo Yuhao forward with real force. But how could she move Huo Yuhao? Because of the speed of time, even if girls of the same age mature earlier than boys, they are still little ones. Huo Yuhao is no longer much different from an 18-year-old adult. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao, the master is always the last to arrive. Looking at Xiao Xiao who was anxiously walking in front, Huo Yuhao acted indifferently. Because the subsequent trials are basically just a formality. There are a total of 7 places, and their 9th class of freshmen has already reserved 6 places, and the remaining places can only be chosen between Xie Huanyu or Baibei. In the past half year or so, their 9th class has been newly formed. In Huo Yuhao's golden field and through the practice of mimicry, their soul power has improved rapidly. Especially those who are close to Huo Yuhao, such as Xiao Xiao, Ning Tian, and others, their soul power is generally above level 30, and everyone has obtained a soul. Ning Tian, who was originally a soul master, has upgraded his soul power level from level 32 to level 40, making rapid progress. Of course, this level of soul power alone is definitely not enough for them to reserve a spot for the 7 monsters. But I can't help it because they have thighs to hug me. Huo Yuhao, who now has level 50 soul power, is undoubtedly the one with the upper hand. And it's still the thickest one. It can be said that Huo Yuhao just chose his teammates this time. There are only 6 of us in the class. We will have to find a teammate later to be safe. If we don't go now, what if all the good teammates form a team later? As Xiao Xiao said, the classmates from class 9 next to him were also moved in their hearts, but they also calmed down looking at Huo Yuhao's calm expression. I'll hold you back if I want, no excuses. Wang Dong said teasingly, and the eyes of several people looking at Xiao Xiao also became ambiguous. How could Xiao Xiao not know Huo Yuhao's strength? Not to mention that this time it was just the selection of outer courtyard disciples, even if it was placed in the inner courtyard, there were only a handful of people who could beat Huo Yuhao. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. After these 3 consecutive denials, the group came to the selection area under the leadership of Wang Yan. There were already quite a few people standing in the selection area at this time, and there were about 30 people roughly. Huo Yuhao took a general look and found that there were quite a few familiar faces inside. Not to mention Baibei, Su Sanchi, Zhang Nanan, and Caitou, the 4 familiar people, there was another person whose aura was extremely familiar to Huo Yuhao. With long blue-pink hair and a pretty face, except for the somewhat unfriendly expression on her face, she was just like a goddess. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Dong, and then at the girl with long blue-pink hair, and actually felt that the 2 were 6 points similar. The aura was highly consistent with the 3-eyed golden lion, the auspicious beast of the emperor, that he met in the Xingde Great Forest that day. Wang Chuer. A name appeared in Huo Yuhao's mind. But why did she come here at this time? The time didn't match at all. Just when Huo Yuhao was puzzled, an old man with a chicken leg in his hand and a wine pot, staggering with 3 steps, came over. The man was Xian Ziai. Xian Ziai looked at the core disciples of the outer courtyard in front of him, and his eyes only stayed on Beibei and Huo Yuhao for a while, acting very casually. In fact, it was the same as Huo Yuhao's idea. There was no suspense in the selection of the 7 monsters. The only difference was that Huo Yuhao wanted to let whoever he wanted to go. Compared with this, the title of the Lifetime 7 Monsters after the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition was the highlight. Now this title is not just a simple title. Because of the official launch of the plan, this title is also accompanied by the entire Shrek's resource tilt. That is the accumulation of Shrek Academy for nearly 10,000 years, the resources used to create gods. The competition is much more intense than it is now. Because what needs to be considered is not only the current strength, but also the talent in all aspects. Huo Yuhao, Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Lexuan, plus Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong, 2 twin martial spirit owners, a total of 5 people. The remaining 2 places are selected from the entire Shrek Academy. Xiao Wang, are all the people here? Master Xian, everyone is here. There are a total of 26 core disciples from the 2nd to 5th grades of the Martial Spirit Department, and 1 person from the Soul Guidance Department. Among them, there is a first-year core disciple who was specially allowed by Master Mu, a total of 28 people. Chapter 79. After hearing what Wang Yan said, Suanzi took a second look at the first-year student. He actually felt like his martial soul was being suppressed. This feeling made him a little interested. You must know that his martial spirit is already a top-level beast martial spirit, and he can also be regarded as a glutton for the dragon species. Even though a bright holy dragon spirit like Mr. Mu could outshine him, it couldn't make him feel like his spirit was being suppressed. This also means that this girl's martial spirit should also be a dragon-type martial spirit, and the lowest level is the level of the Holy Dragon of Light, or even higher. A high-quality dragon spirit? It seems that there will be one more reserved place. After muttering something, Suanzi said to Wang Yan behind him, "Go in when everyone is here," and then wandered into the spirit fighting area. Seeing Suanzi's appearance, the surrounding students who didn't know Suanzi didn't understand why this old man, who didn't look like a strong man at all, would make their teacher treat him with respect. But no matter what they thought, all the students participating in the assessment still followed them into the prepared spirit fighting area. Here, they will experience a very important watershed in their lives, but it is not a watershed like the college entrance examination. Because everyone who takes the college entrance examination stands at a relatively fair starting line, and at the same time, they have more goals. The current situation is more like the job allocation of some important positions after graduation. These favorites are often predetermined, and the others are just foils. Like this time, it is even more cruel. The group of people reached the center of the spirit fighting area before stopping. The content of the next assessment is a grand brawl. You can attack at will within the scope of this fighting spirit area, and fight as you wish. There are no tasks or rules. If you admit defeat or are rescued, you will be eliminated, and the last 7 remaining people will be the winners. Suanzi's drunken words rang in everyone's ears, making everyone who heard them twitch their mouths. In other words, Huo Yuhao had already expected it, so he was not surprised. He looked at Bai Bei and the others, and then at the group of people surrounding him, feeling a little confused. There are 6 of them now, which means there is still 1 spot for the 7 monsters. So, should we invite Bai Bei to come with us? Finally he decided to invite Bai Bei. Because no matter what, Bai Bei was his initial investor, and Bai Bei was the most suitable one both emotionally and rationally. Just when the core disciples were surprised by the rules Suanzi said, the teachers who led them all withdrew from the soul fighting area. Suanzi's voice also sounded at the right time. Now the battle begins. After the words fell, the entire soul fighting zone was silent for a moment, and then they quickly formed a team with familiar classmates. Huo Yuhao also led several people from class 9 towards Bai Bei. When they passed by, they saw that Bai Bei, Su Sanqi and Zhang Nanan had formed a team and were facing the attack from other core disciples. Yuhao, come on, let's clear them out first, and then we'll fight for places. Seeing Huo Yuhao coming, Bai Bei said quickly. Because the most eye-catching person in the field was not Huo Yuhao, but the twin stars Bai Bei and Su Sanqi. 5th-year students, 4th ring soul sect, and the title of Gemini from the outer courtyard meant that they were targeted by other students as soon as they entered the school. Especially since the 2 of them also roped in another core disciple, Zhang Nanan, to join them, this made their hatred points even higher. Hey, Bai Bei, you are really getting better and better, and you actually asked a 2nd-year student for help, said a 5th grade student who was besieging Bai Bei. Bai Bei curled his lips, and he didn't bother to talk to this ignorant person. Yuhao, use mental detection to share it with me. Bai Bei said, obviously, he did not greet Yu Hao because of Huo Yu Hao, but because of his shared auxiliary ability of mental detection. Upon hearing this, the core disciples who were besieging Bai Bei accelerated their attack. Although he didn't think Huo Yu Hao had the strength to change the situation of the battle, he certainly didn't think Bai Bei was a fool. Huo Yu Hao, who could make him say this, would definitely excel in another aspect even if he did not have overwhelming strength. For example, it is the auxiliary aspect. But what he didn't expect was that the second-year student he looked down on would later burst out with fighting prowess that made everyone pay attention. An icy blue sword energy passed across, and its power was comparable to the Soul Emperor's full attack even if Huo Yu Hao had restrained most of his strength. Wherever the ice blue sword energy passed, the core disciples fighting in front were all forced to separate. A chilling chill invaded the whole body, and their thinking fell into a sluggish state. Most of them were only 3 rings, and it was difficult for them to resist Huo Yu Hao's casual attack. Xuanzi, who was outside the soul fighting area, looked up at Huo Yu Hao and was speechless. "This little bastard," they said, "you were sent out immediately. You have to come and fight. What's the point of bullying these little guys?" After muttering something, his newly opened eyes closed again. Bai Bei and Su Sanqi looked at Huo Yu Hao, whose cultivation level was not as good as theirs at the beginning, but now they found it difficult to resist even a random attack. This contrast was hard for them to accept. Huo Yu Hao looked at the soul fighting zone where the fighting had ceased and was not surprised. He didn't use much soul power in this attack, and the power he caused was entirely due to his own understanding of swords and ice. During the 2.5 years of training in the pirate world, he also came into contact with the way of swords, but because the time was too short, even with the power of luck to accelerate training, he only barely reached the level of a swordsman who could perform flying slashes. After adding soul power and domineering, a casual attack can also have the power of the Soul Emperor level. The reason why these core disciples were not harmed was more because Huo Yu Hao did not intend to hurt them. Otherwise, if this sword went down, most of the people in the fighting spirit zone would be killed or injured. "I didn't want to attack, but I won't stop once I attack. You guys can go down by yourselves." The sword pointed at the core disciples in the fighting spirit zone, and the threat was self-evident when combined with the words. Of course, this did not include Bai Bei and the students of Class 9. "Don't be afraid, everyone. No matter how strong he is just one person. Besides, I don't believe that the attack just now was launched by a second-year student." As soon as the 4th-year core disciple said this, another ice blue sword energy flew towards him. This person knew that if he dodged now, then the next battle would be a foregone conclusion. In order to mobilize the fighting spirit of other students, he had to block it. Martial Soul Possession, the first soul skill, Breaking Thousands of June, the third soul skill, 100 Birds paying homage to the Phoenix. As if to cheer himself up, the 4th-year core disciple also shouted out the name of his own moves. One after another, the spear beams swept out. But these spear beams shattered in the moment they came into contact with the sword energy, and the sword energy continued to attack him as if there was no obstacle. The amazing chill made this core disciple close his eyes and wait for the judgment of the god of death. But after waiting for a long time, he did not feel any pain in his body. Blocked, blocked. When he opened his eyes, he saw the figure of the sloppy old man standing in front of him. "You bastard, I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming, and you didn't even bother to hit them." Xuanzi's voice sounded, but Huo Yu Hao didn't care. Because even if Xuanzi didn't block this attack, he could always break the sword energy and wouldn't hurt them. "Don't worry, I'll be careful when I hit them." In order to prove what he said, Huo Yu Hao's eyes flashed green, and the violent soul power surged. In an instant, the momentum in his body continued to accumulate, until it reached a critical point and burst out in an instant, and the ice-blue long sword in his hand was swung diagonally towards the sky. What's strange is that although he was swinging the sword energy, the long sword flew out of Huo Yu Hao's hand with the sword energy. What's even more strange is that although he was swinging it diagonally, the long sword was straight in the center of the sword energy. In an instant, the long sword and sword energy shot straight into the sky. Just when everyone was wondering what Huo Yu Hao meant by his action, a violent explosion occurred in the sky, and then snow. Heavy snow fell, and the temperature around dropped to freezing point. The clouds above the sky were the worst hit. The temperature in that area was almost comparable to the core area of the far north. The clouds turned into ice and fell to the ground. "I named this sword the Dome Blade. I used half of my soul power and consumed an ice sword with a 4th-level energy-absorbing soul guide array. The power is so-so, it should be an ordinary title Douluo attack. Huo Yuhao said modestly. But obviously, the price he paid for releasing this attack was obviously not as high as he said. Everyone present was petrified, and Shrek Academy fell into a riot because of this attack. Dozens of title Douluo flew in the air. Mu Lao appeared in the Duhun area in an instant, and his old face was full of anxiety. This attack made him think that some titled Douluo was so bold as to act wildly in Shrek Academy. Especially after sensing that Huo Yuhao was also in the soul fighting zone, he felt even more chilled, fearing that something might happen to Huo Yuhao. Xianzai, what happened? After asking, Mu Lao realized that it was a misunderstanding, and immediately looked at Huo Yuhao with a frown on his face. Duo, look at the good disciple you taught. After that, because the assessment was over, Huo Yuhao and his companions were taken to other places by Xianzai. I don't know what Mu Lao wanted to do with Jian Duo. But from the screams coming from inside from time to time, plus Yan Shayage's gloating smile, we can roughly guess a little. On the other side, Huo Yuhao and his group of more than 10 people were taken away from the soul fighting zone by Xianzai. Yes, more than 10 people. Because there were a lot of people left at the end, Mu Lao waved his hand and appointed Huo Yuhao, Bai Bei, Su Sanqi, Zhang Nanan, Ning Tian, Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong, the 7 people with the highest cultivation, as members of the reserve team. Wang Chuer, Nanman Yuner and Wu Feng were the reserve team of the reserve team and enjoyed the same treatment as the 7 people. As for Hikatu in the original work, he was eliminated at the beginning because he did not join Huo Yuhao and the others at the beginning. Several people listened to Xianzai talking about some principles and the subsequent itinerary arrangements in the fighting spirit area. When he heard Xianzai say that the 12 people in the inner courtyard went to the star fighting soul hunting, 8 died, and 4 survived, his face looked a little strange. But he still restrained his urge to ask questions and did not ask directly. He waited until Xianzai finished speaking before leaving. They had to pack all their luggage in the afternoon, and then, together with the 7 regular team members, travel overnight to the Xingde Great Forest to hunt souls. This was what Suanzi had discussed with him before. The reason for this haste was that the selection was delayed by a few days due to the meeting of the Sea God Pavilion. And in order to catch up with the All-Continent Soul Master competition, and at the same time, not to delay Huo Yuhao and others from obtaining soul rings, they were so hasty. For this reason, they did not even plan to participate in the Evil Soul Master mission in the original book, but handed it over to other inner court disciples. It also made Huo Yuhao quite regretful that he could not see with his own eyes what level of Evil Soul Master who could play with the 98 level Super Douluo was. Yuhao, do you want your sister to help you pack? As soon as Huo Yuhao returned to the room, he saw Ma Xiaotao coming over. After such a long time together, Ma Xiaotao also returned to her nature, without the coldness when they first met. Just like in the original book, she liked to tease Huo Yuhao for no reason. No, it's even more extreme than in the original book. Because Huo Yuhao is now much stronger than in the original book, Ma Xiaotao's evil spirit can no longer affect him, and even his cultivation progress is advancing by leaps and bounds. She is also one of the members who will obtain spirit rings this time. Even the target Yan Shaiji has chosen for her. It is a fire-attributed flaming red bird with a cultivation of 100,000 years. It was found by Yan Shaiji in the Xingde Great Forest last time. He originally wanted to use it as Ma Xiaotao's 8th or even 9th spirit ring. Now, it's 100,000 years from the 7th spirit ring, a perfect configuration. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Xiao and the others are not far from level 40. It is estimated that they can upgrade to level 40 during this Spirit Master competition, and they can obtain spirit rings on the way back. No need, Sister Xiaotao. Huo Yuhao immediately rejected Ma Xiaotao's proposal, but Ma Xiaotao seemed to have predicted Huo Yuhao's actions and entered the room before him. The hair brushed against Huo Yuhao's cheek, and a faint fragrance came towards him, which made Huo Yuhao smell it subconsciously. Now that he did not live in the same dormitory with Wang Dong, the person Huo Yuhao had close contact with was Ma Xiaotao. Because of her personality, Ma Xiaotao was often the one who took the initiative, much bolder than Nami. During the training, because Ma Xiaotao did not restrain herself, Huo Yuhao was overdrawn. That day, the two of them slept in the same bed until noon the next day before waking up. Of course, at that time, Huo Yuhao had not yet upgraded to level 40, and he had not started to upgrade in large quantities when he came to get soul bones. That situation would never happen now, and the person who overdrew would not be Huo Yuhao, but Ma Xiaotao. Chapter 80. The other team, led by me, went to the Stardew Forest to hunt for souls. Outside Shrek City, Yan Shaija looked at everyone present and said. Because only Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao are going to get the soul rings this time, but the age requirement for the soul rings is 100,000 years. This level of battle is not something that level 30 or 40 soul masters like Xiao Xiao and others can participate in. Therefore, for safety reasons, Yan Shaiji and the others discussed this method. Qian Duoduo led them on the way to the imperial city, but for safety, Yan Shaiji, Song Lao and Suanzi traveled with Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao. As Yan Shaiji made his decision, the team of nearly 20 people divided into two teams. The first team is the main selection team headed by Dai Yuehan and 5 other inner academy students. The first team consisted of Ma Xiao Tao and Huo Yuhao alone. Just when everyone was getting ready to set off, Wang Dong suddenly stood up. Teacher, I am already at level 40, level 30, so I can also get the soul ring. Two voices sounded, and Wang Dong and Wang Chuer stood up at the same time. One has long pink-blue hair, and the other has long blue-gold hair. Their appearance is very similar. At this time, the two of them stood out together, and it is inevitable that people will start to compare. Looking at these two people who looked similar and had similar names, the group was puzzled. Even before the gathering, Xiao Xiao, who was familiar with Wang Dong, had asked him if he had a younger sister at home. The answer is naturally no. Therefore, when Wang Dong and Wang Chuer stood together, they were even more surprised. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? It was a coincidence that two completely strangers had similar faces and names. But it is incredible. But that's not the point. The point is that Wang Dong is actually level 40. Moreover, Wang Chuer is actually level 30. Is it level 30 when you first enter school? Looking at the two people, Yan Shaija fell into hesitation. Normally, it would definitely not be suitable to take two people there this time. But their talents are indeed good, and they are likely to be selected as part of the God-making plan, so this kind of thing that can improve their potential makes him hesitant. Just when Yan Shaija was hesitating, the words of an old man in the sky made him make up his mind. Okay, let's go then. We're just 200,000-year-old soul beasts. They can't make any trouble in front of me. Suanzi's words gave Yan Shaija confidence, and then the group set off quickly. It is worth mentioning that in order to travel, Qian Duoduo and his party all used flying soul guides to fly. Now, the seniors of the inner academy are teaching their disciples from the outer academy how to fly. Huo Yuhao and others headed towards the star forest in a RV. Huo Yuhao, how much does your soul guide cost? Wang Dong sat on the soft cushion and asked curiously. Because Shrek has not fully opened up this technology, it is currently used by some inner court disciples, and Wang Dong and others have never seen it. I made this myself, and it hasn't been put on sale yet. If you want it, I can help you recommend one customized by a senior in the soul guidance department. Just when Wang Dong was still about to ask further questions, Yan Shaiji, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly reminded him. Get a good rest, this time the target is going to enter the core area, it's very dangerous. Especially Wang Dong and Wang Chuer, you two should pay attention to safety and don't stay too far away from me. Wang Dong and Wang Chuer, who were named, both nodded. But Huo Yuhao could tell from Wang Chuer's still cold face that she obviously didn't take it to heart. That's right, others don't know, but he does. As the Emperor's auspicious beast, Wang Chuer was able to sneak out during this time period, and he must have discussed it with Ditian. The purpose was probably to be him, the person whose fate was connected to Wang Chuer. Xiao Xiao and the others on the other side were obviously not so comfortable. In order to keep up with the speed, they all used flying soul guides to fly throughout the whole process. It can be said that those students in the inner courtyard are basically used to the flying method of flying soul guides. Xiao Xiao and the others were in dire straits. It was their first time to come into contact with flying soul guides, and they were constantly in the process of flying up and falling down. Fortunately, with the help of Ling Luokan and the others, they managed to master the flying skills. But it also flew with a stumbling sound. One day later, Huo Yuhao and his party came to the outskirts of the Stardew Forest again. Compared with last time there were a lot of people, this time there were only 7 people including Yan Shaiji. I reiterate once again, this time we are going to the core area. We must not act without authorization. Do you understand? Approaching the Stardew Forest, Yan Shaiji still gave some uneasy instructions. He was really worried about what would happen to these precious little boys in the academy under his leadership. At that time, I won't say how Mr. Mew and the others will punish him. He himself will not be able to pass this test in his heart. But at this moment, Xuanzi appeared. Shaiji, you take Wang Dong and Wang Chuer to catch the suitable soul beasts. After catching them, wait for you how to attach souls to them outside the Star Do forest. After Xuanzi finished speaking, Yan Shaiji hesitated, but after thinking about it, he agreed to the proposal. After all, it is still a bit dangerous to take two low-level soul masters to the core area of the Star Do forest. Huo Yuhao was protected by Song Lao and Xian Ziai, so he could leave safely even if he encountered a fierce beast. With this in mind, the group once again blocked the two roads. Yan Shaiji led Wang Dong and Wang Chuer to hunt soul beasts outside the mixed area. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao headed all the way to the core area. It is worth mentioning that Song Lao replaced Yan Shaiji's position and directly protected them in the open, while Xian Ziai still hid in the dark under the pretext of putting some pressure on Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao. Song Lao had no way to deal with this. Although she was a little older than Xian Ziai, her strength was much weaker. There was no way to force Xian Ziai, so she let him go. Yuhao, you will follow me later and open the spiritual detection sharing throughout the whole process. Ma Xiaotao said. Obviously, she felt that although Huo Yuhao came to obtain the 100,000 year soul ring like her, his strength was not as good as hers. Therefore, for Huo Yuhao's safety, she took the responsibility of exploring the way ahead on herself. Huo Yuhao just nodded and said nothing more. There is no point in arguing about this, we will know when we fight. And the feeling of having a free meal is actually quite good. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. This episode did not affect the speed of the team's progress. On the contrary, because the goal was clear this time, the team's progress was extremely fast. With the help of Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection, it took less than half a day to enter the outer core area of the Star Do Great Forest. The lowest level of soul beasts here is already 10,000 years. Only the 100,000 year level can be considered a tyrant. After several groups of fierce beasts were eliminated, each of the remaining 100,000 year soul beasts had its own territory. And Huo Yuhao and his team's first target was a bird 100,000 year soul beast located not far from the entire area. This bird soul beast happened to be of the fire type, which can be said to be a perfect match for Ma Xiaotao today. As everyone was moving, the temperature around them suddenly rose, and in Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection, a fiery red bird with a wingspan of more than 2 meters was confronting a small black crow. What was strange was that this crow was not even 1/10 the size of the fiery red bird, but it made the fiery red bird very afraid. Old song, we found Sister Xiao Tao's target ahead, and also found a spirit beast. Although I can't tell its exact age, the one that can fight against the 100,000-year-old flame vermilion bird must be at least 100,000 years old. After finding out the situation, Huo Yuhao decisively reminded Old Song. At the same time, he synchronized the data shared by the spiritual detection for Old Song to watch. Hearing what Huo Yuhao said, Old Song was also full of surprise. It had only been less than a day since she entered the core area of Zinda Great Forest, and she had successfully found the target spirit beast. She couldn't help but be happy. Purple-eyed crow, this one should be about 110,000 years old, Yuhao, are you sure you can absorb it? Old Song asked, and naturally got a positive answer from Huo Yuhao. According to his current physical condition, as long as his cultivation level is not higher than 150,000 years, he can absorb it. Even if it is at the 150,000 year level, he can still absorb it if he grits his teeth, but the process will be more painful. After getting the answer, Song Lao directly used his spirit to sense Xianzi's location. He planned to find Xianzi to help Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao hunt souls. She didn't care about the two 100,000 year level soul beasts. But to be on the safe side, it would be better to call Xianzi along. But to her disappointment, after using her spirit to sense for a long time, she couldn't sense Xianzi's trace, as if Xianzi had suddenly disappeared. Song Lao, that purple-eyed crow is leaving. At this moment, Huo Yuhao sensed that the purple-eyed crow seemed to have reached a consensus with the fiery vermilion bird and was ready to leave. He said it quickly. Song Lao also knew that he couldn't wait any longer. This dead drunkard, when I go back, I will definitely let Mu Lao teach him a lesson. After secretly cursing Xianzi for failing at the critical moment, Song Lao no longer hesitated. Wait for me here for a moment, I'll be back soon. 200,000 year level soul beasts, facing her 97th level super Douluo, can only be said to be like a soul sage facing a titled Douluo. They have some resistance, but not much. Song Lao, I'll go with you. Ma Xiao Tao and Huo Yuhao's voices sounded at the same time. Then they all refused, but this refusal was said by all three people at the same time. I have spiritual detection sharing, which can help Song Lao. Huo Yuhao gave his reasons, and after hesitating for a moment, Song Lao decided to take Huo Yuhao with him. As for Ma Xiao Tao, she was forced to stay where she was, waiting for Song Lao to return. Although Ma Xiao Tao can absorb 100,000-year soul ring now, that can only be done with special preparations, such as the soul beast attributes must be similar. There must be some special preparations, otherwise, the seventh ring can absorb 100,000-year soul ring, which is not something that can be done by pure talent. To be honest, Ma Xiao Tao's current combat power is about the same as that of an ordinary soul sage. It was slightly worse than Huo Yuhao's normal combat power, and it was said that Huo Yuhao used all his strength. After getting Song Lao's consent, Huo Yuhao and Song Lao moved forward quickly. It was at this time that he realized the gap between himself and Super Douluo, titled Douluo. He thought that he could be as good as an ordinary titled Douluo by studying the Dome Blade, but he didn't expect the gap between them would be so big. Under the sharing of spiritual detection, the speed at which Song Lao opened his martial soul was almost beyond his reach. In an instant, a black light caught the purple-eyed crow, and then the black light condensed into substance, turning into a small black cage to imprison it. The imprisoned purple-eyed crow was imprisoned without any reaction and tried to resist. But judging from the strength of its resistance, it would take more than a short time to escape. After the purple-eyed crow was imprisoned, only the flame vermilion bird and Song Lao were left in the next battle. At this time, Song Lao's aura was obviously much weaker. Obviously, the consumption of imprisoning the purple-eyed crow was not small. The flame vermilion bird looked at the human in front of him, his scarlet eyes flickered, and he actually spoke human words. Human, are you looking for death in Xingdu? The flame vermilion bird, which had just been promoted to the 100,000 year level, did not have a high vocabulary, and even spoke with some hesitation. And the target of its verbal persuasion, Old Song, did not give it a chance to delay time. In Huo Yuhao's shared spiritual detection, he found the flaw of the flame vermilion bird and launched an attack. The flame vermilion bird was beaten to death without any decent resistance in the face of Old Song's full-strength attack or a sudden attack. The beautiful red feathers on its body fell off piece by piece. After dealing with the flame vermilion bird, Old Song turned his attention to the purple-eyed crow. The purple-eyed crow in the prison also calmed down at this moment. Looking at the flame vermilion bird that was knocked to the ground and dying in less than a minute, it naturally knew the huge gap in strength between itself and Old Song. Human, your strength should not require a spirit ring. You should have obtained it for the human behind you. Then the stinky bird should satisfy your needs, right? The purple-eyed crow's words were much smoother than the flaming red bird, but the meaning was nothing more than begging for mercy. But Old Song had no intention of engaging in a verbal battle with it. Even if he had tried his best to control the battle fluctuations that broke out here, it would still attract many strong people to come. This is the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, the home of the spirit beasts. If she is not careful, even she will be left here. So, for the sake of safety, it is better to fight quickly. After taking back the black prison, the purple-eyed crow wanted to escape, but it was obvious that it was futile in front of Old Song, who was known for his speed. He looked at Huo Yuhao with some doubts. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of Huo Yuhao's voice transmission just now, he still showed mercy to the purple-eyed crow. After completing the task, Old Song quickly left with the trophies and Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao, leaving the original place in a mess. Chapter 81. A black shadow shuttled through the core area of the Star Forest at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Often a soul beast doesn't see anything clearly, it only feels like something passes through its eyes and then disappears. This figure is naturally Mr. Song with Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao. Behind Mr. Song, there were two bound soul beasts. Under the leadership of Mr. Song, the three of them reached the outer area of the Star Forest without any obstruction, relying on the speed shared by Huo Yuhao's mental detection, and then slowed down. Okay, we have arrived at the outer area of the Star Do Forest. You can prepare to absorb the soul rings. Mr. Song stopped his galloping movements and said kindly. Especially when he looked at Huo Yuhao, his eyes were quite kind. At her age, she has a natural affection for half-year-old children like Huo Yuhao, and Xian Liner still has no children. It just so happened that Qian Duo accepted Huo Yuhao, a talented disciple, and she almost regarded Huo Yuhao as her grandson. Well, let me do it first. I will first test whether there is any difference between a 100,000-year-old soul and a 10,000-year-old soul. Then it will be safer for Sister Xiao Tao to absorb it. Huo Yuhao didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Just as Huo Yuhao said, the 10,000-year soul beast will have a mental impact from the beginning. If a 100,000-year-old soul beast absorbs this mental shock, it will only be more severe, and it also requires higher physical fitness. Normally, even with Ma Xiao Tao's talent and physical strength, the 7th soul ring would begin to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, which must be a bit stretched. This requires the use of special medicinal materials prepared by Mr. Mu. Among them, there is one that temporarily improves Ma Xiao Tao's physical fitness and resistance. There are also ways to weaken this 100,000-year-old flaming red bird. But Huo Yuhao is different. Whether it is physical strength or mental strength, he is enough to absorb this 110,000-year-old purple-eyed crow. This was the reason why he actively chose to absorb it first. Yuhao. As soon as Ma Xiao Tao finished speaking, Huo Yuhao stopped her. Sister Xiao Tao, I am the most suitable candidate, no need to say more. With that said, he no longer gave Ma Xiao Tao a chance to refuse, and walked straight towards the controlled purple-eyed crow. The purple-eyed crow also seemed to have a premonition that he was about to be absorbed by others, and became increasingly uneasy. Under its impact, the prison also showed signs of being broken. Humph, the beast has no brains. With a cold snort, Mr. Song raised his right hand slightly, and the purple-eyed crow was captured alone. The huge pressure made its eyes almost pop out. Mr. Song, please control it first and let me say a few words to it, okay? Huo Yuhao saw that Mr. Song wanted to seriously injure the purple-eyed crow, so he quickly stopped him. Although Mr. Song didn't know what Huo Yuhao meant, he still stopped. Human, what do you want to do? Looking at Huo Yuhao, who was getting closer and closer to him, a cunning look flashed in the eyes of the purple-eyed crow, but Huo Yuhao didn't pay attention. You should know the reason why I'm looking for trouble. I'll give you 2 ways now. The first way is for me to kill you and then erase your wisdom into an ordinary 100,000-year soul ring. The second way. When talking about the second way, Huo Yuhao paused for a moment, looked at the stiff expression of the purple-eyed crow, and summoned both Xiao Bai and Xiao He. At this time, Xiao Bai has advanced to the 10,000-year level, and Xiao He has also advanced to the 60,000-year level. The body shapes of both have changed to a certain extent. Stroking Xiao Bai's smooth hair, he gave a second way. Become an existence like them, a soul with wisdom. After the words fell, the expression of the purple-eyed crow was dull for a moment. Under Huo Yuhao's excellent control, the purple-eyed crow could feel that the 2 beasts, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, were truly intelligent, rather than simulated dead creatures. So, that makes it even more shocking. Okay, I don't have that much time for you to think about it. Make your choice now. Seeing that the purple-eyed crow was still struggling, Huo Yuhao was too lazy to wait any longer and directly issued an ultimatum. In fact, it doesn't matter even if the purple-eyed crow doesn't cooperate with him, Huo Yuhao can also forcibly turn it into a soul. The reason why he chose to do this was not simply because he wanted it to be absorbed as a soul, but also because he considered the soul bone before persuading the purple-eyed crow. A 100,000-year-old soul beast will definitely produce a soul bone. Self-sacrifice allows you to control the location where soul bones are produced. However, the external soul bone cannot be chosen independently, which requires some special means. For example, it is the assistance of the power of luck, plus the independent cooperation of the purple-eyed crow. Human, how do you prove that what you say is true? You have no choice, either die or become immortal with me and us. Faced with the purple-eyed crow's doubts, Huo Yuhao did not refute, his eyes turned light green, and he looked into the purple-eyed crow's eyes. Vaguely, under Huo Yuhao's guidance, the purple-eyed crow saw the existence deep in the sea of consciousness. Ice silkworms, scorpions, snow maidens, and a grey figure with an unfathomable aura. Looking at these existences with terrifying auras, the purple-eyed crow was sure that these existences far surpassed him, and were even more terrifying than some ferocious beasts. But they actually all live in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, which is really incredible. In the end, the purple-eyed crow chose to surrender. Human, what should I do? After the purple-eyed crow surrendered, Huo Yuhao approached him. A 100,000-year-old soul beast can independently choose the location of its soul bone when it becomes a soul, but it cannot choose to attach an external soul bone, so you can just follow my instructions. As Huo Yuhao finished speaking, a huge black magic circle appeared under him, shrouding Huo Yuhao himself and the purple-eyed crow. The purple-eyed crow who was enveloped by the magic circle instinctively felt the aura that made him uneasy, but he still suppressed the throbbing in his heart and cooperated with Huo Yuhao to absorb him. When things have reached this point, it has no way out. Taking a step back will only lead to death. Only by making desperate progress can we have hope of survival. As the magic circle opened, the purple-eyed crow's body gradually turned into pure energy, most of which entered Huo Yuhao's martial soul, and a blood-red soul ring extended below it. The other part gradually turned into a pair of purple eyes with the help of the power of luck. Looking at this eyeball, Ma Xiaotao and Mr. Song looked at Huo Yuhao in surprise. Mr. Song, is this an external soul bone? Ma Xiaotao asked in disbelief. Mr. Song's expression was also shocked. Yes, Yuhao is really lucky to have a soul bone attached to his body. Mr. Song sighed with joy. At the same time, he was also sincerely happy for Huo Yuhao. On the other side, following the pull of the soul power, the purple eyes merged into Huo Yuhao's eyes. In an instant, under Huo Yuhao's deliberate control, a huge skeleton appeared behind Huo Yuhao that only he could perceive. It is still dominated by the trunk bones that are the same as those of humans, and then behind the trunk bones, there is a bone scorpion lying behind the trunk bones. The skeleton, double claws, tailbone, and especially the tail hook made of sapphire at the end of the tailbone are particularly shining. Behind the scorpion, a pair of dark purple wings fluttered. A circle around the head that is larger than a scorpion's head stands on top of the torso bones. The starting point is a bit scattered. The bones of the left arm and the metacarpal bones of the right foot appear. Then the eyes of the skull suddenly lit up. A pair of dark purple eyes appeared on it. The moment the eyes appeared, the entire skeleton's aura changed, turning from a dead thing into a living thing. It was only at this time that this soul bone weapon began to take shape. It can be attached to Huo Yuhao's body and help Huo Yuhao fight. After the absorption was completed, the cultivation level that had been trapped in the soul ring and could not be improved flourished like a spring. 51. 52. Level 53. It wasn't until level 54 that the upward trend stopped. Hey! Huo Yuhao opened his eyes and took a deep breath of turbid air. The lingering cyclone hit the tree trunk in front and dissipated. Yuhao, how do you feel? As soon as Huo Yuhao finished absorbing it, Ma Xiaotao came to him and looked around, and even took his hand to see if he was very curious. Sister Xiaotao, don't be too ridiculous. Grabbing Ma Xiaotao's hand reaching for his butt, Huo Yuhao looked at Ma Xiaotao with a dark smile on his face. Hey hey! Ma Xiaotao, who was caught on the spot, acted nonchalantly, but there was a pity in her eyes. As soon as he thought, 5 soul rings of white, purple, black, and red appeared under Huo Yuhao, and Xiao Ziai appeared on his shoulders. How about it, Xiao Ziai, I didn't lie to you. Huo Yuhao had just finished saying that everything else was fine, but his little purple voice made the purple-eyed crow's feathers stand on end, and he quickly returned to Huo Yuhao's 5th soul ring. Mainly because it's too embarrassing. The 110,000-year-old purple-eyed crow is also the number 1 figure in the core area of the Star Do Forest. Especially since their clan has some relationship with the 10,000 Demon King clan, and even if they run rampant in the core area, not everyone can provoke them. As a result, he not only became the so-called soul of mankind, but was also called Xiao Ziai. But he couldn't have an attack yet, which was really too shameful. Seeing the purple-eyed crow returning to the soul ring, Huo Yuhao did not stop it. Turning his head to look at Ma Xiaotao. Sister Xiaotao, are you ready? As soon as Huo Yuhao spoke, he knew that his question was in vain. Because at this time, Ma Xiaotao had already walked up to Lai Yanzaniao with excitement on her face. Huo Yuhao looked at the flaming red bird, controlled his soul power to pick up a branch, and poked her in the head. Stop pretending, I know you're awake. You should have seen what happened to Xiao Ziai just now. It's still those 2 paths. You can choose for yourself. Huo Yuhao said that he knew that the flaming red bird had woken up as early as when he started to absorb the purple-eyed crow. The main purpose of summoning the purple-eyed crow just now was to let the flaming red bird take a look and give her a reassurance, which would be easier for Ma Xiaotao to absorb later. After Huo Yuhao ordered the flaming red bird to pretend to be unconscious, it opened its eyes in the astonishment of Ma Xiao Tao. Human, can I go back to my territory first? No, but I can take you back to see if I have a chance in the future. He directly and decisively dispelled Li Yanzaniao's fantasy, followed by a period of silence. After a moment of silence, the flame vermilion bird also gave up struggling in resignation. Seeing that Ma Xiao Tao was ready, Old Song also took out the means he had prepared long ago. Ma Xiao Tao's aura became more and more powerful, but it was a little empty. Huo Yuhao also seized the opportunity and unfolded the soul array. The black and grey array enveloped the three people. Looking at Ma Xiao Tao's pretty face and graceful figure, Huo Yuhao hesitated for a moment, but decided to consume 1,000 points of luck power to get an external soul bone for Ma Xiao Tao. According to the relationship between the two, if nothing unexpected happens, Ma Xiao Tao is bound to him, and there is no need for him to be stingy with his people. Taking away 1,000 points of luck power, with the total amount of luck power he has now, it won't take long to recover. No need to be stingy. Sister Xiao Tao, you owe me a lot this time. After muttering, Huo Yuhao also made up his mind. Guide the flame vermilion bird in the same way as he started to guide the purple-eyed crow. Most of the energy turned into Ma Xiao Tao's soul ring, and a small part turned into a pile of fiery red wings. It was the 100,000-year-old flame vermilion bird's external soul bone. After absorbing it, Ma Xiao Tao's soul power level also rose steadily. Although her accumulation and potential were far inferior to Huo Yuhao, Ma Xiao Tao was also not limited by the soul power strength of the ultimate attribute. After absorbing the soul ring and soul bone, the magnificent energy also allowed her to rise 4 levels, reaching the height of level 74. And looking at the appearance of 2 external soul bones, Song Lao also knew that this matter was not a coincidence, but he did not ask more. Everyone has their own secrets, and geniuses are even more so. What's more, she really treats Huo Yuhao as her grandson. In this case, it would be impolite to ask more. Yuhao, I love you to death. After absorbing the soul and soul bone, Ma Xiao Tao hugged Huo Yuhao excitedly, and a touch of softness touched his chest, but Huo Yuhao did not feel the beauty of it. Because Ma Xiao Tao, who absorbed the external soul bone for the first time, obviously did not know how to control it. The scorching breath burned his clothes and damaged them a little. Even though he had used his soul power to protect it at the first time, he still didn't take it into consideration. Just when Ma Xiao Tao hugged Huo Yuhao excitedly, a sloppy old man suddenly appeared on the horizon. After seeing the unconcealed soul saint aura on Ma Xiao Tao and the wings behind him, the old man's eyes almost popped out. Xiao Tao, Yuhao, why are you here? Xiao Tao, have you obtained a 100,000-year soul ring? A 100,000-year external soul bone? A series of questions showed Suanzi's uneasy mood. But when the three faced Suanzi, their faces were a little black. Humph, everything is over, you ran away, and when I return to the academy, I will definitely tell Mu Lao the truth. Chapter 82. As Elder Song said this, Suanzi's face showed embarrassment. Ma Xiao Tao's mouth twitched and she was speechless. Only Huo Yuhao was prepared for Suanzi's unreliability. Or, if he hadn't already had a certain level of self-protection, he would have to call at least 1 or 2 more titled Douluo. After all, Suanzi, the nickname of the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit Church, is not for nothing. A group of dazzling battle records. Yuhao, Xiao Tao? How did you come out so quickly? Just as Elder Song was denouncing Suanzi, Yan Shaiji also walked out of the core area, followed by Wang Dong and Wang Chuer. But strangely, Yan Shaiji only held a bird soul beast in his hand, and it seemed that he had not prepared a soul for Wang Chuer. As if he noticed the eyes of the crowd, Yan Shaiji hurriedly explained. Wang Chuer first encountered a soul beast that was very suitable for her, but it was dying and could not wait for you to come, so she chose to absorb it directly. When Yan Shaiji said this, there was a look of regret in his eyes. A soul has a great impact on combat effectiveness. And the loss of the soul of the third soul ring, Wang Chuer's loss, cannot be compensated by any more suitable soul beast. But by the time he knew it, the matter was already done, and he had no way to change the result. Everyone nodded when they heard it. There was no need to care about these. Afterwards, under the auspices of Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong also obtained the fourth soul. A 10,000-year level green spirit bird. Because the third soul ring is a 7,000-year soul, the fourth soul was originally intended to transition to the 8,000-year level for the sake of safety. Wait for the fifth soul ring and then obtain the 10,000-year soul ring. But Wang Dong said that his physical fitness must be good, and Yan Shaiji, who could not resist Wang Dong, agreed to the request. Choose a bird soul beast that has just reached 10,000 years. After that, the soul-spirit fusion process was also very smooth, with almost no obstacles. The 10,000-year-old green bird turned into a soul ring and merged into Wang Dong's body. Not to mention the mental backlash that should have been encountered, even the physical fusion was particularly smooth. This feeling did not seem like Wang Dong was absorbing the soul ring, but more like this 10,000-year level green bird took the initiative to become Wang Dong's soul. It was more like a sacrifice than a sacrifice. A circle of black 10,000-year soul rings appeared at the fourth position under Wang Dong, which was particularly dazzling. After absorbing, Wang Dong looked at the green bird she summoned, her eyes full of surprise. This 10,000-year-old green bird was particularly well behaved in Wang Dong's hands, just like she raised it. After the preparations were completed, the group took out their flying soul guides, except for Wang Dong and Wang Chuer who did not have flying soul guides. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao taught each person how to use them. In this way, they traveled for several days before arriving at the main city of the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City. Xingluo City can be said to be the second large city Huo Yuhao has seen in this world. But in terms of grandeur, it is not even as grand as Shrek City. Only the tall city wall is larger than Shrek City. This is because the walls of Shrek City are mostly made of alloy, and some soul guide arrays are engraved on them. Although it does not look tall, its defense is definitely not much weaker than Xingluo City. In the past 10,000 years, Xingluo City has been expanded a lot by the former royal family, the Dai family, and the current royal family, the Su family. The permanent population exceeds 8 million, and the maximum population is more than 20 million. But such a super city has been quite crowded recently. The number of tourists has skyrocketed in just half a month. All hotels are almost full. There is only one reason for this. That is, the 5-year All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul competition is about to be held. It is also the goal of Huo Yuhao and others to come this time. Looking at the magnificent city in front of them, Huo Yuhao and his friends put away their flying soul guides. However, only Yan Shaiji, Huo Yuhao, Ma Xiao Tao, Wang Dong, and Wang Chuer entered the city. Xuanzi and Song Lao hid themselves and left the matter to Yan Shaiji. Let's go into the city first and meet up with your master and the others. Yan Shaiji said, and the four of them set off quickly and entered Xingluo City. They walked all the way to Xingluo Square in front of the imperial city of Xingluo City. Not far to the east, there is a big hotel called Xinghuang, where Duo and his group are. In other words, as the champions of the previous few issues, the contestants of Shrek Academy were arranged to rest inside. Moreover, the rooms arranged were all luxurious rooms on the top floor. Not to mention a bedroom for each person, there is also a special conference room for them to use. Because Yan Shaiji had contacted Duo before entering the city, Duo and more than a dozen other people were waiting inside. As soon as he entered the conference room, Huo Yuhao saw a figure that should not be here. In the original book, it was Wang Yan who led the team to Xingluo City to participate in the competition. But because Wang Yan did not come with him before coming here, Huo Yuhao thought that Wang Yan did not come this time. But now he saw Wang Yan in this conference room, which surprised him a little. Yuhao, how was the soul hunting effect this time? Wang Yan saw Huo Yuhao looking at him, and smiled slightly on his always smiling face. After hearing Wang Yan's question, Huo Yuhao, Ma Xiao Tao, and Wang Dong looked at each other and all of them had completed the spirit possession. Only Wang Chuer found a place to sit down and quietly watched Huo Yuhao and the others show off. White, purple, black, black, red. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red. Yellow, purple, purple, black. The three of them quickly completed the spirit possession, and 3 strings of spirit rings appeared under their feet, especially the 2 red spirit rings under Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao's feet, which were particularly dazzling. Everyone present was amazed and a little bit unbelievable. Although they felt a little envious of Ma Xiao Tao's 7th spirit ring of 100,000 years, they could understand it. Especially those inner courtyard students. They knew Ma Xiao Tao's talent better, and they also knew what the obstacles were that had always restricted Ma Xiao Tao from realizing his talent. With the help of Huo Yuhao's extreme ice, talent was realized into strength, and it was not difficult to understand that the seventh spirit ring was 100,000 years old. But Huo Yuhao's fifth soul ring is at the 100,000 year level, which is too abstract and unbelievable. If this continues, Huo Yuhao's first martial soul will have 5 100,000 year soul rings? And he has twin martial souls. Is this really a human? Okay. Wang Yan was so excited when he saw the soul rings of Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao. Because according to their current strength, sweeping the entire Soul Master competition is as easy as playing. I shouldn't stand with you, you dead pervert. Next to Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, whose light was covered, complained. She was speechless. To be honest, her soul ring configuration is actually not bad, and it can even be said to be an ultra-standard configuration. Yellow, purple, black. If this is taken out separately, who wouldn't say that he is a genius? But next to Huo Yuhao, the contrast is as huge as a firefly candle competing with the bright moon, the contrast is too obvious. Qian Duo also came over and slapped Huo Yuhao on the shoulder. 100,000-year soul beast will definitely produce soul bones. The strength of both of you should have improved a lot this time. As he said this, Qian Duo's hand pinched Huo Yuhao's shoulder, as if he was checking the progress of Huo Yuhao's strength improvement. But it would not matter if he did not check, but he was shocked when he checked. Because Huo Yuhao, who was only over level 50, was not much weaker than the average titled Douluo in terms of physical fitness. This made Qian Duo wonder if Huo Yuhao was the incarnation of a super beast that had never appeared before. Hehe, Lao Deng, you have to improve quickly. This time, I not only have 100,000-year soul, but also an external soul bone. My soul power level has reached level 53. You have to be careful not to be surpassed by me. As soon as Huo Yuhao said this, Qian Duo's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Huo Yuhao with a bad face and put more force on his hand on his shoulder. You little bastard, do you want to find an arena to practice? Hearing Qian Duo's threat, Huo Yuhao immediately fell silent, because he really felt that this old Deng would force him to go to the arena and beat him up. His current normal strength is only about the same as that of the newly promoted titled Douluo, and there is naturally no comparison when facing Qian Duo, who is a super Douluo. You old Deng, when I become a titled Douluo, I will make sure you can't leave the house. Covering his painful shoulder, Huo Yuhao swore secretly, but his face showed no expression. Seeing Huo Yuhao shut up, Qian Duo nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt a palpitation and sneezed. Immediately, he set his sights on Yan Shaiji, who walked to the main seat in the conference room. It must be that bastard Yan Shaiji, who can't stand that I have such an excellent apprentice, and is secretly scolding me. Qian Duo thought to himself, and glared at Yan Shaiji. Yan Shaiji, who was stared at for no reason, didn't know what Qian Duo was crazy about, but he didn't care. Okay, now that everyone is here, let Teacher Wang tell us about the process of tomorrow's competition. Yan Shaiji, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke. Everyone present also stopped talking, and everyone sat on the chairs at the conference table, quietly waiting for Wang Yan's follow-up. There are a total of 133 high-level Soul Master Academies and high-level Soul Instructor Academies participating in this competition, all in this hotel. The first round of the preliminary competition is a 7-on-7 team battle elimination match, and the battle is still conducted by drawing lots. It is expected that the first round of the competition will take 3 days to complete. The grouping will be carried out after the first round of the competition is over. Each group of 8 to 9 teams will play a round-robin match. The round-robin match is random, and there are a total of 3 chapters of competition. Single elimination system, 3, 2, 2 coordinated left combat mode and 7-on-7 team battle. The talk lasted until lunchtime in the afternoon. After all the rules were explained, the group walked out of the conference room in a mighty manner and came to the hotel cafeteria. Because there were too many people, more than 20 people, it would be too crowded if they all ate together. So, everyone dispersed and went to eat with people they knew. After leaving the meeting room, Huo Yuhao naturally gathered around the original members of Class 9. Bai Bei wanted to go over. But seeing that there were too many people around Huo Yuhao, she did not go over, but chose to eat with Su Sanxi and the other person. Bai Bei, didn't your little wife say that she was waiting for you in Xingluo City? Why haven't you seen anyone since I've been here for 2 days? Su Sanxi joked, but Bai Bei didn't answer because he was also very strange. On the other side, a group of 6 people were eating hot pot at a small table. The ingredients for this hot pot are all soul beast meat that has been processed in advance. Otherwise, if you rely on this flame to cook the soul beast ingredients, it may not be cooked until tomorrow. Yu Hao, what is the external soul bone you obtained this time? Xiao Xiao picked up a cut piece of meat and asked. The other women also looked over curiously, obviously very curious. Huo Yuhao didn't explain. After swallowing the piece of meat in his mouth, his eyes turned lavender. The external soul bone provided by the 110,000-year-old purple-eyed crow, purple eyes. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, a sneer came from beside him. It's not even night yet, and you're already dreaming? What kind of cultivation level do you have? Now you have begun to fuse with 100,000-year-old soul bone, and you still have 100,000-year-old soul bone attached to it. Why don't you go to heaven? Next to Huo Yuhao, a beautiful girl with white hair walked over and mocked. Huo Yuhao subconsciously turned his head and looked at Meng Hongchen. With the blessing of purple eye soul power, the slightly raised white greasy, pink under the white clothes can be seen through. Huo Yuhao obviously didn't expect this. In the end, the meat that had not yet been swallowed was mixed with the soup and spurted out, splashing all over Meng Hongchen. Ah, you want to die. After a moment of silence, Meng Hongchen's scream came, causing the entire cafeteria to fall silent. 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple and black, appeared under him, and Meng Hongchen quickly completed the possession of the martial soul. A punch with soul power attached to it. This punch naturally poses no threat to Huo Yuhao. Just when he was about to block it, a girl with a hot figure wearing a fiery red dress grabbed Meng Hongchen's hand. Little sister, it's not good to be so irritable. Ma Xiao Tao stood close and looked at Meng Hongchen, the smile on her face had a terrifying aura. Especially the 7 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, violet, black, black and red under his body made the whole place fall into silence. Who are you to meddle in my business? Meng Hongchen threw Ma Xiao Tao away, grabbed her hand, and said angrily. At this time, Xiao Hongchen stood up behind her. Meng, let's go, they are Shrek's people, we will teach them a lesson when they compete. Xiao Hongchen said and glanced at Ma Xiao Tao fearfully. The cultivation level of a 7-ring soul saint is extremely rare at this age, especially the 100,000-year soul ring under her body, which is even rarer among the rare. In a real fight, he would probably be no match. Therefore, it is better to hold Meng Hongchen back first, and then teach them a lesson after the competition begins. Xiao Yuhao, my sister helped you this time, how should you repay me? Chapter 83. Because they were so close, Ma Xiao Tao's body fragrance naturally spread out, making Huo Yuhao want to open his purple eyes to see what it meant. But he still restrained his impulse and put the idea of being easily 404 out of his mind. Sister Xiao Tao, you don't need to take action at all. To be conservative, I would say you suppressed her with one hand. Huo Yuhao complained, while Ma Xiao Tao took advantage of the situation and sat down at the table. Hehe, I don't care. If I help, I'll help. Afterwards, the group of people had dinner and returned to their hotel rooms. It wasn't until nightfall that Ma Xiao Tao walked out of Huo Yuhao's room with a rosy complexion. Originally she didn't want to leave today. After being released, she was so lazy that she didn't want to move, but at Huo Yuhao's strong request, she still walked out of Huo Yuhao's room. Huo Yuhao, who was in the room, returned to the pirate world a little weakly. Ma Xiao Tao's increasingly difficult demands to meet, coupled with the fact that he had been on the run these past few days, left him in a bad state. This time, Ma Xiao Tao had the upper hand for the first time in a long time. Huo Yuhao felt a little embarrassed. Tomorrow. I will definitely find my place again tomorrow. Huo Yuhao thought to himself, and then entered the cultivation state again after coming to the pirate world. When he went to star soul hunting, he told Nami and the others that they had something to do today and there was no need to wait for him to train. Huo Yuhao didn't say anything specific. At this stage of his life, the training in the training camp is basically useless. It is more about accumulation over time and realizing his potential. Therefore, Huo Yuhao's daily training is now free training. Whether he practices or not is up to him and he does not need to report it to others. Even Zifa ignored him. He would only give guidance when Huo Yuhao had questions about his practice. It can be said that if it were not considered that Huo Yuhao is not yet an adult, the Navy would have asked Huo Yuhao to go on a mission with the general or go to the branch base. According to the One Piece timeline, the protagonist is now 15 years old, Nami is 14 years old, Luffy is the same age, and Ace is 17 years old. In the pirate world, after practicing with Nami in the Golden Domain for a whole day, Huo Yuhao returned to the Douluo world again. Early in the morning, the leading teachers from each college had already arrived at the Imperial City. Draw lots based on the competition number plate you received when registering. At this time, the lottery ceremony has been completed, and officials from the Star Luo Empire have compiled the results of the lottery. Once the order of the competition is announced, the preparations for the early stage of the competition will be completed and the competition will begin. When the sun fully rose from the distant east, at the top of the Imperial City, a middle-aged man wearing a bright yellow robe and an 8-treasure purple gold crown stood with his hands behind his back. Next to the man was a young woman in palace attire, and behind her were all the civil and military officials of the Star Luo Empire. Obviously, these two people are the Emperor and Queen of the Star Luo Empire. Pass my order, and all checkpoints will begin to allow entry, control the speed, and maintain good order. Su Jiayi said, smiling and looking in a good mood. Also, this continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition only comes to the Star Luo Empire once every 20 years. This represents not only honor, but also exciting interests. From the admission fee alone, the Star Luo Empire can earn about 2 million gold soul coins every day. Even excluding military expenses, the Star Luo Empire can still make a lot of money. Not to mention the flowing wealth and various incomes brought by these elites in the Soul Master world when they came to Star Luo Imperial City, which were quite considerable. Within 1 month of the event, the wealth earned was comparable to the income of the Star Luo Empire in 1 or 2 years. How could this make him unhappy? At the same time, this is also one of the important reasons why several forces in the Douluo world compete for the venue of the competition. Just as the audience was entering, Huo Yuhao and his party also arrived at the contestant area and waited. It is worth mentioning that due to the requirements of the college, both the regular team members and their candidate team members wear uniform dark green uniforms. After tens of thousands of years of improvement, this school uniform is quite beautiful and is no longer the same thing as before. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to wear this. It took half an hour for the audience to arrive. The originally empty Xingluo Square was now overcrowded. Quiet! The majestic voice resounded throughout Xingluo Square, causing the entire place to fall into silence. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. After that, there was a series of etiquette, and after Su Jiayi Balabala said a lot of words, the continent-wide Senior Soul Master competition officially began. A 108 gun salute was fired, and the host of the competition began to announce the contestants. Next, the two sides in the first match are players from Douling Empire and Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy. And, the number 1 in the mainland, with countless honors, and almost all the championships in the past 1,000 years, Shrek Academy. Countless cheers resounded throughout Xingluo Square. Almost everyone's eyes were more or less on the dozen or so people in Shrek's team. Compared to the original work, they are extremely confident at this time. Because this time, not only did they not compromise the elite because of the strongest Soul King in history, but their strength was also much stronger than normal in the original work. 2 owners of 100,000-year soul rings. It is no exaggeration to say that if either Ma Xiaotao or Huo Yuhao were to play, they could sweep the other teams. Let's invite the players from Tianling High-Level Soul Master Academy to play. After a moment of silence, the host's voice sounded again. A team of pale-faced young players came out from the back of the contestant area. When they walked out, it was obvious that their steps were all soft. Obviously, facing the first Shrek Academy, the first in the continent, made them feel very stressed. Pucci. Ma Xiaotao couldn't help laughing at the weak-footed opponents. According to her perception, these people were only at level 40 or so, and there were even 2 3-ring players. This level was considered good among ordinary people, but it was far worse than them. Not to mention the regular players of the same age as them, they were even worse than Bai Bei and the others. Okay, the players from Tianling High-Level Soul Master Academy are on stage. Now let's invite the members of the first academy on the continent, Shrek Academy, to play. When the last sentence was said, the host's voice gradually became louder. Yuhao, how about we give it to you candidates this time? Ma Xiaotao asked, and Huo Yuhao pointed at himself and said in disbelief. Ah? Me? Are you sure? With his strength, going on the field to fight them is no different from an adult bullying a child who has not been weaned, so he asked this question. Ma Xiaotao was speechless. You are not poisonous, are you? I asked you to bring people to the field as a safety precaution, not to really let you fight. After the words fell, Ma Xiaotao looked at Huo Yuhao with a strange look. At the same time, he thought to himself, don't you have any idea in your mind? If you fight on the field, they will fight for nothing, so just give you the championship directly. Oh, then just a few people, whoever wants to play can come, but it will be 6 against 7, and I will only provide the effect of sharing mental detection. I won't fight unless you lose. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, he took the lead to walk onto the stage. The candidates behind him looked at each other, and then Wu Feng and Wang Chuer took the lead to walk up. Then there was Wang Dong. Ever since he met Wang Chuer, Wang Dong was very curious. He was sure that he had never met Wang Chuer, who looked similar to him and had a similar name. But he wanted to communicate with her several times, but Wang Chuer was too cold and ended up with nothing. She thought Wang Chuer looked down on her. So she had been holding back her energy, and now seeing Wang Chuer on stage, she naturally didn't want to fall behind and followed. This took up 4 places, and there were still 3 places. The rest of the people looked at each other, not knowing who would go on stage. They were not as nervous as Wu Feng and Wang Chuer, so they naturally considered this matter more. The main reason was that they all saw that this was a battle that must be won, and they were embarrassed to rush to show their faces. They were worried about affecting their feelings, after all, they would meet each other if they looked down. Finally, Bai Bei stood up. Yuhao doesn't fight, he only provides mental detection sharing, which is considered an auxiliary system. Wang Dong, Wang Chuer and Wu Feng are all strong attack systems, so the remaining ones are best to be Su Sanqi of the defense system, Zhang Nanan of the agile attack system, and Xiao Xiao of the control system. It's better for the 3 of you to go on stage, and Xiao Xiao will command. Does everyone have different opinions? Bai Bei gave his reasons and didn't let himself go on stage first, which can be said to be quite fair. Naturally, no one raised any objections. Su Sanqi showed a grateful expression to Bai Bei, and then looked at Zhang Nanan with a flattering face. As a result, before he could say anything, Zhang Nanan shook the ponytail behind her head and walked onto the stage. Su Sanqi's face froze immediately, and he was a little embarrassed. Xiao Xiao, who was walking by him, patted him on the shoulder. Brother Su, the road is long and difficult, come on. After saying that, Xiao Xiao quickly caught up with the people in front. After all the teams were present, the host spoke again. First round, elimination round, team battle. Both sides can use most of the soul guides to compete, but during the battle, if one side has more people, the other side cannot attack, and soul guides cannot use high lethality equipment such as fixed soul guides to fight. Do you understand? A long list of competition rules was said, which was actually similar to other ring competition rules. The 14 people on both sides nodded in understanding. Both sides are ready. After the host announced the preparation, the 2 sides quickly distanced themselves. The battle begins. After the voice fell, Wang Chuer, Wang Dong, and Wu Feng first possessed their martial spirits and rushed towards the 7 people on the opposite side. Su Sanqi, Zhang Nanan and Xiao Xiao also fought in their own way. Through the vision provided by the shared spiritual detection, several people can cooperate seamlessly. As a user of shared spiritual detection, Huo Yuhao didn't know when a chair appeared under him. He sat down and admired the battle in front of him. Under his feet, 5 circles of soul rings flashed in white, purple, black, and red, which made people focus on him. To be more precise, it should be the white and red soul rings placed under his feet. As we all know, the white soul ring represents a 10-year soul ring, which is the weakest soul ring. The red soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring, which represents strength. These 2 extreme contrasts appear in the same person, which is unbelievable. Is this guy here for tourism? Still sitting on the chair? Even if he is an auxiliary soul master, he is too arrogant, isn't he? Meng Hongchen looked at Huo Yuhao who sprayed her yesterday and said angrily. Xiao Hongchen looked at the several circles of soul rings under Huo Yuhao and felt something was wrong. Meng, did you see the white soul ring and the red soul ring? Tisk, it must be the effect of soul skills. How can a 5-ring soul king have a 100,000-year soul ring? Yesterday he boasted that he had a 100,000-year external soul bone. Meng Hongchen refuted without thinking. Listening to Meng Hongchen's words, Xiao Hongchen felt that it made sense, but he still felt something was wrong in his heart. Because Huo Yuhao is really weird now. If you say that according to what Meng Hongchen said, it is used for the prelude, but he stood at the back and did not use the soul ring to scare people. Combining what Huo Yuhao said about the 100,000-year-old soul bone, he had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that someone's fifth soul ring was at the 100,000-year level? And he was so lucky that he got a 100,000-year-old soul bone? This was really unbelievable. In the center of the arena, Wang Dong and his 6 people officially fought with the 7 people from Tianling Academy. Unexpectedly, the battle was one-sided. The 4 soul masters of Tianling Academy had little ability to resist the joint attack of Wang Dong, Wang Chuer and Wu Feng. Especially Wang Chuer. That golden dragon spear was useless for taking soul skills, and it actually suppressed 2 soul masters at the same time. The 2 soul masters behind him were instantly killed by Zhang Nanan. The normal battle ended easily before 10 minutes. During the period, Su Sanqi and Xiao Xiao did not play any role, and the battle ended. Shrek Academy won. The calm voice of the host sounded. But the applause from the audience was not very enthusiastic, not even as enthusiastic as when Shrek Academy first appeared. Because in their opinion, as the first on the continent, Shrek Academy, even if it is just a candidate team, should crush this kind of senior academy members with average strength. It's time to call it a day, and get off work. Seeing the end of the game, Huo Yuhao was the first to walk out of the ring, and the group walked back from where they came. Yuhao, do you want to watch the game again? Xiao Xiao asked after Huo Yuhao, and behind him, the expressions of several people were different. Zhang Nanan and Wang Chuer walked on their own. Su Sanqi was trying to please Zhang Nanan, caring whether she was injured in the battle just now. Wang Dong was secretly competing with Wang Chuer, and was wondering who had done more work between her and Wang Chuer just now. The result made her a little frustrated. Because as a soul sect in her 40s, she was not better than Wang Chuer, a soul master in her 30s. Is this reasonable? Chapter 84. Su Jiaoyi stared quietly at the Xingluo square below where the battle was still going on. From his perspective, his sight not only included the contestants who were fighting, but also the people in the Xinghuang Hotel. For example, Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Beside him, the person following was not the queen who attended with him this morning, but a woman in a golden shawl gauze dress. The woman's age was somewhat similar to Su Jiaoyi's face. Brother, is your injury better? It's okay. I have been recuperating for more than half a year and I am almost healed. Is the auction house ready in a few days? Su Jiaoyi asked. But Su Juju's face still showed worry. Since more than half a year ago, after receiving the prediction of the family's Xingguan martial spirit, Su Jiaoyi took several titled Douluo of the Xingluo Empire to the extreme north to obtain the treasure. Although they gained something, they were all seriously injured. Especially because of the excessive consumption of soul power and the serious injury of Shattered Star Douluo, even his soul power level was seriously damaged. We are ready. According to the scheduled time, it is the time period after the 8 to 4. At that time, Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Instrument Academy will participate. The 100,000-year soul beast embryo can definitely attract the Sun Moon Empire, and Shrek will definitely not let it go, but their hasty preparations and financial resources are definitely not as good as those of the Sun Moon Empire. Su Juju said, and said all the things that had been arranged. Ahem, Juju, thank you for your hard work. Whether our Xingluo Empire can survive this chaos depends on whether the plan can succeed. Su Jiaoyi coughed twice, and then said in a deep voice. His injuries were not serious. It was mainly because he was injured and forced to activate the secret method, which caused the backlash. Although the goal was achieved, the overall strength of him and the Xingluo Empire declined a lot. This made Su Jiaoyi not know whether this matter was a good thing or a bad thing. But the matter was done. Even if Su Jiaoyi wanted to change his mind now, he couldn't. He could only go on like this. Su Juju watched Su Jiaoyi walk out of the dark room for a long time before sighing. She wanted to say something several times, but couldn't. She could only dissipate with a sigh. In the next 2 days, Xingluo Imperial City was still lively. Many academies have been eliminated in the past few hundred years, but the atmosphere in the Imperial City has not cooled down because of the departure of these people. On the contrary, it has continued to rise because of the intensity of the competition. 3 consecutive days of 7v7 team battles ignited the enthusiasm of the audience, and at the same time, they were looking forward to the second round of tomorrow's game. Huo Yuhao also spent these 2 days very peacefully. Because in the next 2 days, they encountered some not so strong opponents. Ma Xiao Tao and the others simply handed over all the power to the reserve team. During this period, their players also rotated, and only Huo Yuhao was always behind to provide auxiliary effects of shared spiritual detection. After every battle, they would bring out a small bench and sit at the back to share the spiritual detection, as if everything had nothing to do with them. In addition to his identity as the captain of the reserve team, the audience now calls him the captain of the slacking team. The main thing is to slack off and get by. Today, Huo Yuhao and others who had just finished a game were brought to the auction site by Wang Yan. Because it has been a long time, Huo Yuhao can't remember the general details of this time, but he only remembers that Huo Gua in the original book seems to have obtained the gold of living beings here. It seems that the Snow Emperor was also auctioned during this time period. But the Snow Emperor has now been subdued by him in advance, so what will be auctioned at the Xingluo Empire auction now? Will there be a 100,000 year soul beast embryo? Huo Yuhao is full of expectations for this. Today's auction is a special auction for soul guides. Since only soul guides below level 6 will be auctioned, the specifications are relatively low. According to the classification, it can only be considered a level 4 auction. Our Starlight Auction House's classification is from 1 to 5, with level 1 being the highest specification, and it is only in the main auction hall. A pretty etiquette lady, whose cheongsam was almost open on the upper thigh, said gently, explaining the rules of this auction house. After that, the group of people entered the number 12 auction hall. It is worth mentioning that for some reason, Xiao Xiao and the others always stood on the left side of Huo Yuhao, vaguely blocking the etiquette lady. As soon as they entered the number 12 auction hall, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and the group also received a pair of white masks from other etiquette ladies. After putting them on, they walked to the booth. Welcome all distinguished guests to the Starlight Auction House. Our auction is about to begin. Please take your seats. A beautiful female voice came from all around the auction house, and then a woman in a purple dress walked onto the stage from one side of the auction hall. The woman looked to be in her 30s, with a dignified appearance. The long skirt on her body outlined soft lines, showing her beauty. Especially with the charming expression on her face, she looked like a peach, making people want to take a bite. Su Sanchi, who was sitting next to her, had his eyes wide open, his Adam's apple rolled, and the sound of swallowing saliva was particularly conspicuous in the silent auction hall. This is the auctioneer. Generally speaking, whether it is an auction house or a large auction house like this, appearance is always the first factor when selecting an auctioneer. Not only does he have to be good looking, but he also has to be decent. A male auctioneer must have a decent appearance and must not have a negative appearance. A female auctioneer must be dignified and beautiful, or at least cater to the aesthetics of most people. In the audience, Bai Bei explained some common sense in the auction house. Huo Yuhao and others nodded in unison. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Huo Yuhao always felt that Zhang Nanan's eyes were obviously colder when she looked at Su Sanchi. Su Sanchi, as if he had a spider sense, took back the pig brother portrait without looking back. It was as if everything just now was just an illusion. The auctioneer on the stage also started today's auction after introducing himself. Our auction starts now. Please ask the staff to present today's first lot. After the words fell, 2 girls in red skirts pushed a school bus onto the auction stage. The cart was covered with a purple cloth, making it difficult to see the items inside. The 2 of them pushed the cart to the middle position before stopping, and at the same time lifted the cloth on it. Let today's first lot reveal its true face. A rectangular, 1-foot-long black soul guide was revealed in front of everyone. The 3rd-level offensive soul guide should be made by an intermediate soul master. The magic circle above does not look like a pure attack type. It should be a paralysis ray or poison. It's not as powerful as what I did. Huo Yuhao whispered. And after a long series of explanations, it ends with a sentence that is not as good as what I did. When Wang Yan first asked him to come to the auction house and said he wanted to buy a soul tool, Huo Yuhao had a suggestion. Not only is it expensive to buy soul tools from outside, but the quality is not necessarily good. The most important thing is that the money has been taken away by others, so it is better to buy something made by him or the academy. During this period of time, the development of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy has been greatly improved, and it is definitely incomparable with the Sun and Moon Empire. But compared to other countries it is more than enough. Especially the Soul Guidance device made by Huo Yuhao himself. He can guarantee that at this time, no low-level soul guidance device can do it better than him. But Wang Yan rejected his proposal on the grounds that it needed to be fully assembled and would not delay his cultivation. At that time, Huo Yuhao wanted to say that what he wanted to sell were elimination products, but it was difficult to say so directly, and that's what happened now. Wang Yan glanced at Huo Yuhao helplessly, but still did not agree. Because according to his vision, all reserve team members and regular team members should be equipped with appropriate soul guides. With so many people, Huo Yuhao alone is undoubtedly a fantasy. This was also the reason for his refusal. After a few more soul guide transitions, the ranking meeting finally came to an end. Dear distinguished guests, our mysterious gift is about to be unveiled, and this is also the last item to be auctioned tonight. Originally, his value would not appear in this auction house, but in order to thank all distinguished guests for their continued support of Starlight, with the permission of our chief auctioneer, this item was specially added. As he spoke, the auctioneer named Qing Ye's face turned crimson, as if he was drunk, and his voice became high-pitched. A cart was pushed out by the attendant. Different from the previous ones, this cart was much larger. The cloth on this big cart has also been replaced with a bright and eye-catching red. According to what the maid said, the grade of the items in Starlight Auction House is related to Mongolian cloth. The most precious color is gold, followed by red. The value of this lot can be seen from this piece of cloth. As soon as this lot was launched, Huo Yuhao's golden ball of luck started to react. Obviously, this lot has something to do with him, and it also carries his missing luck. Needless to say, this is one of Huo's cheats in the original work, and the most likely one is the living gold carving knife. Because this item does not look like an ice-exploded soul bone, let alone a 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo. Everyone must know what this mysterious gift is. I don't say that everyone should also know its value, rarity, and importance to the soul master. So, next, the auction begins. Kinja's words and Menbu appeared at the same time, and everyone's eyes were attracted. But to the disappointment of all the viewers, after the curtain was lifted, the big-name products inside were not dazzling and peerless treasures. But it is a carving knife that looks ordinary. The carving knife is about half a foot long and only as thick as a finger. From bottom to top, it changes from wide to narrow. The top is a sharp-looking tip, and the bottom is a sharp blade about half an inch wide. The whole is simple and dark, with faint patterns engraved on it. It exudes a faint aura of decay and is extremely gloomy. How could a person with strong spiritual power see through the surface decay and see the brilliance hidden within? Just like tea, it looks ordinary bitter on the outside, but it is sweet after entering the mouth. Most of the audience obviously couldn't see the mystery, but there were still some viewers who knew the origin of this carving knife. Seeing that there was some silence in the scene, a look of anxiety appeared on Kinja's face, and she quickly spoke out in an attempt to save the situation. The carving knife is a must-have for all soul masters, and a good carving knife is even more necessary to become a warning soul master. I believe everyone knows the ranking of carving knives, right? It contains the top 100 carving knives in Douluo continent and Sun Moon continent, most of which are in the Sun Moon Empire. The carving knife in front of everyone is the Xinbang carving knife. After Zibang Kdao said it, the eyes of everyone present changed, and everyone's eyes became intense. Wang Yan even spoke directly and looked at Huo Yuhao. At the same time, he was also ready to contact Qian Duoduo, Yan Shaiji, and the others. Because this time he was only preparing soul guides for the reserve team, he didn't prepare too many gold soul coins. Now that such a good thing came out, he would definitely try his best to fight for Huo Yuhao. At the same time, when he saw the carving knife, Electrolux, who had not spoken for a long time in Huo Yuhao's mind, also spoke. Yuhao, this is the gold of living beings. You have to get it no matter what the cost. He will be of great help to you. There was unconcealable excitement in Electrolux's voice. The audience present also began to get excited, and some impatient people began to urge Kinja to start bidding quickly. Seeing that the atmosphere in the audience was getting heated, Kinja on the stage was not in a hurry anymore. He looked at the carving knife on the cart with a somewhat regretful look. Don't be anxious, everyone. I believe everyone has always known the integrity of our Starlight Auction House. Therefore, in order to maintain credibility, I need to tell all the information about this lot, and the distinguished guests can decide whether to bid or not. As she spoke, Kinja's eyes became even more regretful. In her eyes, if this carving knife did not have this shortcoming, its value would be inestimable. Of course, if there were no such so-called shortcomings, it would not be her turn to host the auction. If this carving knife is a normal carving knife, its value will definitely not appear in this auction. The problem is that it is not normal. In the ranking list of carving knives, it ranks 99th, but its ability does not mean it can only rank 99th. In terms of ability, it is not an exaggeration to rank it in the top 30. The problem is, it's a cursed carving knife called the soul-eating carving knife. Before Qingya could finish her words, a knowledgeable soul master lost his voice and said, "Is this the soul-eating carving knife that can backfire on its master?" Qingya looked at this person in surprise and nodded. Yes, this carving knife has had a total of 37 owners in the history traced by our Starlight Auction House, spanning more than 3,000 years of history. Without exception, all the masters died tragically after obtaining the soul-eating carving knife. 9 of them even became evil soul masters. According to legend, the soul of a genius evil soul master resides in this fierce sword, which will lead people to evil, and eventually the owner will die. Qingya said, then changed the subject. But our Starlight Auction House can guarantee that as long as you don't inject soul power into it, it won't be counterattacked. Moreover, such a precious thing is also very good for collection. Chapter 85. After listening to Qingya's long introduction, everyone understood why an engraved knife on the list appeared at the 4th level auction. Many people who were eager to take photos remained silent. Although there is Qingya guarantee and Starlight Auction House's guarantee, the fact that it will curse the owner is still a thorn in the side. There is no guarantee that anyone who buys it back will not be cursed. It's a matter of life and death, and it's hard for anyone to be willing to take a gamble. In addition, as a red lot, it is destined to have a high price, which makes them think, is it worth spending at least 100,000 gold soul coins to buy such a broomstick home and collect it? Especially since the background and strength of everyone present are not very strong, this is also a problem. After all, it's just a level 4 auction. The starting price for the soul-eating carving knife is 100,000 gold soul coins, and each increase in price shall not be less than 5,000 gold soul coins. Dear guests, you can start bidding. Qingya said with a smile. Even though the scene was a little cold, it didn't affect her. But I still feel a little lost in my heart. According to her experience, this soul-eating carving knife is probably going to fail in the auction, but it is a pity that the Starlight Auction House provides benefits. You know, in order to sell this carving knife, Starlight Auction House itself gave extremely good preferential treatment. Not only did it appear in low-level auctions, but it also gave all auctioneers a promise. Any auctioneer who sells a soul-eating graver will receive a commission of 1% of the auction price. And these 100,000 gold soul coins are the commission from 1,000 gold soul coins, which is not a small amount for her. Just when there was some silence in the whole place, a voice sounded. 100,000 gold soul coins. Qingya looked over in surprise. She also didn't expect that someone would actually buy this murderous knife that was destined to fail to sell. At the same time, she was extremely excited. Not only was she getting a cut of 1,000 soul coins this time, but she was also getting a promotion. 100,000 gold soul coins once. 100,000 gold soul coins twice. 100,000 gold soul coins 3 times. After hitting the hammer 3 times in a row, no one responded. As expected, Huo Yuhao purchased the soul-eating carving knife for 100,000 gold soul coins. Well, the stuff belongs to him, the kind that comes from Shrek Academy. On the way back, Wang Yan looked at Huo Yuhao with a solemn expression. Yuhao, are you sure nothing will happen? Why don't you check with Mr. Xian first? Wang Yan asked worriedly. Over the years, the soul-eating carving knife has killed dozens of owners. It can be said that if Huo Yuhao hadn't insisted on it, he would never have agreed to buy it. But even now, he is still a little worried. Don't worry, Teacher Wang Yan, I have a sense of discretion. Huo Yuhao said, focusing on Wang Dong. Since Wang Dong entered the auction house today and saw the soul guides surrounding her, her face was full of disgust. It's like these soul guides are dirty and filthy things. Huo Yuhao was also somewhat impressed by this. It seems that it is because of a seal set by a pure person who cannot be named. In the original work, it was because of this incident that Huo Guai entered Wang Dong's sea of consciousness and was counterattacked. Even further thinking, Huo Yuhao felt that from that time on, Huo Gua's spirit had been invaded, which in turn led to the subsequent dog training in Qunqin Valley. Looking at Wang Dong, he had no further thoughts. Although his strength is not weak now, he is still unsure of directly contacting that consciousness. Although he believed in the strength of the Luck Golden Ball and the semi-complete Electrolux, and did not think that the sect leader could influence him with just one consciousness. He was still unwilling to take risks. Without him, the benefits are too small and the risks are too high. Who would be willing to change it? With this thought in mind, the group of people walked out of the auction house and returned to their hotel rooms. Practice until night. Sister Xiao, please get out as soon as you finish taking a shower. Lying cross-legged on the bed, Huo Yuhao looked helplessly at Ma Xiao, who was only wrapped in a bath towel in front of him. Although her body was tightly wrapped in a bath towel, and nothing out of the ordinary could be seen, this scene, coupled with the wet hair, can be associated with a lot of things, right? Especially since he had many close contacts with Ma Xiao. Just looking at it like this now, I can still think of the hot body in it. Hey, little brother Yuhao, how about my sister sleeping with you tonight? Ma Xiao ignored Huo Yuhao's rejection because of his lust. He put his hand on Huo Yuhao's shoulder and was about to go to bed. When he was working overtime to practice, an inappropriate voice appeared. Bang bang! There was a knock on the door of Huo Yuhao's room from outside. There was a knock on the door, disrupting the atmosphere that Ma Xiao had finally built. Her face froze. When she looked at Huo Yuhao again, she found that he was also looking at her. The embarrassed look on his face flashed away, and what followed was a look of shame and annoyance. Who doesn't have a good eye and dares to disturb my good deeds? Ma Xiao cursed angrily, put on her long skirt naturally, and opened the door. Wang Dong stood at Huo Yuhao's door nervously. When she heard Ma Xiao's voice coming from the door, she was stunned for a moment, feeling a little strange. Why can't I hear a woman's voice in Huo Yuhao's room? And it sounded like the voice of the senior named Ma Xiao. The next moment, the person who opened the door confirmed her suspicion. Wang Dong, why are you here so late at night? Ma Xiao looked at Wang Dong outside the door and said unceremoniously. The interruption of good things made her very angry now. Wang Dong's face also froze. Looking at the menacing Ma Xiao, he had the inexplicable idea of catching someone raped. Especially when he looked at Ma Xiao's slightly wet hair, it was not difficult to imagine what had just happened. But then he threw these messy things out of his mind. No, I came here to ask Huo Yuhao about the soul guide. But senior sister, why are you still in Huo Yuhao's room so late? If word of this spreads out, the reputation of being alone will not be good for the senior sister and Yuhao, right? Facing Wang Dong's counterattack, Ma Xiao became interested. He looked at Wang Dong with interest. What's wrong with this? Yuhao and I practice like this every day. Ma Xiao said, accentuating the words every day and cultivation, as if she meant something. Huo Yuhao looked at the two people outside the room, feeling inexplicably like a Shura field. In order to avoid trouble, he disappeared into the room with a single movement of his body, while the two people outside the room were still arguing with each other, completely unaware that the real owner had left this world. Funny. Huo Yuhao on the other side made no secret of the fact that he could travel to another world. Today, he is strong enough to ignore most of the rules. His normal combat power is comparable to that of a titled Douluo. After cheating, ordinary Super Douluo can't do anything to him. Coupled with Mr. Mew's full support, it can be said that unless the mechanical god descends, he can ignore it. And the Deus Ex Machina doesn't need to worry too much. After all, Electrolux in the depths of his consciousness is not a vegetarian. At the same time, the reason why he was so blatant also had other considerations. For example, now he can also attract some people who are close to him and start to develop in both worlds. Because he has laid a solid foundation in the Navy, although he is still a little young now, with his strength, he can already garrison a branch base. It goes without saying much about Shrek Academy. Now his status is second only to Mr. Mew. Let alone something that is beneficial to Shrek, even if it is something that has little benefit, as long as Huo Yuhao is willing, he will fully support it. As for the intention of stationing the branch base in the pirate world, Huo Yuhao wanted to choose the naval branch base in Shampoo Islands. Because there is direct access to Fishman Island. Those Murlocs in the Murloc Island are simply born with martial souls and holy bodies. He is born with a strong body, and his martial soul has a high probability of awakening his own type. After being integrated into the Wuhan system, it is simply a standard basic unit. The most important thing is the Fishman Princess who can control the Sea King type. If he could control his own power, it would also be of great help to Huo Yuhao's plan. In addition, the Chambord Islands are a mixed bag, with all kinds of people there. As long as the commotion is not too big and the navy is there to cover it, he can develop with peace of mind for a while. The transformation of the navy can also start from this. Only funds are still open to discussion. After all, no matter what world, money is very important. Huo Yuhao's preference is definitely the Golden Emperor, Tizero. Not only because there is enough wealth, it is best to be connected to some extent, but as a devil fruit ability user, he should also improve after awakening his martial soul. The most important thing is that they have a common enemy, the world government, to be precise, it should be the celestial dragons. But with his current status, he can only try to make contact. In addition, the funds from the branch base and the planned Fishman Island can be used as sources of funds. Of course, those pirates cannot be let go, and they can also be used for training soldiers. It can serve multiple purposes with one stone. While thinking this, Huo Yuhao had already walked out of the dormitory and saw Ace walking towards him. Behind him were Garp, Luffy, and Nami. Seeing their neat faces facing each other, Huo Yuhao roughly knew why they came to him. "Hey, why is Lieutenant General Garp free to take care of his grandson today?" After making a joke, Garp did not reply. His burly figure flashed and disappeared. "Old man, when did you think you could take advantage of me?" Huo Yuhao curled his lips and complained, then suddenly turned around and punched Garp's fist. Two fists entwined with armed domineering energy collided, and the majestic momentum spread around the two of them. As expected, Huo Yuhao was knocked several meters away, but was not injured. With his current strength, he is already comparable to the slightly weaker Lieutenant General of the headquarters, but there is still no comparison with Garp. "Boy, I heard that you want to go to the Chambord Islands to garrison. It's not enough to look like this," Garp said with a serious face, without the usual playful expression on his face. He knew a thing or two about Huo Yuhao's ambition, but he didn't care. Everyone has their own ideas, and all he can do as an old man is guidance. At most, he will be a little moved when facing Luffy and Ace, but when they decide to do something, even if he likes it, it won't be completely stopped. Therefore, he will not forcefully interfere with Huo Yuhao's future path and the future paths of Luffy and Ace. What he has to do is to test whether their courage can support his sailing direction. Huo Yuhao, who was questioned by Garp, looked at Garp with excitement. "Haha, old man, it's finally time for me to take revenge. You have to be careful, don't let me swell your head." As Huo Yuhao spoke, he flapped his wings behind him and flew into the sky. A long sword appeared in his hand at some point. Emperor Sword Bingji Wushuan. Two blood-red soul rings appeared under him, and a huge sword fell from the sky. The huge ice crystal sword smashed in front of the sailors' dormitory, causing a huge noise. Countless sailors thought it was an earthquake and hurriedly ran out. Then he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Garp and Huo Yuhao. It turned out to be just fighting. What a ghost! What the hell is this? Huo Yuhao, who is the same age as them, is actually fighting against the naval hero, Lieutenant General Garp? Did I not wake up? A sailor returned to his dormitory in a daze. The battle outside is naturally not over. The ice crystal sword fell to the ground, and there was no movement from Garp. Naturally, Huo Yuhao didn't think that Garp would be eliminated so easily by him. After losing his target, his instinct was definitely wrong. He immediately switched his martial soul back and turned on the mental detection. At the same time, a figure appeared behind him. "Hey, little bastard, you underestimate the enemy. Fire God Shiranui." The third soul skill, Hua Sheyun. Rubber Finger Gun. 3 consecutive attacks hit Garp, and the unprepared Garp was shot to the ground. His whole body was charred and blackened by the flames, and a smoke ring came out of his mouth. "Old man, have you forgotten us?" 3 voices sounded together, and Luffy, Ace, and Nami looked at Garp with increasingly evil eyes. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 whole years. They can be said to have to bear the Iron Fist every year, and now they are finally at the time of their violent kapu, it's time to revenge. Who can miss such a good thing? Old man, look at me, the Rubber King. Luffy, who had the most impulsive personality, was the first to rush towards Garp, but before he could finish his words, Garp grabbed his hand and tied it around his mouth into a round ball, throwing it like a bowling ball. As soon as the fight started, one person was missing, leaving Huo Yuhao and others with their mouths twitching and their foreheads helplessly raised. "Luffy, I really have your..." The sharing of mental detection was extended to Nami and Ace, and the 3 entered a fighting state. Try our exciting combo skills. Ice Crystal World. The first soul skill, Freezing Cloud. The fourth soul skill, Cumulonimbus. Shiranui Ice Flame. Chapter 86. Warring States and Zifa looked at the battle ahead. What do you think about Huo Yuhao's plan to go to the Shampoo Islands to garrison? How can I see that? I stood and watched. They are strong enough, but they are too young. I am worried about being seduced by pirates. Ah, yes, you are right. Especially the two grandsons of Kapuna, we need to pay special attention to them. His sons all went to join the revolutionary army. Yet. Warring States. What the hell did you learn from that little brat Huo Yuhao? Warring States roared, but Zifa curled his lips indifferently. It could be said that Warring States' roar had no impact on him at all. He even felt a little happy when he saw Senguo's face covered in black lines. I thought to myself, what this little brat said is really interesting. I'll have to remember more next time. I laughed secretly in my heart, but what I said was completely different from what I thought. If you want to ask my opinion, then let him go. Although he didn't care about Warring States' anger, Zifa still put away his smile and said seriously. In the past few years, with Huo Yuhao, Luffy and the others around, even the hard-hearted Zifa is no longer so dull. In the past few years, he has also poured his feelings for his deceased relatives into Huo Yuhao and others. You have so much confidence in them? The pirates in the Shampoo Islands are not easy to suppress, and our navy does not have much deterrence there. Warring States said with a solemn expression. But it's okay that he didn't say anything. When Zifa mentioned this, a sneer appeared on his face. Haha, why don't you, the marshal, know that there is no deterrent? A green onion stuck in a pig's nose, what does it look like? Another golden sentence came out, and the black on Senguo's forehead became a little darker. As the marshal of the navy, he naturally knew why the navy did not have much deterrence in the Chambord Islands. Because it was a lawless place tacitly approved by the world's nobles, the celestial dragons, and the world's government. If this were not the case, the navy would definitely gain greater benefits by dispatching vice-admiral or even admiral-level naval forces to garrison there. You must know that garrisoning at the Chambord Islands and garrisoning at the Upside Down Mountain are two different concepts. Although stationed at Upside Down Mountain can completely intercept pirates from all over the world, you will also have to withstand the counterattack of the pirate group. Although most pirates are bloodthirsty, greedy, and immoral. But this kind of thing that undermines the foundation of pirates will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of all pirates, which will lead to changes in the world structure. The navy just didn't have enough power to suppress pirates all over the world, so it could only acquiesce to this method. But it's different when stationed in the Shampoo Islands. Not only can it suppress half-grown pirates, but it can also solve the problem of pirates from the root. At the same time, it also leaves a way out for pirates. After all, there are still many roads to the New World, and some pirates who are strong and lucky can still go there. But the problem comes again. This lawless place is tacitly approved by the world government. Therefore, the naval base in the Shampoo Islands only serves a symbolic purpose and does not usually encircle and suppress pirates. This was also the reason why the Warring States period did not want Huo Yuhao and the others to station at the Shampoo Islands naval base. His expectations for these children are comparable to or even surpass those of the three generals. Naturally, I don't want them to go through this muddy water. And the battle on the battlefield is coming to an end. Although the three of them were fighting hard, they were still far from Garp's strength, especially in terms of physical strength. A 2-hour battle. Even Huo Yuhao was exhausted and most of his soul power was consumed. Not to mention Nami and Ace, who left the show early. But the old man Garp was still in high spirits, as if he had eaten a Snickers bar. He dodged and avoided Garp's punch with armed domineering force. He turned around and struck out with a flying slash, but was easily defeated by Garp's punch. You little bastard, you still have to practice, I haven't used all my strength yet. After listening to Garp's words, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he almost thought he was in the world of Naruto. Old man, your next sentence won't be that you also want to dance, right? Huo Yuhao said as he launched several more flying slashes, but they were still easily blocked by Garp. Dance? What do you mean? Although Garp didn't understand what Huo Yuhao meant, he could tell that it wasn't a compliment. He immediately stopped holding back and rushed towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao smiled slyly. His face was full of a smile that showed success after doing bad things. Nami, who had been hidden by Huo Yuhao's mimic soul skills, appeared. As their soul powers merged, the surrounding space seemed to be stripped away. The sky outside is clear, but inside it is a world of ice and snow. The strangest thing is that what falls in this ice and snow world is not snow, but fire. There was thunder flashing above. Huo Yuhao and Nami also disappeared, replaced by a beautiful blonde girl. His appearance is very similar to Nami, but his eyes are pure gold. In this world, I am the absolute master. Are you ready to be beaten? After the words, which could not be distinguished between men and women, fell, Garp's face was full of solemnity. He actually felt a threat from Huo Yuhao or Nami. A threat enough to threaten his life. Although this feeling is very faint, it is indeed there, which cannot help but be cautious. Ha 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 ha, you two little guys always like to do these weird things, then let's see how I can blow up this space of yours. Garp said, his whole body's aura was condensed, and the jet-black armed domineering energy was almost solidified, with faint purple light flowing in it. Huo Yuhao was not polite either. As he said, as the leader, he is really no different from a god in this space. Wind, snow, thunder, fire, these incompatible elements can be perfectly integrated in his hands, exerting greater power. Countless thunderbolts fell on Garp, but they could not hit Garp. Huo Yuhao looked hard. The old man has something. If you are so good at hiding, then I want to see how you can dodge with this move. As he spoke, the whole world rioted. The scene of ice, snow, fire, and thunder raging like a natural disaster forced Garp to stop, and he could only be beaten passively. Just when Huo Yuhao was hitting Zheng Huan, Garp, who had been passively beaten, suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Garp punched Huo Yuhao on the head. Huo Yuhao felt a pain in his head, and his whole soul power fell into a stagnant state, and he automatically withdrew from the martial soul fusion skill and the judgment of the goddess of fate. Damn old man, you are so harsh. Huo Yuhao and Nami were sitting on the ground. The punch just made their heads bulge so big. It hurts a lot now. Haha, you guys, you are quite capable. I recognize you. Huo Yuhao, Ace, I'm here to help you. Old man, look at my big rubber gun. Huo Yuhao and others followed the sound and happened to see Luffy wearing a straw hat rushing over and punching Garp in the face with his right hand. Looking at Garp's expression again, the three of them stood up and left this place of right and wrong. Nami even glanced at Luffy sympathetically. Sure enough, not long after the three turned around, a creepy voice came. The three of them could only silently mourn for Luffy, but they couldn't help the smiles on their lips. Hey, who is this? From which fox den did he come out? As soon as he came out of the pirate world, he saw Ma Xiaotao looking at him with a smile. Although Ma Xiaotao was smiling, she couldn't hide the murderous intent. Obviously, Ma Xiaotao is still a little bit worried about what happened yesterday. Yes, she and Wang Dong were talking yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, Huo Yuhao disappeared. Who could she ask to reason with? She stayed on guard all day today, just to catch Huo Yuhao as soon as possible. Of course, I was also curious about where Huo Yuhao went yesterday, and he disappeared quietly. Sister Xiaotao, why did you sleep at my place last night? Huo Yuhao smiled, rolled his eyes and wanted to run away, but his right hand was blocked. The soft feeling coming from his right arm made him not want to pull away. Okay, let's go have breakfast, the game is about to start. Ma Xiaotao said, and the two of them walked to the cafeteria hand in hand. As for yesterday's incident, she did not ask specifically about it. She believed that sooner or later, Huo Yuhao would take the initiative to tell her. Everyone who saw Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao holding hands intimately had their own thoughts. After having breakfast, the group headed to Douluo Square to prepare for today's game. Today is already the fourth day, the knockout round has ended, and the next battle will be more intense. Of course, this intensity is relative. For Huo Yuhao and others, even if they are a team, it is not a problem to single out the contestants in the entire Douluo Square. The only difference is how long it takes. The two sides entered the waiting area, and the captains of both sides came to the stage to draw lots. On the competition stage, the referee walked to the middle and used a loudspeaker to spread his voice throughout Douluo Square. Huo Yuhao and others walked to the waiting area and waited for the draw to be completed. However, the person who drew lots this time was the entire captain Ma Xiaotao, not the vice-captain Huo Yuhao. As the draw begins, the referee will also announce the draw results. Shrek vs. Thousand Spirits Academy, Team battle. After the words fell, Huo Yuhao was just about to go on stage like a few days ago when Ma Xiao Tao stopped him. Yuhao, you don't want to go this time. In the next battle, the selected members will fight together with the candidate members. You and I will fight together. We will only fight when we encounter strong enemies. After Ma Xiao Tao finished speaking, Huo Yuhao understood what she meant. This is to preserve strength. But it doesn't matter to him. He can't directly improve his strength, he can only gain fame. And the so-called reputation is the last thing he needs now. After all, fame can't be exchanged for luck, right? After the decision, the main team members who will be the first to take the field this time are the attack-type Soul Master Dai Yaeheng, the control-type Soul Master Ling Luosheng, the auxiliary-type Soul Master Gong Yang Mo, the defense-type Soul Master Su Sanchi, the agility-type Soul Master the Master Nanman Yuner, the powerful attack Soul Master Wang Dong, and the powerful attack Soul Master Wu Feng. Such a standard 3-power attack, 1 defense, 1 support, 1 agility attack, and 1 control lineup. There is no suspense in the subsequent battle. Although the candidate players were weak, they still won easily with the support of the 3 main players. The Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy in the Douluo Empire is actually not weak either. There are 4 defense-type Soul Masters who cooperate with each other tacitly and are from the same sect, and their combat effectiveness is tyrannical. But still lost. It also allowed the audience present to truly see Shrek's strength. There were several days of fighting after that, as if they were deliberately arranged, and they didn't meet any decent opponents until the top 16. They didn't even come up with a lineup with more than 3 regular players, and they pushed it all the way. During this period, Huo Yuhao also took time to study the use of the life gold with Electrolux. After discussing with several residents of the Sea of Consciousness, part of the life force contained in it will be used for Electrolux as a body container. The other part Huo Yuhao plans to wait until he obtains a full set of soul bones, and then awakens them with the essence of life to make one suitable for himself. Arms. As for Electrolux's body, it cannot be made yet. Because a body formed solely from the gold of living beings is not ideal and needs to be neutralized by other things. For example, Wanzai Xianbing marrow. Such as grass jelly. These are all traceable things. Ever since they met Electrolux, he treated him as his apprentice and taught Huo Yuhao basically everything he knew. Therefore, when it comes to reshaping his body, Huo Yuhao will try his best even if he cannot achieve the most perfect state. Yi Lao said it didn't matter. After all, I have been waiting for this for so many years, so there is no shortage of time. The fight is over. Yuhao, do you want to go shopping in Xingluo City together? Ma Xiao Tao asked, holding Huo Yuhao's arm. Da, Sister Xiao Tao, I have something to do today. You and Xiao Xiao and the others should go shopping. Huo Yuhao quickly rejected Ma Xiao Tao's proposal. If he was pulled over, he would be walking around in silence. Shopping is still secondary. After all, except for Zhang Nanan, no one is short of money. It's mainly a waste of time, just shopping for a whole day without buying anything. Who can stand this? And he is really in trouble today. What's the matter with you? Are you going to have a private meeting with some vixen outside? Ma Xiao Tao looked at Huo Yuhao with eyes that became increasingly unkind, and even put her hands in her arms harder. I really have something to go to see Lao Deng. I want to ask about the soul ring. Feeling the increasingly hot temperature around him, Huo Yuhao quickly explained aloud to prevent his arm from feeling half comfortable and half painful. Soul core? Are you going to condense your soul core so soon? Ma Xiao Tao was confused for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, it was almost time. According to Huo Yuhao's current soul power strength, he should learn about the condensed soul core now so that he can use it after he obtains the 6th soul ring. Because Huo Yuhao's 6th soul ring must also be at the 100,000 year level. Why are you looking for Din Qian? He knows nothing about soul core. I will take you to find my master. Friend's new book. Naruto, the first brother of Konoha police. Police traveled to the world of Naruto. As an Uchiha police officer, he was looked at with disgust by the villagers every day. He clearly enforced the law impartially but was cast aside. Those ninjas who do evil things are worshipped. In the middle of the night, Jing Ai thought about it. Uchiha ranked among the top 3 in every battle from the first to the third battle. As a hero of Konoha, why is this happening? Until this law enforcement, the police woke up the system. From then on, the disgusted eyes of the villagers became clear, and the arrogant attitude of the ninja became respectful. Many years later, when Otsutsuki Ishiki was in the interrogation room, looking at the law enforcement recorders leaving and the batons that were buzzing with electricity, at that moment he just felt that the sky was falling. Chapter 87. In a room at the Xinhuang Hotel, Yan Shaiji boasted about his research on martial spirits and also stepped on Qian Duo. After this, Yan Shaiji stopped talking nonsense and told the details of the soul core and the general method of condensation. When a soul master's soul power is cultivated to the level of titled Douluo, it will transform from the original liquid to the solid state. After completing the solid state transformation, it will reach the bottleneck of level 90. When obtaining a low poly soul ring to become a titled Douluo, this bottleneck is a chasm that is difficult to cross for most soul masters. This is why there are many soul Douluos, but the number of titled Douluos is extremely limited. According to historical records, there were far fewer titled Douluos 10,000 years ago than there are now. There were more than 10 clearly recorded titled Douluos in a generation. Even in the generation of the first generation of the Shrek 7 Devils, the number of titled Douluos was far less than it is now. Soul masters of other levels are far from comparable to now. There are many reasons for this. In addition to the development of soul masters and the improvement of overall quality, one of the most important reasons is the soul core. From this, the importance of the soul core can be seen. Yan Shaiji first talked about the use of the soul core, and added historical materials 10,000 years ago to support his words. He made sense and well-founded, better than Qian Duo's talk about soul guides. It can be seen that although what he said at the beginning was a bit of bragging, it was generally correct. At least it was not pure drag. After talking about the importance of soul cores, the next thing is the method of condensation. The transformation from liquid to solid is simple to say, but it is actually extremely difficult. The first problem is the quantity and quality of soul power. Most people only have the foundation for transformation and the qualification to condense soul cores after reaching level 89, after precipitation, and obtaining the 9th soul ring. Then the next question came. The condensation of solid soul power. How, even if it is a titled Douluo of the same level, the gap is sometimes a world of difference. Do you know why? Another long list of explanations, ending with a question. Huo Yuhao almost thought he was still listening to a class. And Yan Shaiji was giving a lecture on the podium. But the situation is similar, except that this is not a classroom. I think it's the quality of the martial soul, the quality of the soul ring, and the difference in soul bones. But since you asked, it must be related to the soul core, right? As soon as Huo Yuhao finished speaking, Yan Shaiji nodded and continued to explain without keeping him in suspense. What you said is indeed correct. The stronger the martial soul, the stronger the power it can exert when combined with soul power. But the stronger the martial soul, the greater the total amount of soul power required during the cultivation process. This is also one of the reasons why the ultimate martial soul becomes more difficult to cultivate as time goes on. Because the martial soul can also store a part of the soul power. And the stronger the martial soul, the more soul power it stores. Take the most obvious example. As we all know, after a soul master reaches the level of soul saint, he can use the martial soul true body. If you have studied this stage, you will find that the soul power contained in the martial soul true body of each soul saint is different. Moreover, the soul power of the martial soul true body is often much greater than your total. Why do soul masters enter a weak state after using it? In addition to physical overload, it is also related to the excessive consumption of soul power of the martial soul. Yan Shaiji explained, almost breaking all the knowledge into pieces and explaining it to Huo Yuhao. Back to the topic, after the quantity and quality of soul power meet the standards, the liquid soul power can be converted into solid soul power, but in the process of compressing soul power, the physical fitness requirements for the soul master are also extremely high. Because the body is like a container for storing soul power, when the soul power is converted from liquid to solid, it will generate huge energy. If the body is not strong enough, it may even explode and die in serious cases. After another explanation, Yan Shaiji looked at Huo Yuhao seriously. Huo Yuhao couldn't ask this question for no reason. Since he asked this question, it is very likely that he wants to condense the soul core. So, Yan Shaiji wanted to persuade Huo Yuhao and tell him how dangerous this matter is. But looking at Huo Yuhao's eyes, he knew that he probably couldn't persuade him. After thinking about it, he decided to give his full support. Yuhao, don't try it easily. When you absorb your 6th soul ring, you can try to condense the soul ring, but you must be in Shrek Academy. At that time, we will protect you, and even if you fail, it won't be too dangerous. Huo Yuhao nodded. Even if Yan Shaiji didn't say it, he wouldn't just condense a spirit ring. After all, he's not a fool. Again, if he didn't rely on Mu Lao, the big mountain in Shrek Academy, and had to rely on himself, wouldn't he have joined Shrek in vain? Don't worry, I'm not a fool, I know. It's just that I have a lot of spirit power now, so I'll learn about it in advance and be prepared first, so I won't be in a hurry later. Huo Yuhao said, and at this moment, the door was suddenly opened. Qian Duoduo's face suddenly darkened when he saw the people in the conference room. Yan Shaiji, you bastard, are you here to steal my disciple again? Starlight Auction House. Huo Yuhao and his group came here again. The only difference from last time was that this time it was not Wang Yan who came with his reserve team, but everyone present from Shrek Academy. The main selected players, candidate players, Qian Duoduo, Yan Shaiji, Suanzi, and Song Lao all came. What he is participating in is no longer a secondary auction, but the top auction of Starlight Auction House. At this time, Yan Shaiji and Qian Duoduo were walking in front of the team. Because Huo Yuhao was in Yan Shaiji's room, Qian Duoduo still thought that Yan Shaiji wanted to kidnap Huo Yuhao. The eyes glared, filled with murderous intent. You money maniac, I told you that Yuhao came to me to ask about the soul core. Why are you so petty? Yan Shaiji was stared at and speechless. I didn't know this, so I thought I was cheating on him. It seems a bit similar. But that's not the point. The point is that although he had an idea, he didn't put it into practice. Who can bear the injustice done to him by this amount of money? Oh, you've all got the stolen goods. You were caught in bed and raped in the room, and you still dare to quibble. Fuck, believe it or not, if you don't believe it, I will pull you down. Listening to the quarrel between Yan Shaiji and Qian Duoduo, Huo Yuhao couldn't stand it any longer. Those who didn't know it thought he was who he was. A group of people walked all the way through the special passage of the auction house. Because they already knew the identities of everyone in Shrek, the group was able to pass through a special passage and directly enter the venue of the top auction without checking. At the same time, the receptionist Kinja also told them that they would be given an exclusive VIP room this time. The treatment is much better than before. After everyone came in, a girl who must be a waiter walked to the wall, raised her slender white right hand and pressed it against the wall. A magical scene appeared. Light patterns in the form of water waves appear on the surrounding walls. Immediately afterwards, a layer of light rippled like ripples on the water. A passage completely different from the outside world appeared. The entire passage has a white jade-like texture. Whether it is the floor, top, or walls, they are all paved with a translucent white jade. This is the #1 auction room where we hold top-level auctions, and only the most distinguished guests will be invited to enter here to participate in the bidding. This time, I also had the opportunity to enter here because of the honor of all the distinguished guests. As she said that, Qingya smiled gently. His aura particularly attracted Wang Yan and Su Sanqi. Apparently, both were very good at this bite. No, to be more precise, it was Wang Yanhao who said this, and Su Sanqi was simply lustful. After walking into the passage, a room of 200 square meters appeared in front of everyone. The decoration inside is extremely luxurious. The tables and chairs are made of precious wood and decorated with jade. After such a set, the gold soul coins to be spent can be measured in units of tens of thousands. Entering inside, one cannot but sigh with emotion at how wealthy Starlight Auction House is. Let me introduce the rules of our top auction to all distinguished guests. As Kinja spoke, the two girls in long skirts who had been prepared for a long time walked to the smooth wall and pressed lightly, causing a soft halo to shine on the entire wall. The light gradually became stronger, and the wall gradually turned into a huge screen. As if seeing the novelty in everyone's eyes, Kinja explained. This is a light guide screen specially customized by our auction house in the Sun and Moon Empire. It and the new magic circle are not driven by soul power, but a kind of ore from the Sun and Moon Empire. Its cost and consumption are quite huge. Qingya said. Qian Duoduo reached out and touched it, and also learned the details of this soul tool. It's not very useful. The output frequency is too low and too fragile. Moreover, the core array has been modified. There are some problems inside. Qian Duoduo said, almost clearly saying that he was taken advantage of. In fact, he said it relatively tactfully, but Kinja still understood the meaning. The corners of his mouth twitched, but there was no additional expression. In order to maintain the privacy of VIP guests participating in the premiere auction, bidding and viewing of the lots will take place in the room. In this auction, I will explain the auction items to everyone, while these two maids will help the distinguished guests bid. At the same time, all food and drinks in the room are free. Qingye said, and the auction began. In the light guide screen, on the originally empty stage, a woman in a red dress who looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old came onto the stage. The woman's appearance is extremely beautiful, and her body development is comparable to that of Ma Xiao Tao. Especially when set against the red skirt, her exposed skin is as white and tender as snow, giving people endless reverie. Hello distinguished guests, I am today's auctioneer Juju, and I am honored to host this top-notch auction. Your time is precious, so I won't waste it for a long time. Now, please appreciate today's first auction. After talking for a long time, he made a please motion with his left hand. Suddenly, the screen turned, and an item appeared on the soul guidance screen on the entire wall. How can this Juju auctioneer be understood by the court of the Star Luo Empire? And it looks familiar. Among the crowd, Dai Yuehan asked with some confusion. He could recognize that this was the understanding of the palace, but he obviously did not recognize that Juju would be someone from the royal family. This distinguished guest has good eyesight. Juju auctioneer is the chief auctioneer of our Starlight auction house. He is also the only gold-level auctioneer. Only when the auction items are worth more than 100 million, he will wear a golden auction uniform and preside over the auction. At the same time, auctioneer Juju is also the youngest sister of His Majesty the current emperor. It's just that she once said that no matter what her status is, she is just the auctioneer in the auction house, so we don't address her as Your Highness. Qingye glanced at Dai Yuehan in surprise, obviously not expecting him to recognize him. But he didn't care and explained the reason generously. Her words also aroused everyone's surprise. Obviously they did not expect that a princess of a country could actually be an auctioneer. Tiger Soul Refining Knife. An 8th level near-body soul guide. The material of the shovel is the right arm bone produced by the 10,000 years tyrannical tiger soul beast. It can be used to fix the soul bone skill tyrannical slash. At the same time, it can also increase the attack power of similar soul skills by 50%. The long-lasting voice sounded at the right time, exactly the same as the last auction I experienced. The advantages and disadvantages of this lot are vividly displayed. Whether it is advantages or disadvantages, everyone knows it clearly. The only difference is that in the past, there were some low-level or mid-level soul tools, but this time, it was a priceless top-level 8th level soul tool. In addition to relying on the energy of the soul bone, the core array itself is also made of amber crystal gold. No wonder it can solidify the power of the soul bone. But, looking at it like this, it's probably produced by the Mingdatang of the Sun and Moon Empire, right? Qian Duo said in a deep voice. The next second, Long Juju's words confirmed his guess. This tyrant soul refining sword came from the Mingdatang of the Sun and Moon Empire. I think the mention of Mingdatang is enough to illustrate its quality. It is not impossible for the 7-ringed soul saint to use this sword, even if he crosses the level and fights Soul Douluo. The atmosphere at the scene was also ignited. Huo Yuhao couldn't see the situation in other auction halls, but it could be seen from Dai Yuehan's expression that he wanted it very much. Also, his martial spirit itself is a tiger-type martial spirit. Except for the slightly inappropriate attributes, this soul guidance device allows him to use it until he becomes a titled Douluo. As for a titled Douluo, it would take him at least decades to have a chance to break through. It's viewing time. The starting price of the Tyrant Soul Refining Knife is 600,000 gold soul coins, and each increase in price shall not be less than 5,000 gold soul coins. The bidding starts now. 5 people bid more within 1 minute, which is when the auction is completed. After long words fell, in the light screen in front, the Tyrant Soul Refining Sword that originally occupied the entire screen turned into a background board, and a huge number of 600,000 appeared on the screen. Within a few seconds of this number appearing, someone offered 600,000 gold soul coins. The competition officially begins at this moment. Chapter 88. 700,000. 1 million. 1.5 million. The numbers in the light frequency rose wildly, and there was no sign of slowing down until 1.5 million. Seeing the upward trend slow down, Su Juju also knew that the atmosphere was almost in place. For the final transaction price, she planned to add more fuel. Dear guests, after careful analysis by our auction house. Without considering the soul guide craftsmanship, the material value of this Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Sword is about 600,000 gold soul coins. This is also the source of our starting price. And its actual value should be conservatively estimated to be more than 1.3 million gold soul coins. I personally think that the price-performance ratio of this Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Sword is still very good. As Sujuju said, the price on the light screen rose again as expected. The only difference is that the increase is far less than at the beginning, and it is basically in units of 10,000. 1,560,000 gold soul coins. In the number 1 VIP room, Dai Yuheng said with blood dripping in his heart. As early as the beginning, he explained that this purchase of the soul guide was his own personal behavior, and he could pay for it himself. But what he didn't expect was that the price of this soul guide is as high as 1.56 million gold soul coins. You have to know that he has been in the Shrek supervisory group for so long, and his savings are only a few 100,000 gold soul coins. If he wants to buy this soul guide, he must rely on the financial support of his family. Fortunately, this is Xingluo Imperial City, which is also the base camp of the Dai family. It is not difficult to raise funds here. Princess Juju, wearing a red dress, appeared on the screen again, smiling and bowing slightly. Obviously, the transaction price of the auction item just now exceeded a certain threshold, which was a good start. This good omen also made her happier. Thank you for your support for this auction. Now, let's start the second auction item. Although they are disposable consumables, but they are very rare, and it is not easy to get this set. Dear guests, please look. After Sujuju finished speaking, the soul guide screen changed again. This time the screen on the entire wall was divided into 12 areas. The objects in each area look somewhat similar. They are all cylinders, with one end tapered and the other side cylindrical. The shape is the same. The only difference is the color. It seems to be forged with different metals. Fixed soul guide shells. Qian Duoduo said solemnly. Obviously, he didn't expect that such a good thing would appear at this auction. After that, more than a dozen items were successfully sold, which made the atmosphere on the scene much more lively. Especially the appearance of the finale and the main items, which completely mobilized the atmosphere on the scene. Princess Juju's figure appeared on the big screen again. Her smiling face made people feel close to her. The next two items will be the highlight of today. I believe that all the distinguished guests will be interested. You must seize the opportunity. As Princess Juju spoke, light and shadow flashed, and a soul bone that was magnified many times appeared on the soul guide screen. This soul bone was presented in emerald green, and the emerald green halo flowed and fluctuated on it, as if there was emerald green liquid inside. From the appearance, this is a left arm soul bone. On the green body, there is a faint white mist. Because it is magnified many times, it can make people feel its strangeness. On the green surface of this arm bone, there seem to be small crystals. Crystal clear, just like a gemstone. Compared with it, the previous soul bones are eclipsed and obviously not in the same grade. But to be honest, Huo Yuhao also has more than one soul bone of this grade. Let alone those superstandard soul bones, the soul bones provided by Yan Shaiji, Xian Liner and Purple-Eyed Crow are much stronger than it. The real attraction of this soul bone to Huo Yuhao is that it resonates with Huo Yuhao's external scorpion armor soul bone. Is this the left arm bone of the ice jade scorpion that appeared in the original work? Huo Yuhao thought in his heart, and cursed in the depths of his sea of consciousness. How could it be? Asshole! Two voices suddenly sounded in Huo Yuhao's mind at the same time. The first one belonged to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, and the second one naturally belonged to Ice Emperor. In Huo Yuhao's perception, the spirit of Snow Emperor also permeated. But without Huo Yuhao's permission, they could not interfere with the outside world at all. Damn, how could I forget this? He naturally knew the reason for the riot in the Sea of Consciousness. It was nothing more than the Ice Emperor being angry after seeing the soul bone of his own clan. Some good things are rare. You may not even find a second one on the mainland. For example, our next 8th lot. It is still a soul bone, but it is different. The soul beast that produced it has a cultivation of 70,000 years, and it is a super soul beast with a dominant position in the far north, Ice Jade Scorpion. The most important thing is that this soul bone solidifies a soul skill called Ice Explosion. I believe it means something to the soul master of Ice attribute. I don't need to say more, right? A long list of introductions was given, but as if to lay the groundwork, Princess Jeju's last words about this auction item pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Ice Jade Scorpion, perhaps everyone is unfamiliar with this name. However, I believe that all the distinguished guests are very familiar with another title. The patriarch of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, the Ice Jade Scorpion King, is also known as the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. It ranks 8th among the 10 fierce beasts, the Ice Emperor. And as a member of the Ice Emperor clan, the soul bones produced by the Ice Jade Scorpion can definitely be comparable to the soul bones of 100,000 years even if they are only 70,000 years old. Coupled with the solidified ice explosion soul skills, its value is inestimable. While speaking, Su Jeju also looked at the VIP room number 1 with a hint of meaning. With her identity, she naturally knew who was in the VIP room number 1. In other words, this auction item was prepared by them for Shrek Academy, and it was also to give them a favor, and to ensure the foolproofness of the subsequent plan. The value of this auction item is definitely more than 10 million gold soul coins, or even tens of millions. After this lot is taken, Shrek Academy's existing financial resources will not be able to compete with the Sun Moon Empire for the next lot. This will ensure that the Sun Moon Empire takes the last lot. Their subsequent plans can also proceed smoothly. But at this moment, Su Jeju, who was hosting the auction, was stunned for a moment, as if she had received some information, and looked at the VIP room number 1 with some doubt. Just now, the auction house reminded her that someone in VIP room number 1 said that there was a problem with the lot. Su Jeju subconsciously thought it was impossible. But thinking that the people in VIP room number 1 were all from Shrek Academy, it was impossible for them to bluff her about this matter, so she was skeptical. After the auction was suspended, Su Jeju followed Kinja to VIP room number 1. Not surprisingly, after the explanation, Su Jeju was also skeptical. It was not until Huo Yuhao summoned the external scorpion armor produced by the Ice Emperor that Su Jeju believed it. But she couldn't make the decision alone, so she said goodbye and went to a secret room. After that, I don't know what I said to the people inside, but the auction house actually held the auction normally. This was something Huo Yuhao didn't expect. Because in his impression, didn't Su Jeju give this Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone for free? How did the auction house hold the auction normally? This Starlight auction house is a bit untrue to its name. I told him that there was a problem, but they still forced the auction. Wang Yan was a little puzzled, and Kinja beside him hurriedly made up for it. Starlight auction house must abide by professional ethics. Since it decided to hold the auction normally, it must have its own considerations. Kinja said, but no matter what the Shrek people thought, the auction continued. 10 million. 15 million. 20 million. 30 million. When it reached 30 million, it was covered by others. Huo Yuhao suddenly spoke. Okay, Teacher Wang, 30 million is the limit of this soul bone. It's not worth selling it anymore. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, Qian Duo spoke. What are you afraid of? Can we Shrek be short of this little money? Yes, Yuhao, although the funds we brought are only so much, Duo and I still have some savings. It's okay to help you with it first. Yan Shaiji also joined in, but Huo Yuhao still insisted that this soul bone was not worth the price. Of course, he also had other considerations. It's okay. This soul bone is not worth any more gold soul coins, and I am not lying. This soul bone can only be absorbed by soul masters with extreme ice attributes. Even if someone buys it back, forcibly absorbing it is not a good thing, but a bad thing. And with the value of this soul bone, it will still flow into the market at that time. With the lessons learned from the past, we can also buy it at a relatively reasonable price. As Huo Yuhao said, the others also agreed with this statement. In the end, this soul bone was bought for 35 million. The last auction item appeared at the same time. The picture on the soul guide screen turned golden again. When the golden light gradually faded, the Princess Jeju who reappeared on the screen had actually changed into a golden long dress. Her fair skin was elegant and graceful against the background of the luxurious golden palace dress. The fitted tailoring perfectly outlined her moving curves. This outfit, combined with the previous introduction of Kinja, means that the final transaction price of the next auction item may exceed 100 million gold soul coins. Although it is not known what the auction item is, just the change of Princess Jeju's clothes makes everyone feel excited. Dear guests! From Jeju's outfit, you should be able to see how precious our finale auction item will be today. To be honest, this is the only time I have ever seen this auction item. In my opinion, its preciousness. It is already difficult to measure with money. The voice of Princess Juju, who changed into a golden dress, changed slightly again. Unlike the previous one with a bit of temptation, her voice now has a more solemnity. The whole person's expression also became serious. Just a few words made people fully feel her sincerity, and they could not help but believe every word she said. I will not tell you the name of this auction item, I will first introduce its function to you distinguished guests. The previous Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone was already very rare and precious. And I dare to say that this last item is unique today. Its value should not even be evaluated by money. If it is really in terms of money, then I can only describe it as priceless. After speaking, Su Juju paused for a moment, fully mobilizing the scene that had cooled down a little after the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion was auctioned off. It is a disposable consumable. In other words, it is a medicine. And there is only one, and it is more likely to be the only one in the world. While speaking, Princess Juju raised her right hand, and the soul guide screen suddenly changed. A white tray appeared on the screen, and there was a wooden tray on the tray. It was inlaid with at least 100 gems of various colors. On this small wooden tray, a group of air was slightly fluctuating there. This scene appeared exactly the same as when he first saw the Snow Emperor after the source of goods. His sea of consciousness rioted again. It was just that the target of the riot changed from the Ice Emperor to the Snow Emperor this time. The conferred god platform. Could it be that they were the ones who captured me last time? The tone of Shwede was full of anger. Her figure appeared in the sea of consciousness, but it did not affect the outside world at all. Shwede, calm down first. Huo Yuhao comforted her, and Su Juju in the soul guide screen continued to speak. Dear guests, you should all know that in the world of soul beasts, there is such a situation. When a soul beast has cultivated to 100,000 years, then it has a choice. If you choose to continue to cultivate, you must rely on your own strong talent to challenge the bottleneck that may make your soul fly away. Once you break through the bottleneck and enter the cultivation time between 100,000 and 200,000 years, we call it a super soul beast. Among the super soul beasts, the 10 most powerful ones known to us humans are called the 10 great beasts. It can be said that they are the most peak existence among soul beasts. However, after the soul beast has cultivated to 100,000 years, not all soul beasts will choose to take this road of no return. They have another choice. That is to cultivate again as a human. If they choose this method, they need to transform themselves into the most primitive state of human beings, survive from the fetal form, and then gradually practice and improve their own cultivation. As long as they can practice to the 7th ring, then they can truly become adults. And the soul beasts that practice to become adults in this way are almost certain to break through to the level of Super Douluo, and have a great chance to upgrade to Extreme Douluo. However, the soul beasts that choose this path are fewer than those who choose the previous one. Because after the recultivation, it is equivalent to giving up all the previous cultivation, except that the soul skills can be memorized and do not need to hunt soul beasts to supplement. The fragility of their bodies is no different from that of us humans. Whether it is soul beasts or the powerful soul masters among us humans, they can feel the difference between them and real humans. Chapter 89. Therefore, there are very few soul beasts willing to make this choice now. And the airflow you see in front of you is a 100,000 year soul beast after reaching a bottleneck. When it chose to recultivate into a human, it was caught by a powerful person during the transformation process and imprisoned in the 9th level soul guide device Feng's Hentai. This is hard to come by, and its value is even more precious than what I said. When absorbing soul beasts, the user can absorb them with the power of Feng's Hentai. Not only is the requirement lower, but with the power of Feng's Hentai, there is also a chance to awaken the second martial soul. Although the chance is not great, as long as you succeed, you can get a martial soul that can be attached with 9 soul rings. At the very least, after failure, you will definitely get a 100,000 year soul ring and soul bone. I don't need to say more about its value, right? Su Juju said excitedly, and the scene fell into a deathly silence. Almost every VIP room broke out in a fierce quarrel. Obviously, such an extraordinary treasure makes everyone who sees it crazy, even Shrek Academy is no exception. Or rather, Shrek Academy is even more excited. Because if that idea succeeds, it can almost reserve a limit Douluo. A new martial soul, let's take the most superficial example, according to the cultivation level of Zhang Lexuan, the highest level disciple in the inner courtyard, who is called the eldest sister. Now it is level 88, and when she is promoted to level 90 to absorb this transformed soul beast. If everything goes well, it is almost certain that she will become a level 99 limit Douluo in the future. Even if it does not proceed in the most smooth way, Zhang Lexuan can obtain a 100,000 year soul bone and soul ring, and her subsequent potential can be guaranteed. Coupled with the new generation of God-making plan, no one can oppose Shrek even if it unifies the continent. Yan Shaiji, is this possibility really possible? Qian Duoduo looked at the soul guide screen in shock, and looked at Yan Shaiji with some uncertainty. If it is normal martial soul knowledge, Qian Duoduo is confident that he will not be much worse than others. But this kind of high-end knowledge obviously involves his blind spot. Therefore, Qian Duoduo, who was a little unsure, asked Yan Shaiji, the dean of the Wuhan department, directly. Yan Shaiji's eyes were full of hesitation. Because according to the auction house's assumption, it is really possible to succeed. Even the possibility is not low. The only question is that since the captured soul beast has preserved its memory, will it be willing to be absorbed? Even if it is absorbed, with its own memory of the martial soul, can it succumb to the soul master? Therefore, it goes without saying that the restrictions will be very large. Yan Shaiji thought about it and set his sights on Huo Yuhao. Because he felt that this transformed soul beast and Huo Yuhao's soul method might produce a wonderful effect. Following his gaze, everyone at Shrek also cast their eyes on Huo Yuhao. Especially Xiao Xiao and the others. They are all soul owners, even Bai Bei's fourth soul ring obtained the soul with the help of Huo Yuhao. They all saw the connection between Huo Yuhao's soul and the transformed soul beast. At this time, Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness was already arguing. It was said to be arguing, but it was only because of the emotional fluctuations of the Snow Emperor after seeing the conferred God platform, and the rage of the Ice Emperor. But what followed was whether Huo Yuhao needed to absorb this unknown soul beast as his third martial soul. In other words, given Huo Yuhao's current situation, does he really need this third martial soul? Xian Lao, do we need to auction this treasure? Because the amount involved was too huge, Wang Yan was only a teacher after all, and he didn't dare to make a decision for a while. So he asked Xianzi, who had the highest status here, for his opinion. Hearing Xianzi's question, Xianzi, who was drunk and looked like he was going to sleep, became serious. Looking at the conferred God platform in the soul guide screen, a strange color flashed in his eyes. We at Shrek don't lack this little money, but if this transformed soul beast is to be auctioned, the value must be auctioned at the value of everything going smoothly. Is this really worth it? Wang Yan, who understood Suanzi's meaning, hesitated a little, and the students around him also felt a little regretful. Although the value of this thing is such that even if it is auctioned back, they may not be able to use it. But it is always good to be able to witness it with their own eyes. Okay, don't think about it. 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones are not difficult for Shrek Academy. There is really no need to waste such a huge fortune to buy such flashy things. Finally, Shrek's discussion ended with Suanzi's decision. But just when they were about to give up, Su Juju's next words not only ignited the scene, but also made Huo Yuhao unable to bear it. The most excited one was Bingdi. How dare they, how dare they! Damn humans, damn, damn! Bingdi's excited voice echoed in the sea of consciousness, caused by Su Juju's re-increasing of the stakes. With the consent of the owner of this soul guide, Juju can tell you a more valuable piece of information. That is, the transformed soul beast sealed inside is the Ice Jade Scorpion. Su Juju's words completely ignited the enthusiasm of the people present, especially those Ice-type soul masters. They knew exactly what the Ice Jade Scorpion was. If the martial spirit they obtained was the Ice Jade Scorpion, then their potential would be guaranteed to be Super Douluo. Everyone in Shrek also looked at Huo Yuhao and Ling Luokan, who was also an Ice Spirit Master. They were the only two Ice Spirit Masters present. But if it came to the right person, it would definitely be Ling Luokan. But to be honest, with Ling Luokan's value, it was not worth it for Shrek Academy to spend hundreds of millions of gold soul coins to buy this transformed spirit beast for him. Just when everyone in Shrek was thinking about it, the door of VIP room number 1 was knocked. Kinja looked at Wang Yan beside her. Wang Yan nodded to Kinja after asking Suanzi for instructions. After that, the figure that appeared after Kinja opened the door startled everyone present. The person in front of them turned out to be the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, Su Jiayi, whom they had met at the beginning of the competition. Dai Yuhang even jumped up from the sofa, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." Su Jiayi raised his hand to signal Dai Yuhang to stand up, and then smiled and looked at the Shrek people. Everyone present stood up, only Suanzi and Song Lao just nodded. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Wang Yan was a little surprised by the reason why Su Jiayi came, and he didn't know why he said he was the backstage of the Starlight Auction House. I came to see you, the top students of Shrek, and brought you a treasure by the way. Su Jiayi said, and Princess Jeju who followed him stood up. Just now, after weighing the pros and cons, we took the Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone on our own. In order to avoid credibility problems. However, this auction item will no longer appear in the auction. In order to thank Shrek Academy for reminding us, we decided to give this piece of Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone directly to your academy as an extra reward. Of course, please keep this matter confidential. After Su Jeju finished speaking, Wang Yan became entangled. Although the 30 million gold soul coins that were used to bid for the Ice Jade Scorpion's left arm bone were just a fictitious number. But the preciousness of this soul bone is beyond doubt. Although it cannot be absorbed by others, it is a top quality product for Huo Yuhao. Its value is definitely higher than Wang Dong's golden light left arm bone. The price of 10 million gold soul coins is unfair to it. This is because only the ultimate ice can absorb it. The Xingluo Empire offered to give it as a gift, and this favor was so great that Wang Yan didn't even dare to accept it directly. It's okay, accept it. At this time, Xianzi spoke. It was also at this time that Su Jiayi and Su Jeju saw Xianzi and Song Lao in the corner, and they were all shocked. They were naturally familiar with Xianzi, the 98th level Super Douluo. Although Song Lao and the others didn't know who he was, they could sit next to Xianzi, and his status would not be low. And it was surprising that they only noticed these two people now. It was not because they did not notice, but because Xianzi and Song Lao deliberately hid their bodies. With their cultivation, even if they were in the same room, it would be difficult for soul masters below the title Douluo to find them. After being surprised, the few people exchanged pleasantries again. After Su Jiayi rejected Wang Yan's invitation, he left the soul bone and left. After receiving the soul bone, Wang Yan looked at Huo Yuhao and Ling Luoqan with a complicated expression. There is no doubt that if it is really according to what Huo Yuhao said, this soul bone must be absorbed by Huo Yuhao. But he was afraid that Ling Luoqan would not believe it and wanted to try it. No matter what the result is, it will not be a good thing for the team. Fortunately, Ling Luoqan knew what Wang Yan was thinking when he saw his hesitant expression, and hurriedly explained. I believe what Yuhao said. As long as Yuhao accompanies me to practice a few times in the future, my martial soul can also be improved. Ling Luoqan said, and Ma Xiaotao beside her was not happy. Huo Yuhao's schedule is very tight now, and he can hardly spare much time to practice with her. If Ling Luoqan comes to interfere, won't he have even less time? Moreover, it always feels weird for them to practice together. Yuhao is very busy now, and he probably doesn't have time. Oh? You know Yuhao is busy, but you still bother him every day. You. Facing Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luoqan did not show any weakness. Back in the inner courtyard, because of the incompatibility of attributes and some things in their youth, the relationship between the two was not good. Now it is naturally tit for tat. Seeing that the Shura field was about to rise and even had a tendency to spread, Huo Yuhao felt a headache and hurriedly wanted to stop it. Fortunately, the transformed soul beast that was about to end the exhibition on the soul guide screen gave him an excuse to get out of the predicament. Teacher Wang Yan, this ice scorpion is very important to me. It is very suitable as the soul ring of my second martial soul. Huo Yuhao said, and Wang Yan nodded. As early as when Su Jeju said that this soul beast was an ice scorpion, he had consulted Suanzi and informed Shrek personnel to raise funds, intending to do something big. On the other side, Su Jiayi and Su Jeju, who had just walked out of VIP room number 1, came to auction hall number 1. If you look closely, you can find that there is a small white earplug in her right ear, and she makes a listening gesture from time to time. Go ahead. Emperor Xingluo gestured to Princess Jeju. Princess Jeju did not hesitate, and after closing the door, she told the content of the plan she just knew. The target has been hooked. They started selling soul guides to us in exchange for enough cash. After we proposed to reduce the handling fee of Mingdhal's products to 10%, they discussed it and took out some of Mingdhal's soul guides to sell to us. They are determined to get it. The Xingluo Emperor smiled slightly, without any surprise. This is within my expectations. The great-grandson of the head of Ming Hall is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Sun and Moon Empire. If the fusion with the embryo can be completed, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. How could they miss this opportunity? In terms of financial strength, Ming Hall is the undisputed number one on the continent, and Shrek Academy is not comparable. After they obtain the conferred God platform, they will spread the news and sell the positioning device in it to major forces, especially those in the body sect. Yes. Princess Juju showed a cunning look in her eyes. I hope they will slowly look for the 9th level soul guide after they go back. Moreover, after the news spreads, those forces will be in trouble. This plan can be said to be perfect. You start the countdown after the auction. No matter how talented the great-grandson of Ming Hall Master is, it is impossible to try to merge within at least 10 years. And this is still the case when they use the most precious medicine to help him increase his physical strength. 10 years is enough for many variables to appear. By then, Shrek may not appear. Those muscle barbarians of the body sect can't help it, and there are also evil soul masters. Those lawless evil soul masters don't care about the price. Moreover, part of their territory is also bordering the far north, and those soul beasts, especially the Ice Emperor clan, may also get involved. Princess Juju chuckled, "Brother, I find that you are getting worse and worse." Emperor Xingluo not only did not have a proud mind, but his eyes dimmed. If we have enough strength, why should I do this? According to our insider, Ming Hall has made major breakthroughs in the research of soul guides. If we don't contain them, I'm afraid that within 10 years, the Sun Moon Empire will make a big move. But we are far from ready. Princess Juju comforted, "Brother, this can't be blamed on you. You have worked very hard. It's just that in terms of developing soul guides, we don't have the natural advantage of the Sun Moon Empire with abundant resources. Moreover, they have been researching for many years long before the Sun Moon continent collided with our Douluo continent." As he spoke, a voice came from Su Juju's earphone again. Listening to the information coming from it, Su Juju's eyes suddenly changed. "Brother, Shrek Academy is also preparing funds, and it seems that they are determined to get this conferred God platform." Chapter 90. Su Juju said. Su Jiayi also frowned, which he did not expect. According to his investigation, Shrek's people should not need to buy this transformed soul beast this time. Among the 3 twin martial souls, only Ling Luokan is suitable for the Ice Jade Scorpion. But Ling Luokan is not a direct descendant of Shrek, and her talent is not worth Shrek spending such a big price for her. Su Jiayi thought in his heart, but he did not care. It's okay for Shrek to prepare funds now. No matter how rich Shrek is, it is just an academy after all. With the help of their home court of Xingluo Empire, the Sun Moon Empire is determined to buy this transformed soul beast. And as long as the Sun Moon Empire buys the transformed soul beast, everything will not matter. Su Jiayi said, but he still felt a little regretful. Although whether it was robbed later or now, his goal could be achieved. If it was captured by Shrek, his plan to weaken the body sect would fail. You know, the body sect is now the guardian sect of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Although the major empires now have a common enemy, they will eventually face each other. The more we can weaken those who are not our own, the more we will earn. Su Juju also understood Su Jiayi's explanation and breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, at the auction, the price of the Ice Jade Scorpion Transformation Soul Beast has increased from the starting price of 100 million gold soul coins to 130 million gold soul coins, far exceeding the value of the previous auction items. But even so, the price is still rising. 140 million. 150 million. The funds have not been fully mobilized. I just asked the auction house, and they can only use existing items for replacement, not mortgage or temporary loan. But our liquidity has reached the limit now. Wang Yan said in a deep voice. Obviously, it is a pity that this extremely important soul beast cannot be obtained for Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao did not speak. According to the current situation, it is indeed difficult for Shrek to obtain sufficient funds, but this does not mean that he will not have a chance to get this Ice Jade Scorpion. In addition to VIP room number 1, there was some quarrel in VIP room number 2. Is it really worth spending so much money at once? Marolong said in a deep voice, with a look of reluctance and deep jealousy in his eyes. What he was unwilling to do was that he could also absorb this. What he was jealous of was that he did not have the background of Xiao Hongchen, and even his talent was not as good as Xiao Hongchen. In terms of emotion and reason, he had no chance to get this transformed soul beast. Xiao Hongchen's emotions at this time were affected by the 100,000-year soul beast embryo, and he had entered a special state of excitement. He did not care about Ma Rolong's state at all, so he replied without even thinking about what he said. Of course it's worth it. I didn't spend the money of the academy. With this treasure, I can have twin martial souls or 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones. This is completely unattainable, how can I let it go? He had another sentence to say. That is, if he really gets the second martial soul, the Ice Jade Scorpion, through this transformed soul beast, after having the ultimate ice, his first martial soul is also likely to evolve. At that time, with his talent, coupled with the soul guide and the strength of the family, he will definitely be able to go to the next level. Perhaps, it is possible to break the balance between the forces on the continent. If he really does it, he, Xiao Hongchen, will definitely leave a strong and colorful mark in the Sun and Moon Empire. It is not impossible to open a single page in the family tree. Hearing Xiao Hongchen's words, Ma Rolong's face suddenly became even uglier. He wanted to say something, but Ma Lao glared at him, and Ma Rolong didn't say anything more. In the VIP room number 3. Asshole! Let me know who paid this price, I will kill him. There are only 2 people in this VIP room, both of whom look to be in their 40s. The speaker is tall, and the most peculiar thing is that his right arm is particularly thick, at least twice as thick as his left arm. The whole person actually exudes a bit of the breath of a prehistoric beast. The other person was thin, but his head was particularly large, and he looked a bit like a big-headed doll. His sparse hair was still yellow, but his eyes were shining like a bright light when he opened and closed. These 2 were strong men sent by the body sect. Originally, they didn't care about the Starlight auction house when they heard about it, so they just came here with a casual mind and didn't bring much money. So now they are unable to compete with the Sun and Moon Empire. I think we will know who this belongs to. If we can't take this thing back to the young master, at least we have to know where to get it back from. As he spoke, the big-headed man narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, all these coincidences are no longer coincidences when they come together, and everything makes him feel something is wrong. But as a master of the body sect, he is not afraid of these conspiracies. As soon as his mind moved, the air in the entire VIP room was violently distorted. It felt like a person seeing water like ripples on a raging fire when he was in a trance, and everything in the room seemed to become illusory. Each VIP room has an auctioneer and 2 maids to take charge of reception. The first to be affected were the 3 auctioneers. They were shaking all over and their eyes soon became confused. They stood there motionless. Obviously, they were affected by some special soul skills or martial souls and were controlled. The big-headed man sat back on the sofa and waved to the woman who was also a black-level auctioneer. You, come here. The black-level auctioneer stepped forward quickly and stood in front of him blankly. She looked like a puppet with no wisdom at all. You, go and find out the origin of the person who can use so many gold soul coins. Yes. The black-level auctioneer actually agreed respectfully and turned away. Second brother, you are still the best. Otherwise, we can just control the people in this auction and take the things away. The thick-armed man whispered. As he spoke, his eyes were already flashing with ferocity, and a series of crackling sounds burst out from his sturdy right arm. That was not the sound of bones, but the change of airflow around the arm. Obviously, as long as the 2 people in his mouth said a good word, this reckless man could destroy the scene. The big-headed man shook his head, feeling helpless about his brother's recklessness. No. This Starlight auction house is the background of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. And how could such a top auction be without support? I can feel that there are at least 4 powerful auras here, and 4 titled Douluo are here. Do you want to die? Unless the elders of the sect are here, we will not get good. Seeing his brother's indignant expression, he hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, this 100,000-year soul beast embryo is not so easy to absorb. Let them bid it away, so what? As long as you find the target, are you afraid that you can't get it back? At this time, the man returned to normal, and the big-headed man shook his head helplessly, feeling exhausted. Similar situations were happening in several VIP rooms at almost the same time, but their methods of getting information were different. With the unobtrusive cooperation of the Starlight Auction House, the identities of the people in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in VIP room number 2, and even the identity of Shrek Academy, were intentionally revealed. Especially some of the sects that had won precious treasures in the surrounding auctions. It seemed that the mastermind behind all this was preparing to muddy the water. On the Soul Guide screen, the price did not jump after reaching the number of 150 million gold soul coins. This astronomical figure is quite terrifying for any force, but at this time, it is still rising. It's just that the speed of increase is quite slow, just like squeezing toothpaste. Or maybe they are deliberately delaying time. It's already 160 million, and it's still rising. In VIP room number 2, Xiao Hongchen snorted coldly. This terrifying price was hard for him to accept. He knew that he couldn't go on like this. If it rises slowly like squeezing toothpaste, there may be other variables in the end. 200 million. After quoting the last low price, even Xiao Hongchen was quite nervous. This was the last gold soul coin he could take out. If it was higher, he would have no choice. Finally, the price stopped at 200 million gold soul coins and did not rise any more. Xiao Hongchen also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Ma Lao beside him. Ma Lao, this treasure is absolutely a hot potato. This auction house will be able to guarantee our safety during the handover. After the transaction is over, you should take it back to our academy immediately. Give it to my great-grandfather. As long as we enter Mingde Hall, I don't see who dares to make plans. Ma Lao nodded and said, that's right. We still have to keep a low profile as much as possible. The auction items worth hundreds of millions of dollars are rarely seen in the history of the mainland. I will return through Mingde Hall's secret channel in Xingluo City. In the dark room, His Majesty the Emperor of Xingluo listened to the news one after another, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. 200 million gold soul coins, and so many high-level soul guides sold at a reduced price. Master Mingde, I hope you like this gift I gave you. I hope you can keep it. When Su Jiaoyi knew that the body sect and Shrek were both trying to find out about each other, he decisively changed his plan. Originally, he wanted to encourage the body sect to go to the Sun Moon Empire, but now, he obviously has a better plan. For example, he spread out all the information of the people who participated in the auction, and at the same time, he kept the evidence that the man from the body sect controlled the black-level auctioneer, in order to make this muddy water even more muddy. It is also to try to get the Xingluo Empire out of it. For this, he has made many preparations. Thinking of this, Su Jiaoyi slowly stood up, and the soul guide screen in front of him actually split to both sides, and the figure of the Emperor of the Empire disappeared in the secret corridor. At the same time, the secret passages in each VIP room were opened separately to allow the VIPs who participated in the auction in the VIP room to leave secretly. And this is the last thing Su Jiaoyi can do. If there are any problems with the auction items in the future, it will not be the responsibility of their Starlight Auction House. Everyone from Shrek Academy also left the Starlight Auction House. Just now, after the price reached 200 million, the auction was no longer suspenseful. At Huo Yuhao's strong request, Xian Ziyai still contacted the Sea God Pavilion and Mu Lao in a special way. Huo Yuhao was not idle either. He mobilized most of the available luck power and consumed it all at once, so that his subsequent plans would go smoothly. If the plan succeeds, not only will this transformed soul beast be acquired, but there will only be one voice in Shrek Academy in the future. A group of people walked into Hudeo Xinghuang Hotel. Only Huo Yuhao was not with the large army. Also absent is Elder Xian and Elder Song. In Shrek Academy, all the elders rushed over after receiving the message. Even Elder Mu sent out soul waves to inform Huo Yuhao and others of his existence. Outside Xingluo City, there were only two people in this area, Mu En and Huo Yuhao. The surrounding area was completely cleared, and was guarded by Suanzi and Song Lao to ensure that there was no outsider here. This is Huo Yuhao's request. Huo Yuhao looked at Mr. Mu standing in front of him and bowed slightly. Mr. Mu, you little guy, tell me why you want that transformed soul beast. Don't make those excuses. If you really say that I can take you to the far north to hunt souls for 100,000-year soul beasts, there is absolutely no need to do such a thing that damages your reputation. Moon frowned and looked at Huo Yuhao. He really trained Huo Yuhao as Shrek's future heir. As the master of Shrek Pavilion, he can have means and know that people's hearts are sinister, but the only thing is that he cannot fall into darkness. He didn't want Huo Yuhao to be such a person. That would bring Shrek Academy into darkness. Therefore, once Huo Yuhao has this tendency, he will forcefully reverse it. If necessary, Huo Yuhao's weight in his heart will also be reduced. Huo Yuhao also knew that it was time for a showdown. Opening and closing her eyes, the ice and snow female martial arts spirit appeared, with red and red under her body, and 2 spirit rings appeared. But it wasn't over yet. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, 2 of the 3 kings of the far north, appeared next to Huo Yuhao. Even if it was just a fleeting moment, Mr. Mu looked at Huo Yuhao with a solemn expression. Mr. Mu, this is the reason. Huo Yuhao said in a deep voice, not hiding anything except about Tianmeng and the Golden Ball of Luck. When I was at level 20, I went to the far north alone because of my martial soul and the Eye of Destiny, which allowed me to know my own destiny. My destiny is linked to Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, and they are now one of the souls of my second martial spirit. The Ice Emperor is the leader of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. Huo Yuhao said, but Mu En's eyes became more solemn. Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor are 2 of the top 10 ferocious beasts, and they are super soul beasts that have controlled the far north for tens of thousands of years. How could they be willing to submit to a human like Huo Yuhao? But the form just revealed was definitely not fake, which made him even more confused. Why? What would they do that would make them willing to be your soul? Become a god. To become a god. Chapter 91. The word god is rarely mentioned even in Shrek Academy, a behemoth that has produced 7 gods. According to records, the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils all inherited the godhood and ascended to the god realm. So Huo Yuhao also inherited the godhood? Thinking of this, Moon En's eyes changed when he looked at Huo Yuhao again. Although Moon En has seen through life and death, gods can live forever. Who would want to die if they can live forever? It was his own cultivation that made him restrain this impulse. Otherwise, if other people knew the news that Huo Yuhao inherited the godhood, no matter who it would be difficult for them to remain calm. Especially some old immortals who are approaching their lifespans, they might really take risks. You inherited the godhood. The god of luck. Huo Yuhao hesitated and chose to tell a little lie here. Instead of trying hard to explain his own specialness, it is better to tell a white lie to save himself some trouble and make Moon En understand better. Anyway, they are almost the same. Moreover, to a certain extent, the Golden Ball of Luck is much more powerful than the inheritance of gods, so he is not lying. And Moon En accepted Huo Yuhao's statement without thinking too much. The main reason is that Huo Yuhao's performance is too amazing. If you say it is not the inheritance of gods, that would be incomprehensible. In this case, I will not ask more. What are your plans next? Moon En took a deep look at Huo Yuhao. Although Huo Yuhao, the heir of the god of luck, is indeed very credible, based on his understanding of Huo Yuhao, there is still something fishy about it. But he doesn't care. As long as Huo Yuhao's heart is not bad and he has not gone astray, he will not care. I can sense that the Sun and Moon Empire has only 2 titled Douluo level strong men this time, even Suanzi and the others can easily snatch them. But, are you sure you want to snatch them? As Moon En said, Huo Yuhao had almost no hesitation. My Eye of Destiny can see through part of destiny. The titled Douluo of the Sun and Moon Empire has now left the city with the conferred god platform, and has encountered several titled Douluo of the body sect before the sea. At the same time, there are many battles outside Xingluo city. We Shrek only need to let Din Yan and my master intervene together. Stopping the dispute will not only not damage our reputation, but will also be thanked by them. What are you going to do with the transformed soul beast? Moon asked again. Without our intervention, those people in the Sun Moon Empire who cannot bring their transformed soul beasts back to the Sun Moon Empire, even if our Shrek Academy enters the field, it may not be able to deter the group of people in the body sect. So, we took advantage of the situation to let the Sun Moon Empire and the body sect compete, and the winner of this Soul Master competition will get a transformed soul beast. At the same time, Shrek will add the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion as a prize. Neither the Sun Moon Empire nor the body sect will refuse, and it can even attract all the attention of the continent. After the competition is over, we will take advantage of the situation and promote the Soul Plan. By then, Shrek's reputation will definitely be better than its peak period. As Huo Yuhao said this, he took out the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion that Wang Yan gave him from his storage bag. What he said was well reasoned and there were almost no mistakes, which made Moon En nod his head repeatedly. Then why did you ask Suanzi to call me here? With them here, this plan can be guaranteed to be foolproof. Moon En spoke again, with a hint of consideration in his words. Although he was very satisfied with Huo Yuhao's answer, he still wanted to think about it again. I asked Elder Mu to come here to take charge of the center. With enough time buffer, the top masters of the Sun Moon Empire and the body sect will come here, and even the hidden sects and masters of the continent will pay attention to this place. When the soul spirit method is announced to the world, the impact on soul beasts will definitely be greater than imagined. So, for the sake of safety, I asked you, Elder Mu, to take charge. After the voice fell, this plan also formed a perfect closed loop. Moon-en nodded with satisfaction and suddenly laughed. Conspiracy and trickery can't accomplish great things. If you want to accomplish great things, you have to go with the grand momentum. This is the first lesson I teach you. While speaking, the momentum on Moon-en's body did not restrain at all, and the momentum of dominating the world was revealed. At this moment, he was no longer a dying old man, but the dragon god Douluo standing on the top of the continent Moon-en. Child, from today on, you are completely standing in front of the stage. Everything from now on depends on you. I will only take action at the critical moment. As Moon-en said this, a gentle force sent him back to Xingluo city. Looking at the sea ahead, Moon-en's eyes penetrated through the obstacles and saw the battlefield in the sea. There were not only a few titled Douluo mentioned by Huo Yuhao, the head of Mingde Hall of Sun Moon Empire, Jing Hongchen, the head of Body Sect, Du Buletin Si. Both of them are here. And, faintly, he also saw the aura of several old friends over there. Just these things he could feel were not something Suanzi and the others could solve. This required him to take action. Obviously, Huo Yuhao had made a wrong prediction. Or, he did not expect that under the influence of luck, this incident mentioned briefly in the original book actually triggered such a large chain reaction. This was something Huo Yuhao did not expect. But this was also in line with Huo Yuhao's idea. The attention of the top powerhouses in the entire continent was attracted, which was also of great help to him in promoting the Soul Project. And with Moon's current physical condition, it would be almost no problem to suppress them. Huo Yuhao on the other side was on the warship in the pirate world. Today is the time for them to go to sea. Yes, go to sea. After discussions among the Navy's top brass, several people who graduated from the Navy's elite training camp were awarded naval ranks. Everyone has a military rank except for a certain straw hat boy who doesn't want to be a Marine. For example, Huo Yuhao is the Brigadier General, Colonel Ace, and Colonel Nami. And Straw Hat is still just a Navy handyman. Under Huo Yuhao's strong request, in the end, the naval base they were assigned was chosen to be on the Shampoo Islands. Since the naval base in the Shampoo Islands was in a semi-abandoned state, the Warring States period also allocated 1,000 Marines to Huo Yuhao for deployment. But they are basically Marine soldiers with average strength, which is equivalent to the position of pirates' miscellaneous soldiers. Apart from using firearms and artillery, they have almost no combat effectiveness. But before leaving, Huo Yuhao was assigned a Navy lieutenant as his deputy. This deputy was not mentioned in the original work, and his strength is much worse than that of Nami, who is almost 5 rings. According to what the Warring States Marshal said, this lieutenant is experienced in dealing with things. If you don't understand something, just ask him. Huo Yuhao naturally had no intention of rejecting this. Immediately take a boatload of people with supplies and then the warship sets off. It is worth mentioning that his warship is also a standard naval warship. Generally, only standard general-level officers can ride it, and it can cross the windless zone. Huo Yuhao is only a brigadier general, not a formal general. Normally, he cannot sail alone on this kind of warship. However, Huo Yuhao was obviously not an ordinary brigadier general, and was specially approved to obtain this qualification. The main reason is that Huo Yuhao's strength is enough. He is already comparable to a normal naval vice admiral, or even stronger. Otherwise, there would be no such opportunity. Brigadier General Huo Yuhao, it will take us about 3 days to sail at sea to get there. Lieutenant Ma said. As a lieutenant assigned by the Warring States period, he is not very powerful, but he is quite familiar with all the pirate forces. Even the maze of forces in the Chambord Islands can be handled well. It was precisely for this reason that he was assigned to be Huo Yuhao's adjutant. It was to prevent Huo Yuhao from having an accident and causing heavy losses to the navy. Why did it take 3 days to arrive? Huo Yuhao was a little surprised, because in his impression, the naval headquarters should not be far from the Shampoo Islands. Is there anything you need to rush over? If it is urgent, we can change the course, but the sailing experience will be poor and we may easily encounter danger. Lieutenant Ma said. His tone was so meticulous that people who didn't know him would probably think he was a robot. Huo Yuhao understood what Moss meant and said no more. There is no rush anyway, it just so happens that after the warship arrives at the Chambord Islands, there is no rush to act. He would spend a few days first to let him deal with the matters in Douluo world, and then concentrate on dealing with matters here. Half a month was enough for him to pass the Soul Master competition and obtain the soul. By then, with his strength, any other pirate would no longer be his opponent. Not to mention those supernovas, even the Shishibukai system that has not yet been established is not a big problem. By the way, the Shishibukai system should be about to start, right? In my impression, Mr. Zifa seemed to have left the navy because of that second generation of Whitebeard, right? Huo Yuhao thought to himself. If you have a chance, just help teacher Zifa get rid of them too. It won't take much anyway. After making the decision, Ace and the others were allowed to sail as usual while he continued to practice. Now his soul power has reached level 55. Counting the Ice Jade Scorpion becoming the third soul of the second martial soul, the increased soul power can reach at least level 59. In other words, he only needs to level up in the next few days, and when the competition is over, he can go to the Stardow Forest to obtain the sixth soul ring of the first martial soul again. By then, his strength should be at the level of an Imperial Deputy, right? Made a rough estimate. Huo Yuhao started today's practice. Douluo World. Huo Yuhao finished his training again and after his breath stabilized, he went to Xingluo Square with Ma Xiaotao and others. Just now, Qian Duo sent him a message. It was said that the first two games today would proceed as normal, and then titled Douluo and Yan Shaiji, the leaders of the Sun Moon Empire, would take the stage to announce new rules. The general idea is that the Sun Moon Empire produced a transformed soul beast, Shrek Academy produced an Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone, and the Star Luo Empire produced a 10,000-year soul bone. Even the Numenon sect was bleeding heavily this time and took out a chi and blood elixir to participate. 4 families, each formed a team of 7 people under the age of 20 to fight in a will battle. Whoever has more wins will win. Such finals start tomorrow. Therefore, in order to hide his strength today and to prevent those people from making small moves, Qian Duo specifically said that Ma Xiaotao should not play today. Full power is given to the 6 regular players plus Huo Yuhao as insurance. Huo Yuhao did not take any action during the entire process, and only shared mental detection with the main team members. Even the martial soul is required to mimic the normal soul ring configuration. Although Huo Yuhao felt that it was unnecessary, he still agreed. Outside Xingluo Square, a man and a woman looked at the team in the field. Especially, they lingered on the Shrek Academy. These guys are still hiding their strength, and they are still so arrogant. The Black Cannon Man said, revealing a little nostalgia in his eyes. They have the capital to be arrogant. Even after hiding their strength, they are not afraid of the Xingluo Empire's team. Ye Zishui said. Her eyes were fixed on Ma Xiaotao. In Ma Xiaotao, she could feel the oppression in the deep darkness. This darkness was deeply rooted and it was not so easy to erase, but it was suppressed, which made her a little puzzled. This little guy is a strange thing. It is obviously related to the martial spirit. It can't be completely eliminated, but it is suppressed. However, as long as I give her a chance and guide her to the right path, she will definitely become the saint of my Holy Spirit Church. Even if she is on par with me, it is not impossible. Ye Zishui said excitedly. But obviously, she didn't have this opportunity. Because now Xingluo City has almost gathered the top masters in the continent. The most important thing is the existence of Moon. Now that they have violated their original oath and set foot here, Long Xiaoao has already felt guilty. If they take action again, even if it is her, Long Xiaoao will be shaken. So, she can only give up this idea. Well, Zishui, look at that child. His bone age should be only a dozen years old, but now he is actually level 55. His soul power is so huge, he must have twin martial souls, and both martial souls are very strong. Long Xiaoao said. In a blink of an eye, he saw Yan Shaiji who was still in the VIP seat. A feeling of blood connection came, and it felt like seeing his long-lost child. Zishui, does that person look familiar? Ye Zishui was stunned when she heard the words, and her breath was almost unstable. At this time, the battle on the ring was over. Although the strength of the Xingluo Empire was not weak, they were easily defeated with the blessing of Huo Yuhao's shared spiritual detection. Huo Yuhao's performance has been mediocre. Only the color change of his soul rings caught the audience's attention. Because Huo Yuhao's soul ring configurations in the previous few times were all very weird. Who has a white first soul ring, a purple second soul ring, and a black and a red soul ring? They can barely accept the level, but they can't accept this soul ring at all. Only the current best 5-ring combination of yellow, purple, and black can barely make them accept it. It can be regarded as stitching up their fragile worldview. On the other side, the Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Royal Academy led by Xiao Hongchen also defeated their opponents. In other words, if things go normally, tomorrow will be the final of the Soul Master competition. Chapter 92. Therefore, the normal finals not only did not start as usual, but were postponed to tomorrow. At this time, on the high platform of Xingluo Square, the Emperor Su Jiaoyi of Xingluo Empire stood at the top, and beside him, there were 3 people. 3 titled Douluo. One is the 96th level Golden Body Douluo, Jinpeng, whose status in the body sect is second only to the sect master Du Buletin Si. One is the Dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy, the 96th level Bright Phoenix Douluo, Yan Shaiji. Although the last one is not a super Douluo, her strength is not much inferior to that of an ordinary super Douluo. What's more rare is that she is a woman. The leader of the Fire Phoenix Soul Mentor Group of the 4 Beast King Soul Mentor Groups of the Sun and Moon Empire, Luanfeng Douluo, Luanfeng. The 3 stood beside Su Jiaoyi. And behind Su Jiaoyi, Tianxia Douluo, Giant Strength Douluo and other 3 titled Douluo guarded. Several people looked at the people under the square. Finally, Su Jiaoyi started. We are honored to invite the Luanfeng Douluo of the Sun Moon Empire, the Golden Body Douluo of the Body Sect, and the Bright Phoenix Douluo of Shrek Academy to watch the competition. After discussion by the competition team, in order to improve the viewing and fairness of this competition, the next contestants will temporarily add the talented Soul Master team of the Body Sect. After Su Jiaoyi finished speaking, he nodded and looked at several people. The Golden Body Douluo of the Body Sect spoke first. In order to motivate the contestants of this competition, my body sect will take out a blood and chi treasure medicine that can enhance the body's potential as a champion reward. We Shrek will take out a piece of ice jade scorpion left arm bone as a champion reward. After the 2 finished speaking, everyone's eyes were fixed on Luanfeng Douluo. Luanfeng's eyes were filled with evil, and there was an indescribable feeling of humiliation. But now people are under the eaves, and they have to bow their heads. Even if she doesn't consider herself, she has to consider the team from the Sun Moon Empire. Our Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is willing to offer a transformed soul beast worth 200 million gold soul coins as a champion reward. At the same time, the winning team can receive the honorary title of our Sun Moon Empire. As Luanfeng said this, the audience was shocked. As residents of Xingluo Imperial City, they naturally did not care about the honorary title of the Sun Moon Empire, and even despised it. But the term 200 million gold soul coins in the previous paragraph deeply shocked the audience. 200 million gold soul coins. This is equivalent to several years of tax revenue for the empire. And such a high-value treasure was actually used as a champion reward? The atmosphere in the audience instantly boiled up. It was at this time that Su Jiaoyi spoke again. Well, thank you all for your support for the mainland genius. As the host, the Xingluo Empire will naturally not be stingy. The champion team can also receive the honorary Viscount of our Xingluo Empire. And everyone can go to the treasure house of our Xingluo Empire to choose a treasure. After speaking, the referee stood up and began to explain the rules of the competition. The meaning is similar to what Jian Duo said this morning. It's just that the originally expected 4 participating teams have become 3. As the host, the Xingluo Empire Royal Academy did not participate. In other words, the teams in the competition have become the Body Sect, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and the Shrek Academy. The rules of the battle have also changed. The competition is divided into 3 days. Every day, the participating teams must play a complete 1-on-1 round-robin battle, a 2-on-2 regular battle, and a 3-on-3 team battle. Each participating team fights each other, and each victory is counted as 1 point. The one with the highest score is the champion. Because of this competition system, the tactics and fun of the game, the captain's command is particularly demanding, and if you are not careful, you will be defeated by the weak. It is said that this is the result of the discussion between the Xingluo Empire, Shrek Academy, the Body Sect, and the Sun Moon Empire. The intention is self-evident. But the same thing. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies are nothing. Ma Xiaotao was the only one standing on the stage. She was a top-level soul saint with 7 rings and a soul bone with 100,000 year soul rings. Who wouldn't be scared? Especially now that Ma Xiaotao had almost no weakness to the evil fire, and there was a soul in her 100,000 year soul ring that could help her fight. Needless to say, her fighting power was very strong. You know, even Long Aotian, the current top successor of the body sect, had just broken through to the soul saint not long ago when he was 19 years old 4 years later. His current cultivation level was only about Soul Emperor, which was incomparable. And Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, not to mention, their current soul power was about the same as Huo Yuhao's, and their fighting power was not comparable at all. No matter what the competition system was, unless the two were restricted from playing, there was no chance to beat them. The competition will start tomorrow, please be ready, contestants. After that, the whole audience was silent and everyone dispersed. Huo Yuhao also said that he would return to the pirate world to practice after cramming. The bigwigs on the square also dispersed after a few polite words. Su Jiju stood behind Su Jiaoyi. Brother, isn't it a big loss for us to withdraw this time? As the home team, we don't even have the qualification to participate. How will the people see us? Su Jiju complained, and seemed very confused. Some of them were also the pain of being crushed by 6 against 4. She usually claimed to be a genius, but she was crushed by others, which was a bit embarrassing. Su Jiaoyi came back to his senses, looked at Su Jiju without saying anything, and looked at a certain position in the Xinghuang Hotel with a deep gaze. After a long time, he spoke slowly. I used the Star Crown Revelation again yesterday. Before Su Jiaoyi finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Jiju's exclamation. Brother, the Star Crown Revelation can only be used once every 20 years. You just used it once last year. Now the time has not come yet. What you lose is your life. Su Jiju exclaimed. Star Crown Revelation is a special ability in the inherited martial arts of the Star Crown family. Only geniuses with innate full soul power can use it. It is said that the first generation of the Star Crown family was innate with full soul power, and used the Star Crown Revelation to become the top sect on the mainland. Later, it also became a hidden sect based on revelation. Then there was the previous innate full soul power, who was also the first Su family Star Luo Emperor. Then there was Su Jiaoyi. The first time Su Jiaoyi used it was to find a medicinal herb to subdue the broken star Douluo. The second time he used it was last year, when he went to the extreme north. But the time for this use has not yet come. If it is used forcibly, it will consume an equivalent amount of life to make up for it. If it is used 1 year earlier, 2 years of life will be lost. But what she didn't know was that this was not the third time Su Jiaoyi used the Star Crown Revelation, but the 4th time, and the 2nd time he used it forcibly. Because the last Star Crown Revelation was for the Snow Queen, but was intercepted by Huo Yuhao. This second forced use obtained the transformed soul beast Ice Jade Scorpion, and relied on the Ice Jade Scorpion to make subsequent plans. Even with Su Jiaoyi's lifespan as a titled Douluo, it consumed a lot. But Su Jiaoyi acted as if he didn't care. According to the Star Crown Revelation, the young man named Huo Yuhao will be the biggest opportunity for our Star Crown sect. If we grasp him, our Star Luo Empire will not only no longer have to survive in the cracks, but also create unprecedented glory. Su Jiaoyi looked at Su Jiju and said seriously. Jiju, do you want to go to Shrek to go to school? On the other side, things related to Huo Yuhao were also happening in the body sect. Are you sure that Huo Yuhao is also a body spirit? In a hotel in Xingluo City. Du Buletin Si looked seriously at the body sect disciple who was reporting to the front. Yes, sect master, based on my observations over the past few days, the boy named Huo Yuhao is definitely a body spirit. Although he did not show his spirit in the few times he made a move, I still found that every time he showed his spirit, his eyes would change color, and at the same time, there was a soul power fluctuation that was most intense in his eyes. The body sect disciple said, hesitating for a moment, as if he had something to say but didn't know whether to say it or not. You have been in this Xingluo Empire for a few days, why are you so slow, Han Yun, what else do you have, just say it all at once. Du Buletin Si naturally saw the disciple's hesitant expression and asked him to speak immediately. Yes, sect master. It's just that I noticed that his spirit rings are a bit strange. When he first appeared on the field, Huo Yuhao's spirit rings were configured as white, purple, black, and red. Although it was very strange at this time, there was no soul power fluctuation on it. But when he appeared later, it became a normal yellow, purple, and black configuration, and there was fluctuation on it, so you think his first set of spirit rings is the real one, and the rest are disguised with spirit skills, right? Du Bulletin Si asked. Listening to the disciple's unreliable words, Du Bulletin Si felt that it was extremely credible. Because the martial soul of this disciple of the body sect is also eyes, but the importance of martial soul is much less than that of Huo Yuhao. His eye martial soul is not connected to the brain, only the extension part, and the attached spirit ring is also mainly based on mental power, which is to prepare to connect to the brain when the body martial soul awakens for the second time. At that time, the potential of this disciple will also increase. But even if it is a profession, this disciple's observation ability is the best in the body sect. What he said is extremely credible. Yes, sect master, so I think we should win over Huo Yuhao, but according to the disciple's observation, Huo Yuhao is highly valued by Shrek Academy. Our rash actions are likely to cause conflicts. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, Du Bulletin Si snorted coldly. The world's body martial souls are one family. What else can Shrek say if we find our family? And with Xianzi's sick cow, how can he be my opponent? Du Bulletin Si said proudly. In his opinion, Shrek Academy's Moon En and his eldest brother Du Bai Si should have been both injured and dead after the duel. Then, with Xianzi's strength, he would not be his opponent at all, and he was not afraid at all. Listening to Du Bulletin Si's confident words, especially the sentence "the world's body martial souls are one family," his expression was very excited. Yes, the body martial souls are one family, we are all family. The disciples of the body sect said that this is also the creed of their body sect and the goal they strive for. As a hidden sect, they have a much stronger cohesion than ordinary families. Most of their disciples are either descendants of their own disciples or disciples found by their disciples from the mainland. They are passed down from generation to generation. The room in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy is now full of solemnity. Luanfeng listened to the report and frowned deeply. Because according to their spies, they have explored most of the strength of the Shrek side. Those regular players are not enough. After Luanfeng brought reinforcements, she was very confident that she could win. The problem is, Ma Xiaotao and Huo Yuhao who has not made a move. Ma Xiaotao has shown her martial spirit, and her 7-ring soul saint strength can be said to be the best in the whole field, especially the last 100,000 year soul ring, which makes all her peers feel very stressed. Although Huo Yuhao has not shown his specific strength, the outrageous soul ring configuration he has shown before and the fact that he has been on the field every time, he must be Shrek's trump card for the finale. Any one of these two people is not easy to deal with. This game is very important, are you sure? Luanfeng said, looking at the players who were scheduled to participate. Among them, except Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, all of them have a cultivation base of more than 60 levels. The soul guides are almost fully equipped, just for this game. But even so, Luanfeng is not sure. He began to wonder whether he should just say hello to the Empire and start the war in advance. With the current strength of their Sun-Moon Empire, even if the plan is not perfect, there is still a good chance of winning. One thing is that with the Sword of Judgment, I am confident that I can defeat even a 7-ringed Soul Saint, but she has a 100,000 year Soul Ring, and if nothing unexpected happens, there will be a 100,000 year Soul Bone, which makes it difficult to win. Marolong, the captain of this Soul Master competition, said truthfully. Luanfeng was about to say something when she suddenly sensed a familiar wave outside the venue that attracted her. This wave is a unique symbol of the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire, and it can communicate with the leaders of the 4 Beast King level legions at critical moments. But it is limited to communication. The entire Xingluo city was surging because of this special competition. And Huo Yuhao, the initiator, was still immersed in cultivation. The next day, it was the same place, the same location, and Huo Yuhao and his party came to Xingluo Square again. At this time, Xingluo Square had more people because of the change in the competition system and the increase in rewards. Even in order to mobilize the economy, Su Jiaoyi also set up several large soul guide screens outside the square to broadcast the battle on the ring. Invite the captains of the 3 parties to come on stage to draw lots. The referee, Tianchi Douluo, shouted loudly. Ma Xiaotao, Long Aotian and Marolong all walked onto the stage. When their eyes met, it seemed as if there was a splash of vitality. Shrek Academy No. 1. Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy No. 2. Body Sect No. 3. According to the rules, on the first day of the battle, Shrek Academy will fight against Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. The winner will fight against Body Sect tomorrow, and on the third day, Body Sect will fight against the loser. Each victory will earn 1 point, and the one with the most points will be the champion. Shrek Academy will choose the fighting method for the first game. I choose a one-on-one round-robin battle. Ma Xiao Tao said, and then looked at the people from Sun Moon Royal Academy with a provocative look, and even stretched out her hand and hooked, full of provocation. Chapter 93. Although Maralong, who is also the captain, was quite wary after learning about Ma Xiao Tao's information, being provoked like this in public was something that his uncle could bear, but not his aunt could bear. Humph, it looks like Captain Ma Xiao Tao is very confident. I hope you can still laugh later. Maralong sneered. After the two sides warmed up with pre-war provocations, the captains of the three parties stepped down and discussed who would appear first. Naturally, Ma Xiao Tao took the lead on Shrek's side. Originally, Wang Yan wanted Dai Yuehun to play first, but Ma Xiao Tao insisted on playing when he knew that his opponent was the Sun and Moon Empire. Yu Hao, look how your sister Tao helps you take revenge. Wear 7 directly. Ma Xiao Tao said and waved her fist twice, letting Huo Yuhao know the reason why Ma Xiao Tao had to be the first to play. Sister Xiao Tao, it's been more than a week, and I still remember it. Huo Yuhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked why Ma Xiao Tao had to be the first to appear. It turned out to be to avenge the conflict between him and Meng Hongchen when he first arrived at the Star Emperor Hotel. But Huo Yuhao didn't care about that. After all, strictly speaking, he still took advantage. Unfortunately, Meng Hongchen was not fully developed yet and had no material, so it looked like nothing. Of course. You are watching from the audience, and I will come back as soon as I go. With that said, Ma Xiao Tao took the lead on the stage, with a provocative look on his face that made the people in the Sun Moon Empire turn pale. Yet Xi, go ahead and be careful not to fight head-on. Your mission is to find out her strength, preferably by consuming her soul power. Maralong quickly made arrangements. The Sun and Moon Empire sent Yet Xi, who ranked second in soul power and top 3 in combat effectiveness, to play. Yet Xi nodded. Having also read Ma Xiao Tao's information, he naturally knew that he was up against Ma Xiao Tao, who was the Soul Emperor and still had 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, and had little chance of winning. Therefore, his next task will be mainly procrastination. Take the stage in one step. The game begins. Seeing that both of them were ready, Tianxia Douluo exited the field, and the battle on the field officially began. Sun and Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, Level 61, Attack System Soul Emperor, Yet Xi. As soon as he came on the stage, Yet Xi said something. Here, he also played a little clever trick. There is no such process in normal battles. He said this just to let Ma Xiao Tao tell her level to verify whether the detected information was correct. The ending was indeed as he expected. Ma Xiao Tao didn't pay attention to Yet Xi's cleverness at all. He directly stated his detailed martial arts level. Shrek Academy, Level 72 Attack Type Battle Soul Saint, Ma Xiao Tao. As soon as the words fell, both parties completed the possession of martial spirits in an instant. Phoenix Firewire. After completing the possession of the martial soul, Ma Xiao Tao did not hesitate at all. The first soul ring lit up, and a ball of blazing linear flames spurted out from her mouth. Yet Xi didn't dare to be careless about Ma Xiao Tao's attack. Directly summon a level 6 defensive soul guide to resist. But what he didn't expect was that even the 6th level soul guide would tend to collapse in front of this seemingly weak line of fire. He was so frightened that he quickly added soul skills to stabilize himself. But Ma Xiao Tao's next attack arrived again. A huge pillar of fire rose into the sky from under him. At this moment, Yet Xi's defensive soul guide was directly destroyed, and she fell to the ground and passed out. But Ma Xiao Tao still looked relaxed and happy. The 4th soul ring under his body lit up slightly. Phoenix piercing the clouds. Easily defeating the level 61 Soul Emperor made the whole audience burst into uproar. It also made Maralong, who was also the captain, look ugly. In fact, his strength is not much stronger than Yet Xi, and it is completely impossible for Ma Xiao Tao to defeat Yet Xi so easily. This move directly made Maralong realize the gap. Admit defeat, there is no need to waste energy in this battle, stay in shape for the next team battle. Don't forget the secret weapon I left for you. An unknown thought came from somewhere and entered Ma Rolong's mind. Ma Rolong also nodded understandingly. Just as he was about to admit defeat, he saw Ma Xiaotao on the stage reaching out her hand and opening her mouth slightly, as if she was about to say something. Ma Rolong instinctively felt something was wrong, but it was too late. Ma Xiaotao on the stage frowned when she saw that the next member of the Sun Moon Empire had not come on stage yet. Impatient to wait any longer, she immediately became provocative. No, is there no one left in your Sun Moon Empire? No one will leave the game early, so as not to be embarrassed here. Ma Xiaotao said, extending her thumb downward. The students in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy immediately became angry. Then he got angry in anger. After all, Ma Xiaotao's fierce power is still there. The lingering power of having just killed a Soul Emperor in an instant is still there, who dares to just go up and find trouble? Why are you so arrogant? Do you dare to take a move from me? When Ma Rolong was about to ignore Ma Xiaotao's provocation, Meng Hongchen behind him actually jumped onto the ring and shouted. Sun and Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, Level 50, Attack System Soul King, Meng Hongchen. Do you dare to take a move from me? After taking the stage, Meng Hongchen responded in the same arrogant manner. At the same time, she also recognized that Ma Xiaotao was the one who grabbed her hand in the Xinhuang Hotel last time. The new hatred and the old hatred were settled together, and naturally the enemies were particularly jealous when they met. Of course, she was not looking for death without knowing the so-called. With Meng Hongchen's strength, she was pretty good among her peers. But Ma Xiaotao was obviously not her peer. It was not too much to kill her in one blow with a strength of more than 70 levels. So, Meng Hongchen thought of a way to kill Ma Xiaotao's spirit. Take your one move? What if I take your 3 moves? Ma Xiaotao said confidently. It was just a casual remark, but she didn't expect Meng Hongchen to climb up the pole. Okay, then 10 moves. Seeing that Ma Xiaotao had really fallen into the trap, Meng Hongchen was overjoyed immediately, as if he was afraid that Ma Xiaotao would regret it, and agreed. Ma Xiaotao's face froze, but she didn't care. With Meng Hongchen's strength, 3 moves were just a problem. The two quickly completed the martial spirit possession. Meng Hongchen had 2 more rapiers in his hands. He raised his head slightly and looked at Ma Xiaotao in front of him. Her long wine-red hair reached her waist, which was similar to Ma Xiaotao's style but completely opposite. Senior sister, I'm grateful for your help. As soon as the words fell, ice crystal mirrors appeared all over the venue. The mirrors reflected a dazzling luster in the sun. First move, second soul skill, Ice Poison Ring. A circle of ice rings covered Meng Hongchen, and the poison mist was reflected along the mirror to the entire venue. As the main target, Ma Xiaotao was naturally the first to bear the brunt. But she agreed to take 3 moves from Meng Hongchen, and now it was only the first move, so she couldn't go back on her word. Humph! After a cold snort, the flames around her body burned fiercely, burning the invading poison mist to ashes. Second move, 5th soul skill, Ice and Fire Poison Dragon Drill. As soon as the words fell, the 2 rapiers in Meng Hongchen's hands floated up, rushing towards Ma Xiaotao with 2 dragon heads, 1 blue and 1 red. A trifle. Facing Meng Hongchen's 5th soul skill, Ma Xiaotao curled her lips and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that such an arrogant Meng Hongchen would have some killer moves, but this is it. It's easy to solve. Second soul skill, Phoenix Rising from the Ashes. As the second soul ring lit up, a fiery red phoenix appeared around her, and at the same time, the flames around her body became more turbulent. With one hand extended, the seemingly powerful Ice and Fire Poison Dragon Drill was crushed by Ma Xiaotao with one hand. The dragon head composed of blue energy and red energy was crushed and emitted a crystal light, floating around like mist. This mist was almost invisible under the refraction of the mirror. So Ma Xiaotao didn't notice it. Or rather, she relied too much on her own flame. This kind of mist was not something his flame could block. Ma Xiaotao, who didn't notice anything wrong, sneered and looked at Meng Hongchen, who seemed to have run out of tricks in her opinion. Haha, if that's all you have, I won't be polite later. Don't worry, senior sister, there's still one last trick. Meng Hongchen said with a sweet smile. But her smile was quite dazzling to Ma Xiaotao, and she even felt a little uneasy in her heart. The last trick, the first soul skill, the poison of the ice toad. The cold words came out of Meng Hongchen's mouth. The surrounding atmosphere changed. Originally, the temperature in the field was low due to the influence of ice crystals, but now, the temperature is rising rapidly. Ma Xiaotao even felt a burning sensation surging from her body. A little bit of fiery red air spread upward from her palm. Meng Hongchen admired Ma Xiaotao's arrogant look and her face changed drastically. Since she came on stage, she has been paving the way for this moment. But Meng Hongchen, who is at the Soul King level, naturally knows that she will not be Ma Xiaotao's opponent in normal battles. So from the beginning to now, it has been paving the way for this last trick. Provocation on stage. The second soul skill and the mirror enhance the power and concealment of the poison. The fifth soul skill is just a feint, the purpose is to send the poison to Ma Xiaotao to poison her. The highlight is the first soul skill. The normal first soul skill is to alternate between ice and fire to break the enemy's defense. Because her soul power is too low, the effect of the poison on Ma Xiaotao herself is minimal. Therefore, she chose to let the poison completely turn to fire poison, using Ma Xiaotao's own power to affect Ma Xiaotao. The fact is not beyond her expectation. Ma Xiaotao was indeed affected. But the impact is not great. One is the difference in soul power. The second is that Ma Xiaotao's own evil nature was suppressed by Huo Yuhao, and the flame on her body was not much different even if it was not the ultimate fire. So, it was just a little affected, but not big. Okay, 3 moves are over, it's my turn. Phoenix Meteor Shower. Ma Xiaotao looked at Meng Hongchen with murderous eyes. The feeling of being calculated made her quite angry, so this move was a killing move. I admit defeat. After saying that, Meng Hongchen walked out of the ring. The referee, Tianchi Douluo, also stood up at the right time to block Ma Xiaotao's angry attack. Humph! Ma Xiaotao, whose attack was blocked, had no choice but to stop. At the same time, she looked coldly at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy below the stage. As long as there were more people coming, she would not waste words and would just use her ultimate move. But to her disappointment, the Sun and Moon Empire all admitted defeat and chose to start the next game. Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy admits defeat, the winner is Shrek Academy. With the verdict of Tianchi Academy, the first battle came to an end. The second battle followed. Because Shrek Academy chose the fighting method in the first battle, the second battle was chosen by Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. The Royal Soul Guidance Academy will choose the fighting method for the second battle. What will you choose? We choose a 7-on-7 team battle. After Marolong made his choice, all the members of Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy came on stage. Except for the 2 Soul Kings Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, all the participating members of Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy are Soul Emperors. In the original book, they did not have so many Soul Emperors on stage. Obviously, this is the backup that Luanfeng prepared for the Soul Master competition this time. And judging from their somewhat frivolous soul power, they should have just broken through to Soul Emperor not long ago. It is indeed a bit of a coincidence that 5 Soul Emperors who just broke through in a row are indeed a bit of a coincidence. Humph, Yuhao, you come on the field with us this time. I'll tear their heads off. Ma Xiaotao said, including her, all the regular players of Shrek Academy, including Huo Yuhao, the plug-in, there is almost no possibility of losing. It can be said that even if one person has only one hand, he can beat the opponent. Ma Xiaotao, 72nd level Strong Attack System War Soul Saint. Huo Yuhao, 55th level Control System War Soul King. Dai Yaeheng, 67th level Strong Attack System War Soul Emperor. Ling Luokan, 59th level, Control System War Soul King. Gong Yangmo, 56th level Auxiliary System Weapon Soul King. Zixi, 56th level Agile Attack System War Soul King. Chen Zifeng, 57th level Strong Attack System Weapon Soul King. Tisk tisk tisk, Xiaotao is really angry, won't she beat the opponent's brains out like this? In the spectator seat, Xian Zai said in amazement. Qian Duo beside him also laughed. This girl was tricked by that little guy named Xiao Hongchen. She must want to get back at him. It would be strange if she is not angry now. Wouldn't it be bad to expose all her strength to the opponent like this? Wang Yan said cautiously, but found that Qian Duo looked at him strangely. Teacher Wang, there is no need to be so cautious. With the strength of the children, Do you think the body sect or the Sun and Moon Empire can find a genius who can match them? Duo comforted. But Wang Yan was not worried about this. Dean Jian, I am not worried about this, but I am worried that someone will assassinate them. Although the children are very talented and there are almost no rivals among their peers, I am afraid that someone will do something dirty. Wang Yan said, but he didn't expect Duo's expression to become even more strange after hearing this, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. Because Wang Yan's words reminded him of how cautious Huo Yuhao was every time he hunted souls. That was true. There were no less than 3 titled Douluo guards when he went to Xingdu to hunt souls twice. Even participating in the competition this time was even more exaggerated. Duo, Yan Shaiji, Xian Zai, Song Lao, and Mu En. With them around, can Huo Yuhao really be in danger? Chapter 94. It's good enough that this brat doesn't let others get into danger. Xian Zai said in a deep voice, which also made Wang Yan react with a start. It seems to be true. If Huo Yuhao, who is so precious in Shrek, really has any problems, the whole Douluo continent will have to tremble. No wonder they are so relieved. At the same time, the battle on the ring also started at the same time. As soon as the battle started, Huo Yuhao directly started to share his spiritual detection, and Gong Yangmo also directly opened his martial spirit to buff all the team members. After doing this, Huo Yuhao and Gong Yangmo retreated to the back, intending to show some respect and get through this battle. But what he didn't expect was that the girl named Meng Hongchen actually rushed directly towards him. It seems that she wants to play auxiliary first in the team fight. Am I being treated as a soft persimmon? Huo Yuhao and Gong Yangmo looked a little strange when they saw Meng Hongchen rushing over with 2 swords in hand. Who allowed you to go? Just as Meng Hongchen approached, a voice came from the center of the battlefield. A fire phoenix flew towards Meng Hongchen, but was blocked by a soul emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire. Your opponent is me. 6th soul skill, Shield of Destruction. The soul emperor relied on the defensive spirit and directly resisted the fire phoenix. But he obviously underestimated Ma Xiao Tao's strength. The fire phoenix directly knocked him out. Seeing this, the other 3 soul emperors with the same defensive spirit came together and planned to join forces to fight against Ma Xiao Tao. Seeing that the other side had many people, Dai Yuheng, who was also charging in the front, also rushed to support. Unexpectedly, it fell directly into the enemy's hands. The 4 defensive spirit emperors joined forces to set up a defensive formation. The huge defensive formation directly trapped Ma Xiao Tao and Dai Yuheng, the 2 people with the highest cultivation. Do you think this turtle shell can stop me? Ma Xiao Tao cursed angrily, and her soul power burst out. The soul guide that trapped her was not damaged. Dai Mubai, who was trapped inside with her, suffered a heavy loss. Damn it, Ma Xiao Tao, restrain yourself, I'm about to be roasted. The 4 soul emperors who were maintaining the formation outside did not speak, but their eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. Their task was to delay time, wait for the poison to spread, and then the sword of judgment in Maralong's hand would make the final decision. 4 people trapped 2 people. On the other side, Maralong also relied on his soul emperor level cultivation to suppress Zixi and Chen Zifeng alone, and Xiao Hongchen also faced Ling Luokan. The scene was deadlocked for a while. Yes, it was deadlocked. Huo Yuhao and Gong Yangmo looked at Meng Hongchen with strange expressions. You 2 should both be supportive, right? I won't bully you, come on together. Meng Hongchen smiled, and with a western sword, the ice crystal mirror surrounded Gong Yangmo and Huo Yuhao, and it seemed that he had already won. Great, has she always been so brave? She actually picked the strongest one. Gong Yangmo couldn't help but mourn for Meng Hongchen who was about to suffer. He quickly gave the battlefield to Huo Yuhao and Meng Hongchen, so as not to get too close and have Meng Hongchen's blood splash on him. Oh? Your teammate seems to have run away. Why don't you admit defeat? He's so handsome, I can't bear to fight him. Seeing Gong Yangmo take a step back, Meng Hongchen thought he had given up struggling. It was a joke, obviously, he didn't take Huo Yuhao, who hadn't taken action since he came on stage, seriously. But it was true. As Soul Kings, even if they were 2 supportive Soul Kings, it would be difficult to resist when facing a strong attack Soul King. Especially since Meng Hongchen is a relatively strong Soul Master among low-level combatants, his martial soul is not weak, and he is also good at using poison. It would be strange if he didn't have confidence. At the stage of low-level Soul Masters, soul masters are stronger than pure soul masters. Well, except for some special cheaters. Well, the idea is good, but you seem to have chosen the wrong opponent. Huo Yuhao said, and a white fox appeared from the soul ring under him, followed by a spider and a crow. 3 beasts flew out of the soul ring. I heard you are very brave. Looking at Meng Hongchen with a smile, his soul ring finally stopped hiding. The 5 soul rings of white, purple, black, and red exuded a dazzling luster. How is it possible? Meng Hongchen looked at the soul rings under Huo Yuhao that changed color, especially the several soul beasts floating above. The terrifying aura emanating from them almost made her soul power sluggish. Especially the soul beast that appeared from the 100,000-year soul ring. The aura of the purple-eyed crow made her breathless. Xiao Ziai, just be gentle and deal with it. Hearing what Huo Yuhao said, the purple-eyed crow looked at Meng Hongchen with disdain and called twice. It seemed to say that such an opponent was not worth it. But under Huo Yuhao's order, he still used his mental power to control Meng Hongchen, making him unable to move. Finally, Xiao Bai stepped forward and threw the controlled Meng Hongchen out of the field. This decapitation battle ended in such a whimper. Yuhao, when can you help me get a soul to play with? Gong Yang Mo said with some envy. His eyes were on the 3 souls beside Huo Yuhao, and his eyes were indescribably hot. For an auxiliary soul master like him who has little combat ability, the existence of souls is definitely a help in times of need. To allow him to have the ability to protect himself, the most important thing is to have growth attributes. This might even break the curse of his family's martial spirit. Who would it be, who could resist the temptation? Don't worry, brother Mo. When the competition is over, we will go to the Star Forest to hunt for souls. At that time, you can also check the situation first. If nothing unexpected happens, the Academy will put the soul plan on the table right away. Huo Yuhao was talking to Gong Yang Mo, and Xiao Bai, Xiao He, and Xiao Zi all stopped beside him, looking at the surroundings curiously. At this time, the battle in the field reversed. Ma Xiao Tao, who was trapped in the defensive formation, broke through the restraints. Beside her, a fiery red phoenix spread its wings. Although the 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red are not as shocking as Huo Yuhao's, the shock is not weak at all. Because although Huo Yuhao's soul ring configuration is real, it doesn't look convincing at all and makes people unbelievable. On the contrary, Ma Xiao Tao's soul ring configuration, although equally outrageous, is still more acceptable. The expressions of the 4 soul emperors turned gloomy after they saw that the formation was broken in just over a minute. Maralong, plan ahead. Although the plan has not been completely laid out, we can only move forward now. Otherwise, this battle will be meaningless. After hearing the defense soul emperor's prompt, Maralong got rid of Zixi and Chen Zifeng's entanglement, and took out the sword of judgment that had been prepared. The huge sword of judgment flew into the sky, the holy light aura appeared, and it slammed down. But just as it started to fall, the sword of judgment was completely frozen. The Sun and Moon Empire is really wealthy. An 8th level soul guide, I accepted it unceremoniously. Huo Yuhao said, and the sword of judgment, which was majestic just a second ago, entered his storage space. Everyone on the stage fell silent. Especially Maralong and the 4 defense soul emperors. Well, as for Xiao Hongchen, he had already been cleared and left the ring. Among them, the 4 defensive soul emperors were the most shocked. You must know that this sword of judgment was enhanced by the crown prince. As a result, he was caught in the hands of someone during the startup? Isn't this guy named Huo Yuhao really an old man who has reached the level of a titled Douluo and comes here to show off? They were stunned, but people from Shrek Academy would not be stunned. After losing support, everyone was cleared. Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy vs Shrek Academy won. Currently earning 2 points. They failed to win the 1-on-1 group battle, and they also failed to win the 7-on-7 team battle. In the last battle, the Sun and Moon Empire simply surrendered and planned to save their energy for the battle between Hushan and Numenon sect. And I pray that in tomorrow's battle, the Numenon sect can be more powerful. It is best to fight Shrek with both sides injured, and then be taken advantage of by their Sun and Moon Empire. But a fool also knows that this is almost impossible. Therefore, Luanfeng Douluo was already thinking about how to restore the Sun Moon Empire's losses. Now the Fire Phoenix Soul Mentor group led by her has been displayed outside the border. A strong deterrent, but not enough. The most important thing is that their move will definitely usher in the second all-out war between Douluo continent and Sun Moon continent. This kind of responsibility is not something she can bear. On the other side, this battle, especially the souls displayed by Ma Xiaotao and Huo Yuhao, caused the undercurrent of power in the entire Xingluo city to surge. Any force with some discernment can see the value of the soul system. Its influence on soul masters is absolutely no less than that of the soul guidance device system. The most important thing is that the people who master this technology are Shrek Academy, they are not enemies. Even to a certain extent, they have a common enemy, which is the Sun and Moon Empire. No matter how all these changes, they have not affected Huo Yuhao. Because everything was blocked by the senior management of Shrek Academy. Without their permission, no one can disturb Huo Yuhao. This is not only the reputation of the #1 college in mainland China, but also a deterrent in terms of strength. On the surface, Suanzi, Mr. Song, has a lot of money and Yan Shaiji. There is also Moon behind the scenes. No strength dares to face such a lineup. Outside Star Luo City, Mun once again solved the information channel that the Sun and Moon Empire wanted to send messages back to the country. Ever since Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao showed their crushing strength, the Sun and Moon Empire could no longer sit still. I have been trying to find a way to get in touch with the royal family, but with the cooperation of several major forces, I can't get in touch at all. Obviously, in this matter, the goals of several major forces are surprisingly consistent. The next day, Huo Yuhao finished his day and night of training and came to Xingluo Square again. This time, the opponent they will face will be the Numenon sect team. Judging from the lineup, the main body Zhongguang is even worse than the Sun and Moon Empire. Because they only have 3 Soul Emperors and 4 Soul Kings. But the real combat power is stronger than that of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Because they all came up through normal cultivation, unlike the 4 defense Soul Emperors who used foreign objects. Moreover, the 4 defensive Soul Emperors had almost no other means except the ability to trap people. After the Sword of Judgment in their backhand failed, they lost the power to resist. All of these members of the body sect have body spirits, and their combat power is strong. Some of them are gifted and have even awakened their spirits for the second time. For example, Long Aotian. For example, Sun Miao. Long Aotian was almost trained by the body sect as an heir. Sun Miao is even the captain of this session. The two are stronger than Dai Yuheng. But they are not comparable to Ma Xiaotao, who already has 7 rings and 100,000-year spirit ring. Therefore, the players this time are not regular players, but specially selected candidates. In order to show the power of the soul, each of the 7 people summoned a soul to fight, especially with the support of Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao. The first 7-on-7 team battle was a completely one-sided battle. Long Aotian and others were defeated. But it is different from the Sun and Moon Empire. Even after the disastrous defeat in the 7-on-7 team battle, the body sect still maintained a high fighting spirit, and actively participated in both 1-on-1 round-robin battles and 2-on-2 battles. The difference between the two is obvious. The battle is over. There is no doubt that Shrek Academy has secured the first place in the competition with 6 points. After that, even if they were reluctant, the Sun Moon Empire had to hand over the Conferred God platform and the transformed soul beast in the Conferred God platform. Yuhao, have you made up your mind? In the Star Emperor Hotel, Qian Duoduo was a little confused as to why Huo Yuhao wanted to absorb this transformed soul beast right now. Is he afraid that someone will snatch it from him? With Huo Yuhao's current status in Shrek Academy, let alone the resources that have already been obtained, even if they have not been obtained, Shrek Academy will do its best to fight for Huo Yuhao. Therefore, in Qian Duoduo's opinion, Huo Yuhao has no need to do such things that may affect his potential. Don't worry, Lao Deng has thought about it. After I absorb this soul, my soul power will reach about level 59. In a few days, it will be upgraded to level 60, just in time for soul hunting on the way back. By the way, I can also let those people see the real effect of the soul. After all, no matter how to do the experiment, it is definitely not as convincing as my personal demonstration. Huo Yuhao said. In fact, his considerations went beyond that. In the Sword of Judgment on the ring, he found obvious evil soul master power. So, he instinctively thought of the evil soul master. Or, the Holy Spirit Church. Yezishui and Long Xiaoao. Although, in the original book, Yezishui and Long Xiaoao would not show up if Moon En was not dead. But what if? If someone believes the words of the evil soul master, it would be really stupid, especially if it is said by a scheming bitch and a love-brained person. So, Huo Yuhao is in urgent need of strength now. Of course, showing the existence of the soul in front of many forces is also one of the purposes. You bastard, what I'm asking is that your cultivation is improving so fast, aren't you afraid of problems? You're only 12 years old now, and you're about to reach level 60. In a few years, won't you become a god? Chapter 95. Qian Duoduo looked at Huo Yuhao speechlessly and said. Hehe, in a few years it will be a few years, now it is now, let's wait until we become a god. When the time comes, Lao Deng, just follow me to the god realm and enjoy the blessings. Huo Yuhao said with a smile, his eyes full of confidence. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo's face was full of black lines, and he couldn't help laughing and scolding, you stinky boy really has you. Before I even changed my horoscope, you first thought about becoming a god and letting me enjoy the blessings. However, although Qian Duoduo's tone was complaining, there was still indescribable relief in his tone. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, this kid, finally his kindness to him was not in vain. When Qian Duoduo was thinking about it, Huo Yuhao's next words almost made him break his defense on the spot. So, Lao Deng, give me some more soul guidance tools. Level 7 or 8 is not too bad, and level 8 or 9 is not too high. Anyway, I have almost enough soul power now. If you give it to me, I can still use it when I am at most 6 rings. Hearing these words, Qian Duoduo almost spit out a mouthful of blood. This kid really thinks that soul guides are nothing but cabbage. Soul guidance tools above level 8 are very precious, and even soul guidance tools of his level are difficult to obtain. There was no need for Huo Yuhao to use the high one, and it would be useless if he gave the low one. Get out of here, you brat! You are almost a 5th level soul engineer now. If you try harder, won't you be able to use the soul guidance device you made yourself? Qian Duoduo laughed and cursed. There was another burst of emotion. In his opinion, Huo Yuhao's talent is truly unique. Not only is his talent in martial arts so outstanding, but his talent in soul guidance tools is unprecedented. Anyway, he had never heard of anyone who had grown from an ordinary person who had never understood soul guidance devices to a peak level 4 soul mentor within 2 years. Of course, ordinary people here have to put quotation marks. After a simple joke, the tense atmosphere disappeared. Qian Duoduo took out the conferred god platform. Originally, Xuanzi went to Luanfeng Douluo to ask for this and handed it over to Qian Duoduo. Luanfeng Douluo willingly handed over the conferred god platform when facing Xuanzi, and being in another country. The reason why he is so refreshing is firstly because of Xuanzi's identity and strength. The second reason is because he feels that the Ice Jade Scorpion in the conferred god platform will not be absorbed so quickly. Even if someone happens to be able to absorb it, wouldn't Shrek's people want to study it? Therefore, Huo Yuhao, an alien, took advantage of this loophole. Lao Deng, I'm going to start absorbing it. You go out first. Huo Yuhao said this, and Qian Duoduo's face immediately darkened. You brat, what else do you have to carry on my back? Qian Duoduo asked with a frown. I don't want to either. The Ice Emperor has something to discuss with this Ice Jade Scorpion, and I also have to fuse my soul bone. It's a bit uncomfortable for you to keep staring at me. Huo Yuhao explained helplessly. After Qian Duoduo heard this, although he still had some doubts in his heart, he could only nod his head, okay, then be careful. Huo Yuhao looked at Qian Duoduo's leaving figure and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Qian Duoduo cared about him, but some things were really not convenient for others to see. He took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and prepared to absorb the Ice Jade Scorpion. At the same time, he was also looking forward to communicating with the Ice Emperor and the changes brought about by fusing the new soul bones. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, Qian Duoduo looked at Huo Yuhao with some deep meaning. Ever since Huo Yuhao and Mun talked about the second Ice and Snow Emperor, this matter was no longer a secret among Shrek's top brass. As Huo Yuhao's master, Qian Duoduo naturally knew about it. Boy, I and Yan Shaiji are guarding you outside. If anything happens, just shout. Don't hold on. Qian Duoduo said to Huo Yuhao seriously. Then he turned around and walked out of the room and outside. At this time, Yan Shaiji was already waiting here. Hey, old money, I just told you to wait for you here. Yan Shaiji said to Qian Duoduo with a smile, with a little joy on his face. However, unlike Yan Shaiji, Qian Duoduo's expression was not so relaxed. TCH, I'm just here to get some fresh air. I'm not the same as you. Duo responded angrily. I'm talking about old money, please stop lying to yourself, okay? I've told you before that your apprentice has a lot of ideas and a lot of secrets, and I probably won't reveal them all to us now. Yan Shaiji shook his head helplessly, as if he had already expected that Duo would come out. TCH, I don't understand my apprentice yet? You, an outsider, know my apprentice better than me. Duo retorted with disdain. What the hell, Lao Qian, if this progress continues, Xiao Tao will soon be engaged to Yu Hao, right? Yan Shaiji suddenly changed the topic and asked about the relationship progress between Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao. That kid is a philanderer, I guess Xiao Tao won't be able to handle it. Duo shook his head and said. If anything, you can understand when you are a little careless when you are young, but you will stop caring when you become an adult and become sensible. Yan Shaiji said with a smile. Then I guess that's enough. Xiao Tao is half a round older than Yu Hao. I think Wang Dong is more suitable for Xiao Xiao and Chuer. Duo smiled. TCH, what do you know? You know how to take care of people better when you are older. Look at the previous few ring battles, wasn't it Xiao Tao who took care of Yu Hao? Yan Shaiji rolled his eyes. We. Two old men outside the door were discussing the topic about Huo Yu Hao, and their voices were not restrained at all, so Huo Yu Hao inside the door could vaguely hear them. Perhaps, they were talking to Huo Yu Hao. Can you two old guys restrain yourself a little? I'm only 12 years old. Huo Yu Hao couldn't help but said loudly. Hearing this, the voices outside the door really restrained a little. But there was still a low laugh. After complaining, Huo Yu Hao used his mental power to set up a barrier in the outside world. His consciousness was immersed in the sea of consciousness. Bingdi had been waiting for Huo Yu Hao here early. Since it was about her people, Bingdi was naturally very concerned. Yu Hao, how is it? Don't worry, it's done. We'll go out now. I'll open the conferred God platform later. You help me control the fluctuations of soul power and don't let it spread outside. Hearing Bingdi's question, Huo Yu Hao didn't say much, and directly left the sea of consciousness with Bingdi and came to the room. The image of a little loli in a green dress appeared in the room. As soon as it appeared, even though the Ice Emperor was restraining himself, the temperature in the room dropped. The Ice Emperor looked at Huo Yu Hao, and after Huo Yu Hao nodded, he gradually released his soul power to transform the room. This was done to prevent the 100,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion from destroying the Star Emperor Hotel after it came out. With the Ice Emperor, the patriarch of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, this 100,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion could not cause any trouble. After the preparations were completed, Huo Yu Hao turned on the switch of the conferred God platform. A strong chill appeared instantly. You despicable humans who are born evil, go to hell, all of you. As soon as the Ice Jade Scorpion came out, it shouted angrily, but stopped immediately after sensing the breath in it. Because he sensed the breath of the king. Huo Yu Hao looked at the Ice Jade Scorpion origin, which was like a ball of green light, with a strange expression on his face. Because this sentence seemed familiar. It seemed that this was the same sentence when he first met the Snow Emperor, right? King, how could you be like this? The 100,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion asked in disbelief. But the Ice Emperor did not answer immediately. Your current origin is about to dissipate. Get ready and absorb it as the soul of this human being later. As the Ice Emperor said this, the Ice Jade Scorpion found it a little difficult to understand why the Ice Emperor appeared in this human city, and even more so why he was in this form. But it could feel that the Ice Emperor was absolutely real. Because no matter how a creature changes, its origin cannot be fake. Not to mention the Ice Jade Scorpion race, it is almost impossible for outsiders to disguise themselves. So this Ice Jade Scorpion cooperated exceptionally. With the help of the Ice Emperor, he quickly absorbed this Ice Jade Scorpion as the third soul of his second martial soul. The soul bone he chose was the right jade bone. So far, Huo Yu Hao has already collected 4 of the 6 soul bones. The Snow Emperor's torso bone, the left arm bone of the secret soul, the golden dragon ape skull, and the right arm bone of this Ice Jade Scorpion have collected 4 pieces. At the same time, the left arm bone of the soul of the secret method can also be integrated with the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion. When this set of processes is completed, Huo Yu Hao will go to the Xingda Great Forest to obtain the 6th soul of the first martial soul. At that time, the luck is almost gone, and he can get another set of external soul bones. After this day's process, Huo Yuhao is confident that he can fight against the Super Douluo under normal conditions, and even win. After all, Huo Yuhao's cheating is too big now. When he reaches the Soul Saint, he will be on par with the 98th level. Soul Douluo hits the limit. Titled to fight God. These will not be dreams in the future. The absorption process is extremely smooth. 1 soul, 2 soul bones absorbed. As expected, Huo Yuhao's soul power has risen from level 55 to level 59. And it has also improved a lot at the level 59 stage. At most, it will take another half a month to reach the level 60. At that time, Huo Yuhao will be able to go anywhere in the world. During this period, due to the restraint of the Ice Emperor and the formation originally arranged, almost no breath leaked out. In addition, Huo Yuhao absorbed very quickly. Qian Duoduo and Yan Shaiji, who were still in the outside world, thought that Huo Yuhao was still practicing. In fact, Huo Yuhao had already returned to the Sea of Consciousness with the Ice Emperor. The Sea of Consciousness at this time was very lively. Except for Alex, who didn't like crowded environments and was still in his own territory, the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, Tianmeng and many souls were holding a meeting in the Sea of Consciousness. Tell me, why did you choose to transform into a soul beast, and why were you caught by those humans? The Ice Emperor asked, and the 100,000-year-old Ice Scorpion, Douluo, lowered his head in shame. King, when I was only at the 90,000-year level, I encountered a cave in the sea outside the core area. There was a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice marrow in that cave, but it was guarded by a sea soul beast. Although I killed the sea soul beast in the end, I was also seriously injured. Later, when I broke through the 100,000-year thunder tribulation, my origin was even more damaged. I could only choose to transform into a human. After that, I was sealed by those humans with strange things in the middle of the journey, and I don't know anything. While speaking, Douluo also looked at Huo Yuhao and Bingdi with a strange look. In his eyes, Bingdi is the king of their Bingbai Scorpion clan, the strongest Bingbai Scorpion in history. How can it also become a human spirit ring? The Ice Emperor, who knew the cause and effect, nodded clearly. Nothing happened after that, and Huo Yuhao ended the meeting and returned to reality. After quickly eliminating all traces in the room, Huo Yuhao opened the door. Outside the door, Yan Shaiji and Qian Duoduo were still chatting. Everyone was a little surprised to see Huo Yuhao come out. You brat, how can you absorb souls so quickly? That's right, with the help of the Ice Emperor, it's just 100,000-year-old soul beast. It's easy. Huo Yuhao said calmly, causing Qian Duoduo to laugh and scold him for a while, but the way he glanced at Yan Shaiji from time to time gave him away. Obviously, these words were said specifically to show off. Yuhao, why are you only at level 59th? Yan Shaiji sensed it. Because Huo Yuhao didn't cover it up, he could easily sense Huo Yuhao's aura. Normally speaking, the soul power of a 100,000-year-old soul beast plus the 100,000-year-old soul bones and 70,000-year-old soul bones, even if it is thought to be absorbed by a titled Douluo, it is not a problem to rise to 1 level. And with the quality of the Ice Jade Scorpion, 2 levels are possible. But Huo Yuhao had just advanced to the 4th level of level 50. Even if a few martial souls had higher soul power requirements, it was a bit unbelievable to him. That's why I asked this question. It's okay, it's normal. I compressed my soul power this time. And it doesn't matter, I can reach level 60 in half a month at most and absorb the 6th soul ring. Huo Yuhao said. Seeing Huo Yuhao's confident look and the fact that they really didn't sense anything wrong, Yan Shaiji and Qian Duoduo didn't say anything more. Okay, it's getting late. Now that the matter has been settled, get ready to rest. Yan Shaiji said, turning around to leave. Then, as if he just remembered it, he turned his head and said something to Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, we are now firmly in the first place, so we will give you a day off tomorrow. You can go and do whatever you want, and just move around freely. If you encounter danger, send a signal and we will rush over as soon as possible. After Yan Shaiji finished speaking, he forced Qian Duoduo, who wanted to say something, to leave. You bastard, don't hold me back. I'll leave on my own. TCH, you can walk on your own, why are you still here? It's none of your business if I talk to my apprentice. Why is it none of my business? We will become a family soon. The two figures walked away, and Huo Yuhao shook his head. Thinking of what Yan Shaiji said about the holiday, he also made plans in his mind. It just so happens that the pirate world is coming to the Shampoo Islands tomorrow. After settling down in the pirate world and practicing for a few days, you can rush to the Stardow forest to hunt for souls. After the soul hunting is over, he will have enough strength to carry out follow-up plans. The first step is to clean up the Shampoo Islands and take Shrek members as a navy. Chapter 96. However, in this beautiful scenery, countless dangers are hidden, and there is no need to say more about the Sea Kings in the deep sea. The pirates lurking above are the biggest threat to ordinary people. Huo Yuhao and his party stood on the deck, having just finished a fierce battle. The sea breeze blew on their clothes, bringing a hint of coolness. The pirates here are really blind. They dare to attack even though they know it is a warship. Nami frowned, with a bit of speechlessness in her tone. Since they approached the Sabayati archipelago, they have encountered attacks from more than a dozen pirate groups. At the beginning, the battle brought some novelty, which was used to kill boring time. However, as the number of attacks increased, the battle became more and more boring, and even a little annoying. Huo Yuhao stood on the edge of the deck, looking deeply at the sea level in the distance. Glancing at Nami, who was only 14 or 15 years old, had a hotter figure than an adult, especially after absorbing the soul ring, which also supplemented her body. Nami now looked like what she would be like in a few years. Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly and said, "No, they are not blind, but too arrogant." The pirates who could get here basically had a certain understanding of the world situation. They came to attack the warships not only because they didn't know the gold content of the warships, but they were simply arrogant and didn't care about the consequences. These pirate groups with a bounty of nearly 10 million all showed their strength by attacking warships, and took the opportunity to recruit other pirate groups to expand their own forces, in preparation for the subsequent coding and even entering the new world. After speaking, Nami stretched her waist and showed her figure vividly. She naturally knew what Huo Yuhao said, and saying these words was just a complaint. At this time, Ace, who was cleaning the battlefield in front, finally completed his task. Since the last time Zifa talked to Ace and Luffy, Ace's thoughts have changed a little. On that night of the conversation, Zifa's tone was serious and firm, like a sharp blade pointing directly at Ace's heart, and it also made this boy who yearned for freedom and family affection have a new understanding of his goal. At that time, Ace was silent for a long time. The struggle in his heart is even more untold to outsiders. Zifa's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart. Ace has longed for freedom since he was a child, and longed to be the freest man on the sea like his father who he didn't know. This is a memory engraved in the depths of his soul. But Zifa's words made him start to think about whether he really understood the true meaning of power. And Luffy, the boy who always smiled like a child, still wanted to become the Pirate King. Endless dreams and hopes flashed in his eyes, as if nothing could stop him from moving forward. What's even more outrageous is that Luffy actually began to look for like-minded partners in the Navy to go to sea with him. Those who were in the same period of the recruit camp suffered even more. Luffy's enthusiasm and persistence made him a unique existence in the recruit camp. He always pulled those recruits, told them his dreams and plans, and tried to persuade them to join his Straw Hat Pirates. "Look, my Straw Hat Pirates will definitely become the strongest." Luffy's voice echoed in the recruit camp, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Most people were scared away by his madness. Later, even those pirates who occasionally chased him did not let go of the plan to become a candidate member of his Straw Hat Pirates. Whenever a warship captured a group of pirates, Luffy was always the first to rush forward, grinning and trying to persuade them to join his team. Well, yes, the candidate for the Straw Hat Pirates. But these candidates all stayed in the Impel Downs waiting for the captain to rescue them. It's hard to say whether they are still alive or not. It can be said that such a naughty Luffy has not been beaten to death until now, and he really has to thank Garp, the naval hero. Well, his iron head is also an important factor. You know, Garp's iron fist is not so easy to withstand. It's no exaggeration to say that it is a rule skill. "Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely become the Pirate King." Luffy's voice is always full of determination. Then he was beaten again. Ace stood on the deck of the pirate ship, the flame in his hand slowly extinguished, and behind him was a mess of battlefield. The broken wooden boards and the fallen pirates silently told the fierce battle just now. Ace raised his head, glanced around with cold eyes, and after confirming that there were no more enemies, he slowly walked to the bow. It's solved, it's just that the idiot behind is still shopping. Ace's voice was low and impatient. At this time, a noise came from the warship in the distance, breaking the tranquility of the sea. Before Ace finished speaking, a figure jumped from the warship like a cannonball and rushed towards the pirate ship with anger. That was Luffy. His face was full of anger and anxiety, his eyes were as hot as fire. Hey, Ace, you bastard, that's a reserve member of my pirate group. Luffy shouted loudly, his voice mixed with anger and blame. Luffy flipped in the air and landed in front of Ace flexibly, and the two looked at each other face to face. Luffy's face turned red, obviously because of anger and excitement. Ace frowned slightly, seemingly surprised by Luffy's sudden appearance, but soon, a teasing smile appeared on his face. Luffy stared at Ace closely, as if he wanted to see something in his eyes. Ace is a head taller than Luffy, which makes Luffy look a bit weaker in terms of momentum. Realizing this, Luffy secretly used the rubber fruit's ability to elongate his body in an attempt to equal Ace in height. Childish. Ace looked at Luffy's little moves and couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and slapped Luffy on the head, causing him to stagger. Luffy was a little dizzy from being photographed, but he quickly regained his footing, and the anger on his face did not diminish at all. He rubbed his sore head, glared at Ace, and muttered, Ace, you are always like this, you don't know how to respect others at all. Ace's expression became serious, and he looked directly into Luffy's eyes, with a hint of helplessness and admonishment in his tone. I respect your dream, but those pirates will not be your companions, and I don't want you to become like them, understand? Okay, stop playing tricks, we are going to the naval base in the Chambord Islands soon. After arriving, we will organize the base first, and then we will give you 3 days of leave. After 3 days of leave, you have to prepare to work. Huo Yuhao said, and several people nodded. But Huo Yuhao felt a little strange. Because every time he spoke in the past, Luffy always liked to say some weird things. But today, he was uncharacteristically silent. Turning his head to look, he saw Luffy looking forward with excitement on his face, and the 5-pointed star seemed to be reflected in his eyes. Okay, here I come to the Shampoo Islands. I must gather enough crew members to go to sea this time. Luffy shouted loudly. Asshole Luffy, you are only 15 years old, why are you going out to sea? Ace cursed angrily and punched Luffy on the head, causing a big swelling. Hey, so I can go to sea when I'm an adult? Luffy asked, clutching his head and screaming in pain, as if he had discovered a blind spot. Of course not, you bastard Luffy. The half-day voyage ended with Luffy and Ace having a funny conversation. Huo Yuhao and his party also arrived at the branch base of the Shampoo Islands. The Shampoo Islands, a huge archipelago composed of dozens of islands, are located in the first half of the Grand Route and are one of the gathering places for pirates. The forces here are complex, with pirates and all kinds of lawless elements running rampant, and even some navy soldiers colluding with these lawless forces. The air here is filled with salty sea breeze, and the streets are filled with people of all kinds. Pirates, bounty hunters, merchants, slave traders can be seen everywhere, and you can even occasionally see a few richly dressed nobles. Every corner here exudes mystery and danger, but a certain order is maintained. Just because this is a lawless zone divided by the world government. There is nothing special about the appearance of this warship. The hull is a typical white color and the sails are embroidered with the Navy's logo. However, the arrival of the warship attracted almost no attention, as if the warship was just part of the daily scene. This is not surprising, because this is the island numbered 60 and falls under the jurisdiction of the naval base. The Navy has multiple bases in the Shampoo Islands. Islands numbered 60 to 69 are the entrances and exits to the naval base and the world government. There are tens of thousands of naval soldiers permanently stationed here, but their combat effectiveness is not high, and they basically only have the strength of a commodore. Despite this, these naval soldiers are still a line of defense in this chaotic land. Brigadier General, do you have any orders? Because Huo Yuhao came here to deal with the Brigadier General who was transferred here, so the person who came to receive Huo Yuhao this time was only a second lieutenant. The second lieutenant looked at the child in front of him who was less than half his age with some contempt in his heart. But because of his status, he still said it in a good voice. Well, just sort out a few rooms for us. Let's get familiar with the environment first. You can just carry on as usual. Huo Yuhao didn't care what the second lieutenant thought. He didn't have much time to deal with them now. he would be able to free up his hands after the matter in Douluo world was settled. The second lieutenant breathed a sigh of relief when he heard what Huo Yuhao said. Because from Huo Yuhao's tone, he felt that Huo Yuhao was quite easy to talk to. This at least proves that they are not a bunch of fools, and they are not just running rampant in the Chambord Islands and attracting enemies that are not easy to mess with. Although he breathed a sigh of relief, the second lieutenant's evaluation of Huo Yuhao and others was a little worse in his heart. I guess they are the children of the Navy's top brass, coming here to gain seniority, right? But it's okay, just don't have those thoughts that you shouldn't have. The ensign complained in his mind. Oh, I'm so envious. At the age of 17 or 18, there are elders paving the way. Isn't it possible that he will start as a lieutenant general in the future? And several people who he said had mixed qualifications are now in front of the dormitory. Huo Yuhao, let's go shopping. Nami looked at Huo Yuhao with bright eyes, and Ace and Luffy were also a little eager to give it a try. It's just that their goal is not to go shopping, but has another purpose. You go ahead, I'll give you 3 days off. We'll start reorganizing the Navy in 3 days. As our first stop, it must also be our most stable base. Huo Yuhao said. The three of them nodded and ran out immediately. Huo Yuhao just glanced at them and stopped paying attention. Although the three of them were young, there was almost no chance of anything happening in the Sabayati archipelago. The strength of the few people was not as simple as it seemed. The strongest ace had already opened his martial soul. Although he was only a second-ring Great Soul Master, he had the domineering aura of observation, and his real combat power was no weaker than that of an ordinary brigadier general. Nami was slightly weaker. Although she was already a fourth-ring master, she had not yet awakened the power of domineering due to her physique, so her combat power was one level weaker than Ace. As for the weakest Luffy, he grew rapidly under the spur of Ace. At the age of 15, he was not weaker than when he went to sea in the original work. The only thing was that for some reason, Luffy's innate soul power was terribly low. Only the third level innate soul power. Even with the help of Huo Yuhao, he only managed to break through to the first ring. Correspondingly, although his physical strength did not meet the requirements for practicing domineering, the armed color and the domineering color of the three-color domineering were awakened at the same time. In the original novel, this breakthrough would not be possible without several life-and-death battles. Huo Yuhao felt as if Luffy's own physique was rejecting the power system from the Douluo world. At the same time, it was also stimulated by Douluo's martial spirit system, allowing Luffy's talent to be fully displayed. Huo Yuhao stood outside the dormitory, and the backs of the three people had disappeared on the street. In terms of strength alone, the three of them can retreat safely even if they are pirate forces with a bounty of hundreds of millions. With the soul guides I prepared, there is no need to worry about saving their lives. Huo Yuhao muttered to himself, and his voice seemed a little vague in the wind. Long before, a soul guide was prepared for each of them to save their lives. These soul guides were made by him personally, and each one condensed his efforts and wisdom, and even used his luck to open a little trick. This is also the reason why Huo Yuhao is not worried about the three people. After watching the three people leave, Huo Yuhao took a deep breath and walked towards his dormitory. As the highest officer of this branch, his room is naturally the largest. The lieutenant was very good at cleaning up, which made him feel much better about this lieutenant who had no scene in the original book. After closing the door, Huo Yuhao entered the state of cultivation. After the cultivation was over, he returned to the Douluo world. As soon as he appeared in the room, Huo Yuhao saw Ma Xiaotao looking at him with resentment. If someone didn't know this look, they would think Huo Yuhao was a scumbag who abandoned her after having sex. Sister Xiaotao, why are you looking at me like this? After asking with some doubt, Ma Xiaotao's eyes became even more resentful. Chapter 98. Her mood was like the dark clouds outside the window, difficult to dissipate. Yesterday was their rare day off, and they had planned to go to Xingluo City together to enjoy this long-lost holiday, but Huo Yuhao seemed to have evaporated and did not show up for the whole day. Now Huo Yuhao suddenly appeared again like a few days ago, making her unable to help but rub Huo Yuhao's cheeks hard. Did you forget that we have a day off? Ma Xiaotao's tone was mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction. I forgot too. Huo Yuhao's voice came, with a bit of innocence and laziness, as if he had never realized what he had missed. Ma Xiaotao frowned slightly, and a feeling of helplessness surged in her heart. He just stayed at home like this, didn't he feel bored? Then you stay at home all day. She couldn't help asking, with a hint of ridicule in her tone. Huo Yuhao nodded, as if to say yes, That's how I spend my days. Her mood suddenly fell to the bottom. Ma Xiaotao looked up helplessly, looking at the blue sky outside the window, and was speechless. God knows how painful it was for her to happily invite Huo Yuhao to go shopping in Xingluo City yesterday, but she waited for a whole day and didn't see anyone. It was just that Wu Yu's mother opened the door to Wu Yu, and Wu Yu was at home. Do you know? I was happily preparing to invite you to go shopping in Xingluo City yesterday, but I waited for a whole day and didn't see you. Her tone was resentful. If someone who didn't know saw it, they would think Huo Yuhao was a scumbag who abandoned her after having sex. Next time you dare to stand me up, I'll make you look good. Ma Xiaotao threatened until she saw Huo Yuhao nod, and she let go of her hand with satisfaction. I will try my best to make time. Huo Yuhao's voice came again. But he definitely didn't think about wandering around in the Douluo world, he would go to the pirate world if he was going. It just so happened that the branch base of the pirate world was still in a state of disrepair, so it was just right to pull people over to serve as soldiers. Ma Xiaotao's voice was particularly clear in the morning light, as if with a hint of excitement and expectation. Okay, we are ready to go. After the game yesterday, Master Xian arranged for us to go first and hunt souls all the way to the Star Do Great Forest. Her words were like the first ray of sunshine in the morning. This change from cloudy to sunny, obviously, Huo Yuhao's promise made her feel a lot better. However, if she knew that Huo Yuhao was thinking of pulling her as a soldier, she would probably fight with Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao nodded slightly. There are also several members of the royal family traveling with us, and they all go to hunt souls with us. Ma Xiaotao continued. As Ma Xiaotao narrated, Huo Yuhao's thoughts gradually became clear. He understood that this was not only a cooperation between the major forces led by Shrek. It should be related to the soul system. The two walked out of the Xinghuang Hotel. The air was filled with a faint scent of grass and trees, and the sun cast mottled light and shadows through the leaves. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao soon reunited with Sunzi and others who had been prepared. However, when they came to the outside of the city, Huo Yuhao suddenly felt doubtful. He looked around and found that the people who were supposed to set out with them were not as complete as expected, but seemed a little deserted. Where are the others? Did they go back first? Huo Yuhao was a little surprised. Because last time they clearly said that they would go soul hunting together, and it just happened to be a break after the competition. I took all those who didn't get the soul ring requirements this time, so now there are only you, Xiao Xiao, Ling Luokan, and a few members of the royal family. Yan Shaoji's voice was like a breeze, breaking Huo Yuhao's meditation. Perhaps he saw Huo Yuhao's doubts, and his hand pointed to the few people standing in front, as if he was unveiling a mysterious veil for Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao looked in the direction of his finger. Several young members of the royal family were nodding slightly with a polite smile, but that smile was a little distant. Several members of the royal family introduced themselves one after another. Their martial spirits were unique, but their potential was obviously not high. In this royal family full of glory and power, obviously, their status was not high, so they participated in this first batch of soul experiments. Although these young royal family members were in high positions, they were just pawns in the royal power game and could not choose their own fate. You all came for this soul experiment, right? Huo Yuhao finally spoke, with a hint of concern in his tone. Yes. We were ordered by the emperor to participate in this experiment, but we all have our own ideas in our hearts. I hope to find a stronger martial spirit through this experiment. I want to surpass the expectations of my family and become an independent soul master. Huo Yuhao stood on an open grassland, and several royal family members dressed in gorgeous clothes surrounded him with different expressions. What made Huo Yuhao wonder was that their goals were not the same, and they were not all abandoned by the royal family. Many of them came here on their own initiative. Perhaps it was because the performance of the Souls of Shrek Academy in the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition received widespread attention. Many people began to realize the importance of souls and planned to take this opportunity to improve their potential. I will do my best to help you. As soon as Huo Yuhao finished speaking, a flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of several royal family members, and then they nodded one after another, and the smiles on their faces seemed to become much more sincere. Although Huo Yuhao said this, his family knew his own business. They knew that their status in the Xingluo royal family was not high, and being on good terms with Huo Yuhao did not mean that they could gain any substantial benefits. On the contrary, if they offended Huo Yuhao, the consequences would be disastrous. Huo Yuhao's identity was not only an excellent soul master, but also a representative of the powerful Shrek Academy behind him. And the direct members of the Douluo royal family would not tolerate the opportunity for collateral members to threaten their status. At this moment, a young man with a slender figure and outstanding temperament walked out of the crowd. His eyes were firm and confident, as if he was the dazzling sunshine on this piece of grass. The man smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to Huo Yuhao. "Hello, I am Su Minjiu." Huo Yuhao held his hand and felt the warmth and strength. Su Minjiu was the eldest son of Su Jiaoyi, the eldest son of Su Jiaoyi. He came here not only because he had just reached the age to obtain the fourth soul ring, but also to make friends with Huo Yuhao. But in fact, his talent is not as good as Su Jiaoyi's sister Su Juju. "Okay, now that we have introduced ourselves, let's go first. Yuhao, car." Qian Duoduo, who had not spoken, said after the conversation. Huo Yuhao heard this and reached out to the soul guide, and a huge pure white RV appeared. As soon as the huge white RV appeared, many uninformed royal children exclaimed. In fact, it's not their fault that they are ignorant. Although the soul guide technology in the Douluo world is not as deformed as that in the pirate world, there is no technology applied to people's livelihood. But it's not much better. Even if many Douluo residents have reached the technological level of Douluo, which has developed soul guide screens and soul guide cannons, many civilians still starve to death. Even the poor who can become soul masters are pitifully few. It can be said that the overall social structure is in a state of regression. There was no conversation along the way. Because Huo Yuhao was too lazy to waste time waiting, the RV kept moving at full speed. The scenery on the road flashed by, and there was almost no stopping at any place. It took just over a day to reach the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest from Xingluo Imperial City. Unfortunately, everyone's luck was a bit bad. It started to rain heavily as soon as they arrived at the Xingda Great Forest. The rain was gently hitting the window, accompanied by low thunder, and the whole sky was covered by heavy dark clouds. In the RV, because of the heavy rain, several people chose to wait until the rain stopped before hunting souls. "Yuhao, why does your soul guide feel like a level 7 soul guide, flying so fast?" Qian Duoduo muttered dissatisfiedly, with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. He looked at the disciple in front of him, feeling both surprised and helpless. Obviously half a month ago, Huo Yuhao was only a level 5 soul guide, but today he seemed to have grown a lot overnight. The soul guide he made looked like a level 5 soul guide, but its speed was not much worse than the level 7 soul guide he made. Even he himself could not understand it. Huo Yuhao's smile became brighter and brighter, as if he was enjoying the sense of accomplishment at this moment. He gently shook the soul guide in his hand, feeling the power and agility in it, and was secretly proud of himself. "Hehe, Lao Deng, the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, you have to work hard, otherwise when I surpass you, I guarantee to cut off your beard." There was a bit of provocation in his voice, as if he was challenging Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched slightly, and a burst of anger surged in his heart, but he still resisted the urge to fight back. After all, there were not only the two of them in this RV, but also other classmates and teachers. He didn't want to appear too out of control at this time, so he tried to suppress his anger and chose to save some face for Huo Yuhao. But his eyes did not let Huo Yuhao go, and he glared at him fiercely, as if hinting, "I'll deal with you when we return to the academy." His eyes were as sharp as lightning, but Huo Yuhao just smiled, as if he didn't care about Qian Duoduo's threat at all. He knew in his heart that after this soul hunting, his strength was no longer the same as before. In contrast, Qian Duoduo was only an 8th level soul mentor. If the two fought, the winner might not be clear. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao's heart was full of confidence, and even a little expectation. "You kid, you really don't take me seriously anymore." Qian Duoduo finally couldn't help it, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a helpless smile. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, he appreciated and expected Huo Yuhao more. This disciple really made him look at him with new eyes. "It's not that I don't take you seriously, but I want to encourage you, Lao Deng. Imagine one day, surpassing Master's wife and enjoying a good time, wouldn't it be wonderful?" Huo Yuhao pretended to be serious, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. He knew that although Qian Duoduo was angry on the surface, he was proud of his growth deep down. "You kid, you are getting more and more slick." Qian Duoduo shook his head, but warmth surged in his heart. He didn't care about his disciples' offense, or in other words, they had always dealt with him in this way, and it was precisely because of this that he really regarded Huo Yuhao as his own child. However, don't be too complacent. There is a long road ahead. The further you get to the back, the harder it will be to break through. If you want to catch up with me, you are still far away. Duo suddenly became serious, with a firm light shining in his eyes. Although he knew that Huo Yuhao was very talented and would not be blindly arrogant, he still gave him a warning to prevent Huo Yuhao from flying too high and accidentally falling down. Wait for me, Lao Deng. Huo Yuhao raised a smile at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes shone with fiery anticipation. The sound of rain outside the window gradually weakened, and the thunder gradually faded away. Okay, don't wait any longer, hurry up and get ready, we have to go hunting for souls. Duo interrupted Huo Yuhao's thoughts. Huo Yuhao nodded. Lao Deng, after the soul hunting, do you want to go to the arena? Don't worry, I will save you some face. Huo Yuhao's voice was clear and confident, with a naughty smile on his lips. Come here, traitor, it's time to show your majesty as a master. Duo refused to admit defeat, but it made waves in his heart. He knew that Huo Yuhao's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he would definitely become stronger after reaching the realm of the sixth ring Soul Emperor. Damn it, I won't be able to defeat this guy after he becomes the sixth ringed Soul Emperor, right? Duo muttered secretly, feeling a chill in his heart. He thought of the 100,000-year-old soul rings and soul bones on Huo Yuhao, how rare and powerful they were, as if he was the darling of fate, destined to write his own legend on this continent. Is this the trouble of teaching a genius? Duo sighed in his heart. The Huo Yuhao in front of him made him feel extremely proud, but also extremely helpless. He understood that the efforts he had put in on this road might seem insignificant in front of Huo Yuhao. Teaching such a heaven-defying genius was originally the honor he yearned for, but now it has turned into a shadow in his heart. But no matter what, Huo Yuhao is his disciple. Being able to teach such a disciple is a great honor for any teacher. Even, because of Huo Yuhao's existence, the entire Shrek Academy will have greater glory. He will also leave a mark in the history of Shrek Academy because of Huo Yuhao. Okay, I'm just waiting to see how you save face for me. There was a hint of excitement in Lao Deng's voice, and a happy smile appeared on his face. At this moment, all worries and uneasiness seemed to have been dispelled by Huo Yuhao's determination, replaced by expectations and confidence in the future. Just as he said. He waited for Huo Yuhao to surpass him. Chapter 100. Ma Xiao Tao and Huo Yuhao walked side by side on a winding path, surrounded by towering ancient trees, as if they were whispering. Occasionally, a few small animals that were weak and not even soul beasts would scurry around in the bushes, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Yuhao, do you really want to have a fight with Ding Qian? Ma Xiao Tao's voice sounded particularly clear in the silence, and her brows frowned slightly. Huo Yuhao turned his head and smiled, his eyes shining with determination. Yes, by the time this soul hunting is over, my strength should be about the same. It's just time for Lao Deng to test it and see what level my strength is. There was a sense of confidence in his words, as if he had already seen the scene of beating Lao Deng in the future. However, Ma Xiao Tao's heart was stirred up. She knew that Huo Yuhao's strength was constantly improving, but facing a strong man like Ding Qian, she would inevitably have the idea of overestimating his capabilities. To be precise, she wanted to go against Duo with Huo Yuhao, just to test her own strength level. Damn it, last time I came with Yuhao, he was still in the 5th ring, but this time he wants the 6th ring. Ma Xiao Tao suddenly discovered a blind spot and the corners of her mouth twitched. At the same time, a sense of urgency could not help but emerge in my heart. Because if this continues, she will most likely be quickly surpassed by Huo Yuhao. Although she had been prepared in her heart, such a fast speed still made her feel unreal. Huo Yuhao said while releasing the mental detection sharing, his expression focused and determined. Mental power is like an invisible net that instantly covers the surrounding environment, capturing every movement in detail. It is not difficult for him to use both distractions and distractions. His strong mental power allows him to deal with everything in front of him at the same time. Huo Yuhao, come on, give Ding Qian a hard blow. Xiao Xiao interrupted from the side, with a hint of ridicule in his voice. Her smile was as bright as the sun, but it was a little dazzling in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Hey, Xiao Xiao, I will help you find a smelly mud monster to be your 4th soul later, do you believe it? Huo Yuhao's lips curved into a teasing smile. After Xiao Xiao heard this, the smile on his face instantly froze, and he quickly waved his hands to beg for mercy, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. She seemed to be really afraid that Huo Yuhao would give her a smelly and ugly mud monster as her fourth soul. I was wrong, squad leader Yuhao. Her voice was a bit pleading, like a kitten being teased and overwhelmed, and her heart was full of helplessness and shame. Xiao Xiao's cheeks turned slightly red, and she thought to herself, this guy is really getting better and better at joking, and he even threatened me with a smelly mud monster. But there was a cunning look in her eyes. That won't work. Just let her soul become a smelly mud monster. I think that's fine. Ma Xiaotao interrupted with a sly smile on her lips, as if she thought this idea was extremely feasible. Her voice was like a clear bell, with a hint of playfulness, causing Xiao Xiao's little face to instantly wrinkle into the shape of a bitter gourd, with a look of innocence and grievance shining in her eyes. Sister Xiaotao, you have gone too far. Xiao Xiao pouted, feeling a little dissatisfied, but helpless. She knew that it would be better if these two guys didn't get together. Once they got together, they were both people who liked to joke. No matter how much she resisted, she couldn't change their nature. At this time, her mood was like a flower blown by the wind, swaying unsteadily, but she could not escape the playful atmosphere. Next to them, Ling Luokan, who was always wary of his surroundings, had a burning gaze and a strange look in his eyes. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, is this still the flame-mad demon Ma Xiaotao I know? Why does it look like he has changed? Ling Luokan's heart was full of surprises and doubts, and she was full of inner activities, but her face showed no emotion at all. She was like a statue of an iceberg goddess, cold and arrogant. As they went deeper, the surrounding environment gradually became dark and mysterious. The trees are getting denser, the branches and leaves are intertwined, the sunlight is blocked less and less, and the air is filled with a moist atmosphere, which seems to indicate the coming danger. Shadows swam beneath their feet, as if there were countless unknowns and surprises hidden there. And this is only the outer edge of the Star Do forest. Generally, only soul beasts of 10 to 100 years roam around, and soul beasts of 1000 years are rare. On the other side, the royal family members of the Star Luo Empire, who were also next to Huo Yuhao and others, gathered around Su Minjiu. When he heard that Huo Yuhao and others were chatting about soul hunting and then fighting Duo, he also joined them. Su Minjiu's eyes flashed with curiosity as he listened to Huo Yuhao's conversation. He is dressed in gorgeous clothes, has a handsome face, and has an extraordinary temperament. He had a prominent position in the Star Luo Empire, but he had never seen a soul master as young but full of potential as Huo Yuhao. At this moment, his heart was full of doubts and surprise. Do you really want to fight Walong my Angxia? Su Minjiu couldn't help but interrupt, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. A flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes. After all, Duo is a level 95 Oolong Douluo. He has strong strength and rich combat experience, and can even be regarded as a top figure on the entire continent. Huo Yuhao was just a young man who had just entered the realm of the Six-Ring Soul Emperor. The gap between the two was like a world of difference. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, with a firm light in his eyes. Yes, how could this be false? Su Minjiu could not help but feel shocked, and his impression of Huo Yuhao changed instantly. He remembered the strict training and education he had received in the palace. Although he was a member of the royal family, he had never experienced a real battle. Compared with Huo Yuhao, his life seemed so monotonous and boring. Do you really believe that you can defeat Duo? Su Minjiu's voice became low, with a hint of disbelief. Su Minjiu naturally knew Duo's strength. Level 95 Oolong Douluo, and also an 8th level soul mentor. He was one of the best figures in the entire continent. Now a teenager like Huo Yuhao was going to fight against such a strong man who had been famous on the continent for many years. Even if Duo was Huo Yuhao's master, it still surprised Su Minjiu. After all, even after this soul hunting, Huo Yuhao is only a 6-ring soul emperor. The gap between a 6-ring soul emperor and a level 95 super Douluo is absolutely ridiculous. It can be said that the improvement before the title Douluo is not as great as the improvement from title Douluo to super Douluo. Yuhao, what level are you at now? Su Minjiu's voice echoed in the empty training ground, with a somewhat teasing tone. Huo Yuhao stood on a green grass, surrounded by lush trees, and the sun cast mottled light and shadows through the leaves. He looked up at Su Minjiu. I am just barely a titled Douluo now. Huo Yuhao answered in a joking tone, based on the idea of not hitting a smiling person. In fact, his strength is stronger than that of an average titled Douluo. In a full-strength battle, no one below the Super Douluo is qualified to pose a threat to him. Su Minjiahu's eyes flashed with doubt, and he obviously didn't believe what Huo Yuhao said. His eyes were burning, as if he wanted to see some clues from Huo Yuhao's face. Brother Yuhao really likes to joke. He shook his head, with a smile on his lips. But after you get the 6th soul, 200,000-year soul rings plus 100,000-year soul bone, maybe you can really fight with the titled Douluo. After hearing this, Huo Yuhao just smiled slightly, but sighed in his heart. If it was someone familiar, he might seriously explain his true strength. But Su Minjiahu in front of him was not strong enough, and he was not an acquaintance. The most important thing was that his status was not very high. It was really meaningless to pretend in front of him. At this time, the sun shone through the leaves on Huo Yuhao's body, warm and soft. Yes, you are right. Huo Yuhao's tone seemed a little perfunctory, and his eyes wandered carelessly in the corner of the hall, as if he was thinking about something more important. However, Su Minjiahu seemed not to notice his indifference and continued to ask with great interest. Brother Yuhao, how much can the soul improve the combat effectiveness of soul masters? Huo Yuhao frowned slightly, thinking to himself that Su Minjiahu's questioning was not out of real curiosity, but his instinctive reaction as a member of the royal family. After all, members of the royal family always wear a complex mask. On the surface, it is a friendly exchange, but in fact, it hides endless calculations and temptations. Huo Yuhao knew that Su Minjiahu did not fail to feel the perfunctory in his words, but between Huo Yuhao's little bit of goodwill and the secret of the soul, he chose the latter. The soul can indeed improve the combat effectiveness of soul masters. Huo Yuhao finally decided to respond, with a hint of patience in his voice. He turned his gaze to Su Minjiahu, thinking in his heart how to turn this seemingly simple question into an opportunity to promote soul spirits in his favor. Soul spirits are not only a helper in battle, but also a bridge between soul masters and nature. He continued, his eyes flashing with love and persistence for soul spirits. Each soul spirit has its own unique characteristics and abilities, which can provide unexpected help to soul masters at critical moments. Su Minjiahu was slightly stunned, as if he was surprised by Huo Yuhao's answer. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and even a little eagerness, wanting to learn more about this mysterious existence. Several members of the royal family next to him also pricked up their ears, and their eyes focused on Huo Yuhao. It was obvious that they were full of interest in this topic. Huo Yuhao noticed their reactions and was secretly delighted. Each member of the royal family has strong family support behind him, and their attention means that his words will quickly spread to a wider circle. He took a deep breath and continued, soul spirits not only improve the combat effectiveness of soul masters, but more importantly, they can form a tacit understanding with soul masters in battle, enhancing the combat ability and potential of soul masters. In my opinion, the importance of soul spirits to soul masters is definitely not weaker than soul guides, and even more than that. Like soul rings, soul spirits are also divided into 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. Each level of soul spirit is like a bright star, which can help soul masters to exert stronger strength in battle. Although their combat power is slightly weaker than when they were alive, that kind of soul resonance and tacit understanding can still enhance their own martial spirits and even assist in training. This kind of effect is far beyond what a simple soul guide can match. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath and continued, the most important thing is that the soul can grow. The level of each soul gradually increases with the training of the soul master. When the soul ring evolves, the power of the soul can not only enhance the power of one's own soul skills, but also feed back to the soul master, giving him deeper strength and support. This mutually reinforcing relationship is why I say that the soul is more important than the soul guide. The group of people walked all the way to the outskirts of the mixed zone before they stopped communicating. The environment here is completely different from the previous place, and the surrounding atmosphere has become tense and depressing. There is a faint breath of danger in the air of the mixed zone, as if there are countless unknown challenges lurking there. 1,000-year-old soul beasts can be seen everywhere here, and they can be encountered even if they are 10,000 years old. Only 100,000-year-old soul beasts are still rare. In this area, although there is not much threat to Huo Yuhao and others, Huo Yuhao still adheres to the principle of be careful with the Wanyan ship and is secretly vigilant in his heart. Huo Yuhao expanded the shared range of mental detection and tried to keep everything around him under control. Not long after, a 3,500-year-old Kongming leopard was discovered. The 3,500 years Kongming leopard should be a good match for you, Li Wen, right? Huo Yuhao said, looking at a member of the royal family. The member nodded and walked forward with trepidation. The familiar black magic circle unfolded from under Huo Yuhao. Because it has been used dozens of times, the integration this time was surprisingly smooth. In less than 10 minutes, Li Wen had completed the integration. What surprised Huo Yuhao even more was that Li Wen was so lucky that he directly obtained a 3,500-year-old soul bone. Although the quality is not high, it is more in line with the martial soul and the soul ring. So Li Wen chose to absorb after hesitating for a while. The soul power directly broke through to the 42nd level. A bright yellow leopard appeared next to Li Wen, looking extremely docile. Go, Kongming Claw! Following Li Wen's order, huge scratches cut into a tree as thick as a person's waist. After this good start, the following staff became even more enthusiastic. Especially with the help of Huo Yuhao's mental detection sharing, all the members of the royal family except Su Minjiao were taken care of in one morning. Only Su Minjiao is the 5th soul ring, which requires the 10,000-year level to be more difficult. In the end, a 10,000-year-old crested bird was chosen as the 5th soul. What's even more outrageous is that he was lucky enough to get a 10,000-year soul bone. If it weren't for the lack of response from the golden ball of luck, Huo Yuhao would have thought that Su Minjiao was also a person with great luck.